How are you?
Thank you. I was looking for that.
His girlfriend is in contract law. He likes his states he's got a twin brother, and so he's in the real estate development. The whole family. Oh yeah. Well, you're right. She likes the construction. They know. They need it. She had a goat. She sold goats
Looks like they sell stars, but they sell ghosts.
It's worth it. Well, you can sell anything.
Okay, we're gonna get started. Chris has some things to talk about with the AARE announcement he made yesterday. So I'm gonna turn it over to him just real quick, and he'll let you know what's going on.
Thanks, Matt. Good morning, everybody. I did some following up on the AARE quick little thing that we talked about in South Carolina. The dates, again, if you want to jot them down, are January the 9th, Tuesday the 19th, 20th, and 21st. Now, of course, to get the designation, you have to be a licensed real estate salesman or broker as well, okay? And but here's our deal. As I said, the state of South Carolina, under the Recovery Act, had the education clause in it, and so our state, our commission, but our auctioneers are paying NAA. So the cost is $50 plus your accommodations for the whole 3-day course, which is a great deal. Here's the caveat, like I mentioned yesterday. it's open to South Carolinians first, okay? And we don't anticipate more than 25 to 30, maybe 40 at best. We got up to 100 places. So on November the 30th, I can confirm anybody that gives me their name today for January. So the floodgate will open on the 30th, but we'll be first in line. I'll have anybody, I've got 2 names now, but anybody that's really interested, give me a name and address and all, and I'll have us first on the waiting list for the open floodgate. We appreciate you.
Yeah, if you're thinking of taking the ARE, that's a substantial discount to be able to get in.
And let me have it before we leave today, your names and all, so I can get that list.
Yeah. Okay, so we're gonna get started now. We're gonna do a couple of things here this morning. We're going to, as your agenda states, we're talking about proposal templates. Now, what we're not talking necessarily about is, hey, how do you just go in and build a brand new proposal and the things to do and the things to put in it. What we've done is we've put together some new templates that we've had designed that are for you to be able to go in and download and to be able to use, okay? Now those are being uploaded or are uploaded into your help and support section in Streamline. And there's a section in there called business development. Okay, we're also going to send you out the link to that as well, but it's in help and support. So Streamline, workspace, help and support, business development. So you can download these templates. Now, one of the first things, when you have a graphic designer, you hire a graphic designer and you tell them, hey, we want you to build some templates for us, they cringe. They don't like to do it, right? It's like templates, that's hard to do. Because what has to happen is that has to be put in a format that you all can easily modify and change. And so we looked at it and said, well, the easiest format, the one thing that everybody should be able to change and have access to is a Word document. We told the graphic designer that, and there's just silence. They don't, we don't want to do that. We don't want to have to do it, but they did it. They did a great job of this, okay? So what we have up here is one of the templates. What you're going to see is we have, you'll have a full template in there for a proposal, and then you're going to have a couple of different covers. And there's also going to be, we bought some stock photography that fits well into the covers and different sections of these proposals, okay? Now, what I can tell you is, when you put the stock photography in there, the stock photography is really nice and slick and looks good, it fits good. When you go out and take a picture like through your window as you're driving by the property and put it in there, it's still going to look like the picture you took through your window driving by the property, right? So I can't make your pictures any better, but you can change, everything in here can be changed and edited, okay? So we started with a format. So this is the first page, cover page, says auction proposal, prepared for, put your seller's name in there, presented by auction company. Now there's going to be spots in here where you need to go through and look because you have to put your company's information in there, right? I didn't fill in your personal information throughout these whole proposals. All right, and then we come down, it's got a spot, address, phone number, your website, your contact information, and then a spot to put your logo here. Okay, so you can just place your logo right in there, and we've got the MarkNet logo there as well. Now, take the time, if you haven't, with your company's logo, and get a nice, get something to where, if you'll notice the MarkNet logo, there's not this big white block behind it. We didn't just grab it from our website, right? We have a lot of different logos designed, so this works well. If you haven't taken the time to have your logo done up nicely, you can do that. You can do it fairly cheap. Greg, what company did you use?
Logo Tournament or one of those.
Like logo Tournament. Greg did a cool thing a while back where you get online and show some of the rest you have, and basically all these graphic designers want your business, and so they design you a logo, and then you pick the one out of that, and that's the person who's going to get paid. I know when Greg did his, he sent it to a few of us and said, hey, tell me which one you like the best, and went through and they did it and made him a real sharp logo. So I mean, you can do something like that. You know, you don't have to have an in-house graphic person working on everything, but take the time, get you a nice logo to where you can put it on something on a background and it looks nice. Just something to kind of think about when you do these things too. Claire is kind of dogmatic on us now about the way we use our logos, that we don't flip back and put an old logo in something, that we adhere to certain color schemes now, that we don't modify that. She you know, gets on us if we're using weird fonts that you know, don't match what she set out. We have a whole policy in our office now. Here's all the things that, you know, the colors need to be, the fonts need to be, and use these logos and use them in a specific way. Now, you don't have to be maybe as particular as we are. We have a whole policy on what you have to do, but I would say take the time to do those things, kind of put that throughout your office to say, hey, these are our specific colors. So everything we do, we're going to use these specific colors on. This is the logo that everybody has to use. Don't use the old one. Don't use the one from 20 years ago that we stopped using then. Get everybody on the same page with that stuff. Anything you want to say about the front page? Okay, next in here we have a table of contents. Obviously, if you add pages or anything into this, you're going to want to add that into your table of contents. What's in green here is the main pages. These are sub-pages like under auction structure. So we've put in an auction introduction and summary. We've put in auction structure, which includes method of sale, auction date and timeline, fees and budget, marketing, followed by leadership and resources, national partners, logistics of the auction, what we call interface points. It's how you're going to interact with them, and then experience and references. Now, there was a method to how we did this. This wasn't just by like, oh, hey, we need this page, we'll pop it in, and then that's the next page. We need this page, we'll pop it in, that's the next page. We thought a lot about that, and do you want to talk about why we put it in that order? Or do you want me to talk about it?
Go ahead.
Okay.
I do have something I want to point out.
Okay. So, introduction and summary, that page, and we're going to show you all these pages as we go along, that's just what it says. It introduces you, and it's a brief summary of what they get with you. This is not, hey, I've done, this many sales, and I'm this, and I'm that, and I'm this, and on and on and on about you and your company. Because honestly, at this point, they don't really care. All right? They want to, okay, I know that this is, auction company X. Here's a few tidbits of what we can do for you. But honestly, they want to get into, tell me about my sale. All right, look at my stuff. How are you going to benefit me? All right, so we get there it is. The introduction and summary. This thanks them for the opportunity. This tells, hey, your auction is going to be marketed to. A few bullet points right there. Right here, we recommend this for you. It's pretty immediate, right? Now, in the rest of this document, you're going to find some detailed information about this. They go page 1, they get thanked, they know a little bit about what you can do and what you're going to do for them. And then you get into the details. Next thing, stats page. You guys have seen this stats page before. This is updated. It's got a few more stats on it. Nice graphic, looks good in there. followed by auction structure, right? You're proposing on their sale. Tell them what you're going to do for their sale. Tell them how you're going to help them. That's what they want to know about. We need to give it to them early. So,
Well, I just want to make sure that, and I'm trying to click on, so all of these, even if you go back up to like the table of contents, and so, sorry, I'm scrolling too fast. All of these boxes are editable, so you can delete a box. You know, if you say, I don't want to talk about something, you can delete it. You can go in, you could change the color if you wanted to. I mean, this is all editable. You can delete, you can change what that says. So each box you can change. If you don't want one of these sections, you can delete the whole line. So, I mean, it really looks good. It looks like a graphic, but it's all very editable. And then, you know, the same with these boxes. So you can come in, if you don't want it to say this, or you have something that you typically include in your proposals, you really like it, you can take our text out and put yours in. So what we're doing here is recommending, even these boxes, these are editable. You know, if you have a stat that you want to make sure is in here that we didn't include, you can put that in there. So, and then we kind of try to, you know, where you definitely need to do some editing is in all caps. These pages, you know, if you don't want this page to be right here, you can move this page, you know, reorder your pages. You know, these following pages that you're going to see have a lot of white space you'll see there, and that's because, you know, we want the page to look very readable. But again, you can make these boxes bigger if you say, well, I want to include a little bit more than that. This here, you can move these around. Oops. You'll have to, I mean, there will be some a little bit of manual work on this, and that's the idea behind the template. So I just want to make sure, you know, if you're looking at this and you're like, I don't know that I really like that, that's okay. You can go in and you can fiddle with these and change them. Or if you don't want to get into that level of detail, then you kind of just keep it simple. So.
you know, I don't know how much you can get into working on all the design on this. That takes away some of the ease of having a template. And you may want to do like color changes. But again, you'll notice we have a couple of colors in here and they match. You'll notice they match like our signs and stuff back there. So if you do like a color change on there and put it to your company's colors, make sure that they're colors that go well together. You know, if that's not something that's your strong suit, have somebody take a look at that and say, hey, these are two colors, and then use those as your company colors throughout, right? You want to develop your brand, and if you're not developing your brand through your colors like that, then don't change the colors on this. And I'm not saying that to say, hey, I want you to use our colors, but I'm saying if you're going to change them, take the level of time that was taken here to go, all right, these are the colors we're going to go with. You know, a lot of you spend some time on that, you pay attention to those kind of details. So you want to do that, and a good graphic person can really easily say, hey, here's some colors that match. Here's some colors for you to use. Auction structure, right here we get right into, hey, we recommend conducting this as a whatever type of auction, right? So, you know, we've got in all caps here, just multiple things. That's why there's also space there, so you can type that out a little bit more. And then as you go down here, these next few pages, this says if online only, you can include this. When you send it to your seller, don't say if online only, just say online only auction, right? And then here's some text that we've written up for you guys that you can use. You can modify that, but we've given examples in here of why they may want to do an online only. Let's scroll down to the next page. Next one, if simulcast. And then here's some text. So you put simulcast auction, you know, we recommend the simulcast auction. Now we have actual text in here. Here's the advantages of that. There was the advantages of online only auction. It's absolute. Okay? Here's some text that we put in. If with reserve, here's why we recommend it. Okay? Each of those has text. Now, the other ones, you got to delete out of there, right? You don't want to keep that in. It's going to shorten out your, shorten up your proposal a little bit. Ultimate choice, we have quite a bit in there on that. Even comes down to, hey, if you're doing broker participation, here's why we recommend it. You know, here's what's cool about us doing broker participation. Okay, we've tried to think of things. We took a lot of different proposals, a lot of different things that we've seen, and we grabbed a lot of pieces out to come up with this text and the way that we did this. Now, once you've told them what type of cell that you recommend, then we get into the date and the timeline. Okay? So we talk about the advantage of an auction because it's time defined. Okay, so we get a little bit in about that. If it's online only, here's what the timeline could be. Okay, there's some X's in there because what I say is a good timeline and what your company does may be two different things. Now, you go down to this next page here, we have a detailed timeline. We just put in there a few different tasks. You may change that completely. You may say, hey, look, I like that. I'm gonna use those tasks in there. It says, so many days out we will accomplish this. So many days out we will accomplish that. If you put it in there, so many days out, probably ought to get those things accomplished. But this is a great thing, and it really drives home to your potential seller that I have a very detailed plan for your auction. I know exactly what I'm going to do. I know my business, so I'm going to tell you exactly how we can put this thing together. So it really can kind of reinforce to them, hey, they kind of got it going on. They've really thought about my auction. And maybe it's like, hey, we just do this every day. I'm just putting the same thing in. But to them, it's their one deal, right? So you've thought about it. If it's an institution that you're selling for, they expect that you know this kind of stuff. So a private seller is going to think, man, they've really made me feel good. An institution is going to look at it and go, I'm glad they put that in there because I don't need somebody coming in and just not doing a great job and not really thinking this all the way through. Fee and budget. We've got all kinds of different things in here. If it's a buyer's premium, we got some text on that. Seller paying the commission, we got some text on that. And then we've got marketing, budget, and then we just put in a couple other things that you can think about, you can add to this list. Hey, here's marketing, here's surveying costs, here's title work, closing costs, here's rentals, you can put labor. There's a little space in there, but just something to think about. Hey, we're gonna pop our fees out pretty good there. So maybe if anything, it just reminds you to go, oh, we need to charge on this one is this. Get it in there, get it to them. Marketing. Claire's put together some nice text here on kind of starting an overview of what the marketing plan will be. Now this isn't even getting into the full, bam, here's the budget, because you may be a few weeks off of that, right? You're not necessarily going to always do that prior to having the auction booked. But you can do some high-level strategy in your proposal. And so really that's what this is going to do. She's got some, like I said, some pretty good text in here, really coming from a marketer's perspective. And then we have some objectives. We're going to promote the sale, increase the number of registered bidders, all this stuff, and who your target audience is. And some of that's that you have to think about. As we do this, we can't put everything in there for everybody's specific sale, but we really want to make you think as you put these proposals together, okay, who is my target audience? What am I going after here? right? In our business, we oftentimes say, hey, we don't just do this big shotgun approach, right? We do targeted marketing. Well, if you're going to say that that's the business that you're in, stop and think about it and have a plan of who you're going after, okay? And let them know. You put all these things in here, you are going to be impressive to your sellers because they're going to feel like you put a lot of time and thought into their auction. As we go down, recommended media mix, okay? First one here, online. We think that you're going to, and this talks about your web presence. It talks about the web traffic you get as being a MarkNet member. Then at the bottom here, it talks about paid internet advertising. So that would be websites that you're going to promote the auction on. Put a few of those in there. Oftentimes you can get those websites to give you some stats too, so you can add those in. Social media, if you're going to do a social media marketing campaign, you want to put that in there. Again, you may not use all of these different things. We've also put these in there to make you think, hey, maybe this one I do need to do social media, or maybe this one I do need to do some broadcast on there. So we have print, we have broadcast, and public relations. This, I think, is an interesting spot. And I think it's interesting because there was a proposal that I was working on with one of the companies, and it was they had to send in it was from an RFP, and one of the things said, how are you going to do public relations? So we had to stop and go, I don't know, we don't normally put that in our proposals, right? But it gives you an opportunity to say, hey, we're going to go out and, we typically go out and meet these people and do these things and, canvass these neighborhoods, whatever it is. However you're going out and meeting the public in a non-paid way. Maybe you're going to have a press conference, whatever it is. Hey, we've got some public relations that we're building into this. Photo, video that you're going to do. Come down, we've got a spot where we call advertising tactics. This is where you could get into a little more in depth. Say, hey, look, we plan on spending X online. Here's a few places. Social media, here's a few places. Print, it's going to be this much. Again, you may not use all this, but it does kind of list it out of different spots you can spend money. Has a spot for you to put some numbers in there. Those need to be pretty broad numbers unless you've already talked to and got your budget put together. Next we have leadership and resources. It says, auction companies led by, put in whoever that is. This is where you get to, this is where you brag on yourself a little bit now. Notice that's at the end, because they may or may not care at this point. It's just, it's the truth. They like to hear all the things you're going to do for them. You give them a tidbit at the beginning about who you are. You said, here's all the things that we can do for you. That's what's really important. Then now you can round it out and say, hey, this is why I can do all these things. But they may never make it to this page, so we've got to tell them some really important information up front. Auction logistics, that can be, hey, we're, it's like we talked about the heirs auction last night. If you're planning on, 1,000 registered bidders and, you figure maybe 2 people per bid card, so you got a couple thousand people on site, there's some logistics you got to think about, right? So you need to show, hey, here's some things we're going to think about for your particular auction. And that may be, like Chip talked about yesterday, if I'm going in and doing an online sale, it could be, hey, here's some logistics we do. We pack all this stuff, we do all these things, here's how we're planned out to handle that. Here's what's going to happen to your items. Here's how pickup's going to be handled. Here's how loadout's going to be handled. Think through that process. You're doing an equipment sale. Pretty cool to put in there. Hey, loadout's going to take care of here. We're going to have these people park their trailers over here. When this, this time of the day, they can come back here. We're going to have so many guys, running loaders, doing this and that. You put that in there. Again, this is just showing that, man, you put a lot of thought into this. That may be second nature to you, to just show up on site and have all that stuff going, and you just do it and because you've done it for so long. But tell them how you're going to do it, and it'll make a difference to them. Interface points was another spot on there. That's how you're going to interact with them along the way. Could be, hey, we have workspace that we can set you up for automatic emails and let them know what they're going to, what kind of communication they're going to get from you. You can check it out. I'm going to send you stats on a regular basis. Each week you're going to get an email just popped out from us that says, hey, this many people have looked at your sale, or maybe you're going to call them every day, whatever the case may be. But let them know how you're going to communicate with them along the way. References. I think it's great to include references in your proposals. Some folks don't do it. Some folks do like to do it. I like the thought of it. This last page is new. It's auction time, and we incorporated some stuff from the National Auctioneers Association. That they've started a program that I know that Mr. Pratt was a part of helping develop. They've got some little cards. I think I've got some cards with me. Chris, you've got some cards with you. It talks about why use auction, and these cards they have information on both sides that the NA provides. And I've got a bunch of them. I'll give you all some. Thank you, sir. Why use auction? What does it mean? It says it's fast, fun, and transparent way to sell, true market value. What does it mean? Fast, time to find sale, fun for the buyer and seller. Yeah, we've got that all in there. Transparent. Why use an NA professional? So these little cards, these cards are great. So you can get these, hand these out along with your proposal. But this is a cool page. This is just kind of a way to wrap things up. A majority of you all have somebody in your office who belongs to the NAA. I don't know if you've seen the stat in there, 90% of all the auctioneers who are in MarkNet, I'm not talking just, that doesn't mean just auction company owners. 90% of all the auctioneers in here have earned their Certified Auctioneers Institute designation. So you guys have taken this stuff, it's important to you. You should talk about it. We've talked about your company, we've talked about MarkNet, and we've talked about the National Auctioneers Association. So utilize all those things. This is an 18-page proposal. You're going to be able to pare that down a few pages just based on the things that we have to take out. But yet there may be some things that you want to add in. Okay? Now, I don't remember which cover we had on this. There's a couple other covers that are in your help and support section that you can download, ready to go. And then, do we have the photos loaded in there, Kelsey, or not?
Yeah.
Okay. We have these extra photos loaded in there as well. Again, like I said, doesn't mean you can't use your own photos as backgrounds on these. Just make sure they fit nice and look good as you do it. So these are now available to you. Get in, download them, use them, tweak them, change them, whatever you want to do. We're going to continue to work through these processes on these. Now that we've got this started and going, this is a great tool. This is an easy resource to use, and you can crank these out. You can crank these out quick. This doesn't mean you can't call our office and say, hey, look, I got a real unique deal. We want you to help write a proposal on. We've written them 50, 75 pages because of all the things sometimes you have to require into there. But this, you just got to get one out quick. Hop on here, get this, use this. So this is a pretty good tool.
How easy is it going to be to email that document once you get it completed, Matt?
Here's the thing that I recommend with that. once you've completed this one, you want to go File, Save As, a PDF. And you want to email it that way. It'll email well. It may be a rather large file.
Yeah.
The other thing is, consider using like a Dropbox folder, because you can load it into there and you can send your potential seller a link to that. They can download it, and you're sure at that point that it's not going to get, you know, caught in their junk mail, where some people have blocks on there for file size limits and stuff like that. So I would recommend doing that. You know, you can send them out easy enough as a PDF. It's just sometimes the file size can give you a problem.
Thank you.
Yeah, Jerry.
I think this is a fantastic tool. You've shown us all the upsides. I have one downside that's bothered me for years. I don't know how to deal with it. Maybe someone else in here can. Is every time you put that out somewhere, you have no idea where it's going to end up, and a lot of times it ends up in your competitor's hands. And that's
Yeah,
I've seen my stuff end up in other proposals.
Well, yeah, you want to save it as a PDF to somebody that can't change it. But
It doesn't matter. They still got it.
They do, they do, and I've looked at a lot of people's proposals. I've walked into deals where there's a stack of them in there, and I look and go, okay, here's the people we're competing with today, you know. And then I've looked at them later. I don't know if there is a way to combat it. What you have to know is my competitor giving them a strong written proposal? If he is, then you're going to need to have one too. And you're going to have to let the chips kind of fall where they may on that. Now, sometimes in the business that you do, Jerry, a lot of this is, you know, you're going out and you can be out and talk about somebody's land, and you don't necessarily need this every time. But when it gets to be a real big deal, those guys who are coming in are sending they're sending some hardback stuff in that's pretty slick.
Probably the biggest item in there is your fees.
Right.
Because if the competitor gets a hold of it, well, we'll do it for 0.5% less.
Well, and that's a pretty valid concern where we live, Jerry. And I guess anybody have thoughts on that?
Tell them if you want a discount auction company, there's plenty of them out there. If you want to pay it on your report, here we go.
A lot of times you don't have an opportunity to say that because they've already chosen somebody.
I mean, Kurt, your thoughts on that? I know, Anthony, you guys may face that where you're at too.
It's just business.
Just business.
You cannot get around.
Maybe you don't print it that day,
The
maybe.
fact that you can't do written proposals because so many people want them. You know, so it's just what you gotta do.
Yeah.
Maybe you just need to discuss it in person, get that faced meeting
And sometimes you can do that and show it to them like that. That's also true. Yeah. Yeah. You can put this on a PDF and grab your iPad and show it to them like that. But I do like to leave them with something that's touched them to remind me of it.
Matt, the deal is, if they want to pass it to somebody, they're going to pass it to somebody. If they want competition, the only thing you could do possibly, and it's just going to keep the good guys out, is if you have a statement in your proposal that this is proprietary, it's exclusive for you, don't let anybody else see it.
Yeah.
The person looks up and says, oh, I'm out of bounds if I do that, I'm not supposed to do that, as opposed to, they didn't ask me not to, so here.
Right, yeah. Like you said, that's going to keep the good guys out. Now, is that something you all include in your proposals, that it's proprietary?
No, hey, our competitors take our, we're not smart enough to put them in a PDS.
they just modify it. They just change the logo out.
Do a search for it, skip around. We've been the second guy to go before, looked like that first proposal, they said, what do you think about this? Wow, looks like our proposal, it's not being new.
I think it's to say that everything I hear will be confidential, and I would appreciate it if everything I hear you is also confidential. But they also like brevity. They want everything just as brief as possible, and no matter how pretty it is, they flip to the last page and they want to know what's it gonna cost me. And so I think that executive summary of just giving them just the facts, and they may or may not ever read the,
Right.
and but just brief. And one thing that I was careful with, because I did it every now and then when you're reusing proposals and you got in a Word document, is making sure everywhere you put a date or somebody else's name, that you go in there and get that out.
I've done that before too.
Amen.
Exactly. Yeah. Who are these people? Yeah, sure. This is 18. It's going to be it's probably going to be 15 to 16 when you take out a few of the spots that just aren't going to be applicable to your particular auction. Yeah, it is a real manageable size. Yeah.
Matt.
Yes, Robert.
On that note, because I've been there too, when you put your template in your directory, go through and highlight all those areas that need to be changed in bright red or some other color.
That's a good point.
And then it makes you change it before you save it.
And always do a save as, not just saving it after you change it. Anthony?
The important thing for us has been actually taking the proposal out and sitting in front of the seller, whoever that might be. Our success rate is a lot higher than when we just email it out. Regardless how much you think you explained everything in that, they're not auction savvy. They don't understand exactly what's happening. So if at all possible, get a meeting in front of that person and actually show them the time and go through it.
Yeah, and that's a good point. And really going through the proposal with them, I think is fantastic too, because then you're controlling that they're seeing the spots that you want them to see, and they're hearing the things you want them to hear. Yeah.
I think what's really helped me in the past is get it done. I never get all those proposals done. All the other proposals done.
Right.
Then I have a meeting with it. And I can take mine in, because it's unbelievable how much you don't even have to ask them. They just start telling you what everybody else does.
Right, yeah, when you're the last guy in, it's pretty helpful, yeah.
It's in a good position.
That's right, yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Other thoughts, questions on the proposal?
Get a hold of me if you need help or have feedback or whatever. I mean, most of you know how to get a hold of me, call the office or email me, so.
Claire has worked very hard on this. This has been her project, so.
I was not the graphic designer.
She was not the graphic designer.
I just want to make that clear. I am not a graphic designer. Someone else helped with it, so.
Yeah. But she worked really hard on this. We're going to take a brief break. We're going to take 5 minutes, because when we come back, we're going to do some interactive things that should be a lot of fun. And we're going to get you guys involved in our next part of our day today. So let's make it brief, 5 minutes, because this next part may take a little more time than we had planned.
But in terms of that, I forgot to ask her. Well, I mean, I have to send him. I'm not invited to the meeting to sit down and talk about it. Troubleshoot, and that's it. But yeah, it's fun. We'll definitely.
What that say about there?
Awesome. Got my back.
I got your back. Don't worry.
Thank you.
That's gonna be keys wearing them down.
It's the dude right here. I talked bad. I talked bad about the station. But we need to rewrite on it. I'm kind of retired as a teacher now. But the AARE
You just got your tenure there.
yeah, the AARE has just been rewritten, so it ought to be interesting. I'm gonna sit there. Yeah, it is.
You set me up. Come on, tell us. We're excited.
Well, it's so much stuff that it almost needs to be, like if there's one type of thing, it's like all porcelains or all, whatever.
He's got it organized.
Signs and stuff, and then you have, that's all. And so that's.
He's got rows of lamps now.
Yeah.
A whole section of stand-up lamps.
Ladies and gentlemen.
Johnny Benton Vance came the other day to look at baseball. Johnny Vance was walking out of there with a baseball that he had signed himself. Yeah. This guy is picked Cincinnati. It's there. You can walk through it. One day you're all processed, and then if you look at it. He's got a clip of it. But we're dealing with emotions. Yeah, he's borderline. They want 75%. They realize they're not going to retail, but they're afraid to take wholesale. So they're in that realm. And I'm thinking, we just need to let that. Because, from being in the auction business, I explained to them in our last meeting, I said, auction is liquidation and a timeline. And they're just on it. You know how people, you see them, they try to hit the yard sign, finally, we're so tired, we don't have time. We live in Alabama and they're in New York and we deal with it all month, so you get to do that because they're just they're still hands on, they're still standing there. Even though the guy, he can't speak easier, walk in the back of the room and come back, he can't remember it. But he can, if he bought this pen 23 years ago, at a warehouse in Cincinnati. Exactly. So, all these people are still emotional and in love with him and family. And then you got this. Yeah, that would be great. I mean, we really need that background help, like this man here would be great. Somebody come in and like. That's a method, 2 to 3 months. 2 or 3 years. And get that top dollar. So I said, we're liquidation company. And you can't let them run the store. They can't physically come there. It's too dangerous. You can't even hold it up. This 37,000 warehouse absolutely stacked.
Yeah, you showed me that, but I thought it was like
unless I put them in single file and get around an elevator. And the rest of the family is putting input on the back. So you see all that?
Yeah, that's too many. It is that nephew. He's just sort of not wanting it to sell.
He does, and then he's counteracted by the rest of the family also. All the family. I mean, it's not just these three. Then it's this big 10. So I'm sure you've been told before, I don't know what the family told you. I don't know. Well, I'm sure you're on the But you gotta realize, about a month before that, this lady called me, she said, I've been working here for 15 years, and we all rode over there. Absolute. She had her house full, barn full, she was down there, a couple of her tubs through the barnyard. She didn't have anything valuable. The Tupperware tubs were more valuable than stuff. We was like, lady, we can't help you. Then we get this call, and the guy said, been working with you for 40 years, and we're thinking, oh no, here we go.
it's her husband.
No, yeah. So then we go there, and it was, you feel it should be a home run.
Well, and, you know, the use MarkNet, whatever.
Well, here's another issue we have. Annalie, and say, well, you told us you had 50,000 so that's what we're trying to do. And we looked at the records, you didn't produce any virus. And they're usually pretty sure that.
They did not use their stuff. Right, yeah. So I was looking at it, they was,
But they won't go below where because if there's 100,000 items in place and we average that's $1 million. So if they just let go of it, on average, we can have in $1 million better. I offer my office, they
Okay, if you guys can make your way back to your seats, we are going to get going here in just a minute.
You know, and the guy that knew it was still sitting on it. We're like, we couldn't make it. I just knew it's like,
Do you need some power?
Plus, we need help with orchestrating a new
and, you know, like what you said,
psychologically being as far as where's the button? They need to get physical stuff from our please. He's had a brain aneurysm, stroke, so he could die. He's basically healthy, but just sick. And because he knows he can't, he's got no sense of humor. He cannot go.
January? Chips.
Where's Chip? He's back here in the back. Hanging in the back.
How y'all doing?
So I suggested, at the end of the meeting the other day, I'm trying to find, so what do we have our staff? Just for sale town, we can be 2,000. What about our staff? Get it on eBay, and every 45 days, whatever it is, it rolls off theirs to the auction. They try to work that line. They do stop photos there. He's got like huge temperatures. Custom boxes for
Okay, everybody can take their seats. We're going to get started.
Yeah, sorry, you asked about me again.
Going on today?
Doing good. We have 10 viewers right now.
next topic, which we're going to talk a little bit about you developing a elevator speech. Let me ask you, how many of you heard of the interpersonal communications class that's being offered through the NAA? A few of you. Have any of you taken it? Okay. I haven't taken the class. I hear it is a phenomenal class to take.
Would you ask that question again, please?
The interpersonal communications class.
I guess you're supposed to be listening. Is that part of the course? Obviously.
Yeah, active listening, something.
I'll take that the next time we talk.
Yeah, well, you know what? We'll go ahead and sign you up. We're going to sponsor you, Terry, for that class. So I've also not taken the class. However, I recently got a little introduction to what that was like. I'm going to give you a little bit of that introduction today. Because in February, basically what I'm going to do, I'm giving you all an advantage that I didn't have. In fact, Jason Winter and I had to go through the same process. So in February, we're going to go through a little fuller process on this. And I'm giving you a head start. Now, if I'm giving you a head start in October between now and February, there's a pretty good reason for that, because it can get a little intense, and I just wanted to shrink into a hole at one point while I was doing some of this. But we're going to talk a little bit about your elevator speech. A 30-second pitch of you, your company, and what it means to be a part of MarkNet. Okay? So that's what we're going to get into now. So, since you all are not shy, Greg just looked down, it's like, don't make eye contact. I need one volunteer to come up here and help me for a minute. Don't worry, you won't be the only one. All right, Rusty.
Yeah.
Come
on, Rusty. Woo.
Rusty.
Worst thing you do is strip me bare ass naked in front of all these people.
Too many mirrors, we can't do naked in the parade.
You know what? They're not going to care about anything you say from here on out.
My eyes!
All right, so here we go. I'm going to give you the microphone. 30 seconds. I want you to tell about who you are, your company, a little bit about being a part of MarkNet, and what that means.
Now that's not fair, because we've only been a part of
Well,
MarkNet for
you do. I know.
60, 90 days.
You do the best you can, but for sure you and your company. Okay?
Okay.
Hold on just a second.
Crap, you're even going to time me?
I didn't have to do this part. I had to do exactly what you're doing right now. But we're gonna go ahead and go, and then when you're ready, you start. Okay?
Okay. Well, good morning, everybody. I'm Rusty Harmeyer. I'm with Halderman Real Estate Services out of Wabash, Indiana. We have been a member of MarkNet now for about 120 days. We handle several large land real estate transactions, typically between 100 and 150 transactions a year. There are 3 divisions of Halderman. Our real estate services division. We have a farm management division that has somewhere over a quarter of a million acres under contract. We also have an investment arm in our company. You cheated.
Go ahead and finish.
Okay. All right. We do have an investment arm of our company. We have just shy of $1 billion pledged for investments that we manage for different funds and investors. What else was I supposed to say? About me, my company. We've been with MarkNet now about 120 days.
Okay, so
Kind of what
the
we
next
do.
thing is, how can you do that briefly and make it mean something to me where I'd go, you know what, I want to do business with you.
Hi, man. I'm Rusty Harmeyer. I represent Halderman Real Estate Services, and I'm your guy.
Perfect. All right, give Rusty a hand. That is not easy to do, especially to be the first one.
Where are my shoes? All right. All right, this is what I've been doing. I guess it's been working with almost a year. But anyway, when I start talking to someone about my business, I say, we went from a company this big to a company this big. There's nothing we can't handle. We have 65 offices across the United States, even an office in South Africa. We can handle everything you need. We got all the background, people to help us with all the computer network systems and everything. Send out 150,000 emails with a couple touches of a button. We're ready to go. We can help you.
Okay, that was within the time. A couple of things. Didn't introduce yourself.
Well,
Or
I'm
say your
nervous.
company's name. I know. Hey, I was the same way. I forgot a lot of stuff when I did it.
But that's my part of my little spiel I tend to get out.
Yeah.
And I went from here to there, and they're like, oh, really?
Yeah, yeah, great to come back and say, hey, look at our span back to the local area. Now, I hope y'all are listening to this, making some notes either mentally or on paper, because we're going to talk about some of these things here as we go along. We're going to come back to this process again later, okay?
Since Jason's done it, have Jason come up and show them what it's supposed to
There you go, Jason.
No pressure, no pressure.
Mr. Chairman, go on.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Matt, you do your.
Well, I mean.
Look, I'm up here the whole time, buddy.
All right, Jason, give us the 30-second speech, show them how it's done. Remember, bring your shoulders back.
Yeah, that's right.
Look, I'm not critiquing anything on that.
Didn't he say to stand like this and tell your story?
Posture is part of it.
Hi, my name is Jason Winter. We own West Central Auction Company. We're out of Harrisonville, Missouri, but we're not only, as you think of auctioneers, we're not just fast talkers, we're marketers. And we want to sell your property in the shortest amount of time for the most amount of money, whether it's real estate, contents, livestock, whatever it might be. But again, we're West Central Auction Company, and we're here to help.
So Jason did a good job of introducing himself, talks about his company. JJ, did he leave something out?
Mark, you never mark that part out.
Yeah. It's easy to
You
get.
look good doing it.
But now since JJ has volunteered people, I think we get to get JJ up here.
Sounds like JJ.
Well, in fairness to JJ, I did the 30 seconds part about the NAA. I never did it on the company level or.
Oh, I'm timing you. I gave Jason a free pass on that part.
Oh, okay. Hello, folks. I'm JJ Dower from Lafayette, Tennessee. I'm with Ayers Auction and Real Estate Company, and we're not just a local auction firm. We're part of the national network MarkNet Alliance. We have 65 companies throughout 30 states and South Africa. We did $1 billion in sales last year. We can handle everything from your real estate needs to your personal property needs to the sale of any business liquidation or any assets you may have.
Yeah.
Now there's a guy who remembered some of our stats. Now one of the things that you'll notice from when Rusty gets up and I said, hey, you got 30 seconds. And he wasn't necessarily thinking about the 30 seconds until I said time. To when JJ gets up, he's thinking about the 30 seconds. He's going quick to get through his stuff. He named off a whole lot of information there in a real short amount of time. So one of the things you got to think about is, hey, I've just got a brief minute. You know, this is when I'm just meeting somebody, but I know that I can have an impact on them. I just have a brief minute. You know, what is it when somebody says, hey, what do you do? You know, what is it that you do exactly? How do you introduce that? How do you tell them the scope of your company and how it can benefit them in a short amount of time? All right, without just them going, oh, that was a lot. And don't forget, at the end, some sort of call to action, some sort of return. Maybe it's the only opportunity that you get to speak to this person. So do you have a card with you? Can you say something? Can you give them your number? Something. Some sort of call to action so you can touch them again later. You got this brief opportunity to meet with them. All right, we're not done. Who else wants to give this a try? Look, apparently, all right, Tommy, apparently what I need to do to get everybody to settle back in is just ask for volunteers. And everybody's just quiet, don't listen to me. That's fine.
Are we ready?
Oh, we're ready.
Okay, I'm Tony Hunt with Thomas R. Hunt Auctioneers, and I'm in the auction business. And I'm in the auction business with 65 other companies that make up a company called MarkNet Alliance that does $1 billion a year in business. If you're interested in selling your real estate, please give me a call.
Good job. Did a couple of things pretty well there. Gave his card, said who he was, said who his company was, gave a little scope of being in MarkNet. He did that in a pretty brief period of time, pretty relaxed up here as he did it, didn't try to rush through it. He had probably a little bit more time because he even gave a stat or two about his company or about MarkNet in that period of time.
I'm just going to the second floor.
It was quick. Didn't even have time. Yeah. And if you're here and you're walking with somebody and they're trying to find a spot, you probably got like 5-10 minutes to just talk to them about a lot of things. All right. Let's see. Who else would like to go? Mr. Pratt, you're smiling. You want to go?
I don't want to frown.
There you go. Oh, he's got he brought a brochure with him.
30, what you got, 30 seconds?
Hold on. My thing opened up my weather app. All right, now. Go whenever you're ready.
Mr. Smith, it's great seeing you, and I'm so excited about that land you have in Evansville, Indiana. And I want to tell you something, sir. I got the man that you need to meet to sell that to you. Here's our membership here, and give me a call when it's a good time to get up with you, and I'll tell you about that great Hugh Miller. The point is, all of us know somebody that lives somewhere else. And we are the somewhere else. And I can brag on Hugh Miller better than Hugh Miller can brag on Hugh Miller. And I can brag on Sherman Hostetler better than Sherman Hostetler can. We need to utilize each other more, folks. We're not doing it. We say we want to take MarkNet to a new level, the next level. Let's do it. But we got to do it with each other. You got to call on. You can call on me. You think I can't help you book that deal? Now I'm not. I mean, we're in this to make a living too. But we got a lot of talent in this room, a whole lot of it. And for 38 years of my life, I've been involved in it, and I'm proud of my career. My daddy wanted me to be a lawyer. He was the most unhappy man in the world practicing law. And I didn't go to law school, so I didn't have to tell him I hurt his feelings, tell him I didn't want to be with him. But 6 months before he died, his grandson opened his own practice, Christopher Pratt Lawyer. Some of y'all know Possum. And Dad's in his office, and he says, let's get a picture taken out in front of the new gold leaf sign out here. Christopher on one side, Dad in the center, I'm over on the other side. Man, the pickup truck comes around. He stops and he looks. He says, look at the 3 lawyers. Dad stepped up and he says, Chris isn't a lawyer. He's an auctioneer. He hires and fires lawyers. Thanks, Dad. Love y'all.
I don't know if any of y'all thought that Chris Pratt, when he gave his 17-second speech, could actually leave after 17 seconds. I thought something was wrong, maybe he didn't feel well until he came back up. Tucker's running the simulcast, and now he didn't know where to put the camera. He was all over the spot. Chris also will come speak at your funeral. I've asked him to come do mine if he's still around when I go. It's pretty impressive when he gets up here and gets to preaching about something. Great show.
I believe in lightning.
All right. Who else would like to go? This is a good exercise. All right, Lance. There's nothing harder than getting up in front of your peers and doing this.
How many of you are worrying or have been in B&I? No? Business? Yeah. So you have to give it a spiel for that. I'm going to give my B&I speech. If you're in front of a group of people. Hello, my name is Lance Walker, Fast Talker. I'm an auctioneer realtor with Walker Auctions in Memphis, Tennessee. What we do is we help people just like you sell their personal property real estate at live or online auction. I'm a member of MarkNet Alliance. That's a group of 60 of the leading auction companies in this country. And through them, I can better promote your auction, advertise it, better than any auctioneer in this area. So if you need your real estate sold or personal property, contact me, Lance Walker, Fast Talker with Walker Auctions in Memphis, Tennessee. Thank you. All right.
And that only took him 27 seconds.
Yeah. They will remember Walker the Talker.
They will. Man, my name doesn't rhyme with anything. Whoa, easy.
Matt rhymes with crap. You want to do that.
I'll remember that, Lance. All right, let's get it. We're gonna get a couple more in. Let's do just a couple more. Mr. Ahmed can come up and do one now.
Absolutely.
All right.
I did not make eye contact.
I know you did. Hey, I just felt good that I didn't come my buddy up here first.
I'm Kurt Allman from Allman Auctions, and even though we come from a small town, we've got a big business because we're part of MarkNet Alliance, and we're 65 companies strong, over 30 states, we're worldwide. Does not matter what you have to sell, we have expertise in that particular item and know how to market it and know how to get it out there to everybody that needs to see it.
Good job. All right.
Almond doesn't rhyme with anything either.
Lance has got an advantage. All right. Who else would like to try this?
Go for it, Bob. We elect Bob Schneider.
He's shaking you off, taking one representative per company. Oh, we can do a couple more. Don't be shy. I think that Troy.
I heard Brian Becker.
Brian said something.
If you're not paying attention and you're talking, probably one of those two should go.
It was probably Almond back there pointing toward those two.
Yeah.
Troy still hasn't moved. I mean, he's just he's in depth into something. All right.
I won't come off, but just, don't you think that you should be able to, if you're gonna have a elevator speech, you kinda need to know a little bit about your elevator that you're speaking to?
Yeah, I mean, but the whole thing of this is, anybody who comes up to you, what we want to try to develop is, yeah, I mean, if you're going in and you're selling a specific piece of property or a specific type of auction, you do cater what you're going to say to them, but you need the ability to be able to say to anybody who you are, who your company is, and what you do, because that can lead to other business. This is really when you're meeting and greeting people out in the general public. JJ?
Yeah, and part of the program with the LAA and talking to Tim about the program, when you if you're on an airplane and you tell the person beside you you're an auctioneer, what's the first thing they say?
Do it.
Let me do it. Yeah. And so obviously our elevator speech has to be more than doing that thing, because we're a whole lot more than that. So that's what you need to consider as part of the elevator speech.
Okay, let's see. We have time. Okay. Here's what I'd like to do. Here's a couple of things to think about when you're thinking about developing your elevator speech. And you can tell when Lance got up here, Lance has spent time, he's worked on this, has went through something to develop this out, right? Knew what he's going to say, thought about it, had this in his mind. Okay, what you want to have is this should include an introduction, a message about your company, followed with a call to action. So an intro, message, call to action. Those are the three things that you need to think about. Now, after I went through this whole process, knowing that we're going to have to write later, I'm writing pages of stuff to say. They're like, this is 30 seconds. Like, well, there's no way I'm going to remember any of this anyway, so I'm just writing down every thought that comes to my mind. So I write out this, paragraph introduction, couple paragraphs of a message, this call to action. There's no way that I could say all that. But then when you think through that process and then condense it down, you can utilize that. So that's what you want to think about: intro, message, and a call to action. This is not just this isn't a formal presentation, okay? So you want to be yourself, you want to be open, you want to have something you can follow through with people on later, okay? And then as you're done with them, send them off, wish them well as they kind of depart, you go your separate ways. Kurt?
Just brainstorm a little. What is the best icebreaker when you're approaching an attorney or a banker that really does not want to talk to you? A 38.
That is a good, a good question. What is something? How do you approach somebody?
I'm talking about the bankruptcy trustee that's hit up by everybody that walks by him.
Yeah. Any thoughts on that? What's a good icebreaker when you're coming up to somebody like that? Tommy?
One thing that a lot of times we're concerned about is time that's involved. And I know I've gotten in situations where they will get in the door and say, hey, 5 minutes is all I need for your time. If you don't like what I say after 5 minutes, I promise I'll leave. And I've gotten in doors and stayed 2 hours after that. So,
yeah. Just going in and saying, hey, I just want to talk to you a couple minutes. You don't have to listen after that. It's a good thing. Anybody else? Yeah.
Ask them questions, ask them about themselves. A lot of times they want you to ask them about themselves more than they do.
Show that you care about them. Yeah, that you have an interest in them. That's a good point. Kelly?
I think all of those people, they want to look good. They want to know you're going to make them look good to their bosses and everything. And I think you've got to be extremely brief, leave them with something, and they love statistics. I think they want to know what you have done, not what you say you can do. I think they like statistics, and then if you leave them with something with your card, call me and you can discuss it further.
Sure. Yeah.
Yeah, like along with what she said, depending on the property, if it's a 3-bedroom, 2-bath home, it's gonna be a little different. But if it's a unique property, I just go straight into some MarkNet statistics and maybe a scenario of something we've sold in the past and how some online bidding helped that get where it ended up, even if they didn't buy it,
Right. Yeah.
when you're going in and you know something that interests the person that you're going in to discuss, or a friend, or something, and you say, okay, your Uncle Joe said that you might like to talk to me regarding such and such, and relate to somebody else or some other, for instance, Lance talked about BNI over there. Well, there may be a BNI or something that they have connection to BNI.
Yeah. Common interests are good.
I try to use the old adage, people don't care what you know until they know that you care.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, people really want to know that you care. Mr. Pratt?
I just had one that your potential client is just like your asset. You need to know all you can find out about it. All you know is find out everything you can about your client. Qualify your potential client yourself.
Yeah. Qualify them before you meet them.
What's been the most effective statistic for everybody that they give? What statistic that they give to a potential client or seller that makes them go wow?
The registered bidders.
Registered bidders.
Over 200,000 registered.
It's over 300 now.
Over 300 now.
Yeah.
That gets their attention, I see.
Yeah. Monthly hit?
The 300, 250, I used to say, but it's 300,000 now. I'm glad.
Right, yeah, we just updated it in our new stuff, yeah.
But telling them that I used to, every other year, spend hours and hours of time trying to update my website, and I could only afford at the time 3,000 to 5,000 to now, and I just found out the number's different, but I was telling them that I have over a $600,000 website. But according to JJ, he said we now have over a $750,000 website. Nobody in Western Pennsylvania has that.
Right, yeah, with all the technology we put into it, yeah. Yeah.
One thing I get when they say, it's not a statistic, but it's, you know, oh, you're like eBay. You start telling me, oh yeah, you're like eBay. And I always say, well, we're like eBay, but we're better. But you see, our online portal was designed by auctioneers for auctioneers. So our portal is more like a real auction than any portal you'll get onto. People like that.
Yeah, it's very good. Chris?
Yeah, in real estate, I like to be able to tell how many auctions I've taken and how many I've closed. What is my close ratio? When you ask that, if you on the other side and go hire an auction company, how many times how successful are you by percentage? I think it's important.
Yeah, so close ratio successful by percentages, that's good. JJ?
And Matt, so obviously I know we have registered bidders in all 50 states, but don't we have like 20 foreign countries now or something?
80.
80 foreign countries. Because you know, everybody's pipe dream in that part of the world is some guy from China or California is going to come buy their farm. Because those people have a lot of money.
Right, right. Kurt?
I was actually asked that question recently. You know, I said all 50 states, and they asked, well, how many foreign countries?
Yeah, all 50 states and 80 foreign countries.
I'd like to add to the comment about eBay. You know, we do tell why sites better and different, but also how eBay has educated generations of people to be comfortable with the online process. And I think that part of it does work, in our opinion.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, John?
Matt, we carry around a little, what I call our brag book. And it's past auctions and advertising pieces that we've done in the past that are professional. And in that, we also have a sheet of paper of your stats off of Streamline of the map. And,
right.
And I use one specific auction, and we tell them that we have local knowledge with global exposure.
Right.
When I pulled out that map of this one auction that we did, and there's little blips across the world, people freak out.
Yeah.
You're kidding me. I said, this is where our people came from. And then I used this motorcycle that we sold that I don't know anything about Harley Davidsons. We don't know everything about everything, but we're professional marketers. And we sold this motorcycle. We had calls from Dubai, Japan, Germany, Australia, Canada, and then along with that, I have a newspaper article that a newspaper wrote up about the auction, it gaining international exposure. People freak out. And it resonates with that potential seller.
Yeah, what a great example of showing some of your successes. You know, picking out some of those few good stats that your company did, pairing that with what you have through MarkNet, and then taking that all in and say, look, here's what we can accomplish. Here's what we can market. Look what we did for this particular item. I know I got to go with Sheridan's on a proposal one day and do a presentation, and that was one of the things that beforehand they said, hey, let's gather all the stats on specific types of equipment. And we went through and we did that, and then, you know, I really, when I get to go on the proposals, I just, you know, I get to sit and listen and take it all in until it comes time to talk about the specific stats. And that really meant something to people when you're going through and saying, hey, we've sold this particular type of item for this much, and, you know, these type of auctions. And we went through and we just garnished a bunch of specific statistics on that type of item, and that can be really powerful stuff. Really powerful stuff. Yeah, Marvin.
How many people are selling to foreign people? How many countries?
How many people have sold to somebody in a foreign country? What? There's quite a few of you.
How do you handle the money?
Handling the funds. Collecting funds.
Wire, charter or credit card.
Wire transfer or possibly credit cards. Carl's saying he just does wire transfers.
Hey, Matt.
Yep.
What's the best way to print that map from the website?
Well, right now the best way is to just kind of cut it out and show you a little clipping thing to cut it out and put it in a different document. We're actually changing some of that. We're going to talk a little bit this afternoon about some of that stuff.
One of the things I just started using here not too long ago was I tell all these numbers about the MarkNet customers that we reached, all these established auction companies across the country. But what I add to it is these are auction familiar customers. This is not like us just putting an ad in a paper in New York or in Florida or in California to just anybody. These are people that are familiar with the auction process, that are used to it. We have a lot higher chance of getting a higher percentage of actual buyers because they are familiar with the process.
Yeah.
It seems to be pretty, a little more effective.
I really like that thought too. When you say, you know, I used to put in stuff, these aren't just names off the list, these are proven buyers. These are proven buyers that we market to for your particular asset. Okay, we're going to, let's see what time it is. We're going to move into really a continuation of this discussion here. I'm gonna have Claire come up. She's gonna help me here for a minute. We want to think about when we're speaking with somebody, features and benefits. Think features versus benefits. We're gonna write a few of these down. Let me stick you where we can pull this off. Okay, so. We're gonna write these down. We're gonna talk about these, and we're gonna kind of pare them down a little bit, and then you guys can utilize this after we get some good group discussion going back into how you're presenting to somebody. Well, let me talk just real quickly on really what I say is the difference between a feature and a benefit. So a feature may be, I have a list of 125,000 names in my email list. But the benefit of that is your auction is marketed to a proprietary list of 125,000 names. So there's a difference between me going, Claire, I have a list of 125,000 people, versus going, Claire, I'm marketing to 125,000 people on your behalf. We have a feature or we have a benefit. So if you're going to say something is a benefit to your client, you have to be able to put that in a way that does something for them. Because we can list off a lot of statistics, but that may be just features. We want to list off benefits to your clients. So feature is what something is, a benefit is what something does. So I want you guys to name off some features, or sorry, some benefits, benefits of using your auction company or a MarkNet Alliance auction company. Give me a benefit.
Database of buyers.
Sorry, I heard Carl.
Database of buyers.
Database of buyers. 60-day turnaround, everybody. Just put 60-day closing. Put database for the other.
Online and on-site bidding.
Online/on-site.
Only company that can facilitate sales over 30 states.
National distribution.
I'd like to edit my answer.
We're gonna amend the motion.
After consulting with my consultant.
The only company that can do an online true multi-part auction.
True online multi-parts. So I'm trying to make, we're making these concise and put them up there because we're going to go through and define these further, so everybody can write them out. All right.
What you wind up with there are features or facts and not the benefit.
Well, we're gonna go through it. So you give me a benefit. We're listing these out. We're going to talk about each of these if we get things listed.
Benefit is more money.
More money.
More money. We'll talk about the features that give you that benefit.
All right, put down more money. Because when I tell somebody more money, I got to be able to quantify that somehow.
With the features.
More exposure. Do we have exposure on there?
Should we have on top of that, say facts, and then benefits, and then tie down? I always thought facts, benefits, tie down. I mean, that's the way I was taught by no. So these are the facts. Then we need to show benefits, and then we need to tie it down to the.
Bridge benefit. Oh, here's the fact that means, and here's the benefit, or how that affects you as the.
Okay.
You use in this.
Sure. What we want to get to is how this benefits folks. So we're paring these words down. We're gonna discuss these. You're gonna put them back into a speech. Okay?
Fact, benefits, tie down.
Fact, benefit, tie down.
These are our facts.
Okay. John.
Unlimited knowledge of the asset that we're selling. For example, if we're getting ready to sell an item that we're not really familiar with, we have access to make a phone call or put it out there to our members of how to sell that item or something along that line.
Expertise. Sure.
Transparent, you can watch it online.
Transparency.
Your school board or something, you want to be able to see how things are going.
Matt.
We're a one-stop shop. We take it from, you sign a contract, you get worried about it, let us worry about it. We can close it, catalog it, whatever, you don't have to worry about that.
One stop. Full service. Yeah. Kelly?
I think the basis of what we do is marketing, because you can be the best bid caller in the world or have the best technology. The marketing is the most important thing we do. I think we don't realize it, but we're the best expert marketers that I don't know of another industry that has to be able to put out a blitz marketing campaign on this kind of.
Sorry. That was like tearing off a Band-Aid really slow. It's painful.
It's like a big sticker book.
It's a big sticker book. Expert marketing.
Well,
Go
I
ahead.
think with not just the awareness, but the urgency and the immediacy of the sale of your assets, you know.
Yeah. There we go.
Matt, I don't really know what the statistic is, but I would be very curious to find out. You know, oftentimes when we're talking to a seller, we say, and we're geographically located where this is easier for us to say than most other states, but we say we have successful high bidders on multiple assets from this many states. Well, Well, that's true. We have a lot of people who drive in because we're only really 30 to 40 minutes from the state line in multiple areas. So it makes it easier for us, but they always do think that money comes from somewhere else other than here. That's what sellers think. You know, they want to bring people into their asset. We do have 65 companies, but I'm curious to know how many states we have had successful high bidders out of on assets that have been sold. I think that number would be mind-blowing.
That's a really good point that resonates with the seller.
They don't really care how many companies, but when you say successful high bidders on assets that we have sold, then that starts going boom, boom, boom. I want them.
It's kind of to JJ's point about every seller thinks about the person coming from way off.
That's right.
With big money, buying their asset, and that is a differentiator between us and your competitor in your local market. Huge differentiator. Yes.
And we can say alliance, but when you really put it out there like that, then that means, wow, they are really marketing outside of this area if they have that many assets that have been sold to bidders from out of state. I think we could figure that out pretty easy. I mean, we do that on our individual sales when we go back and do our talk down ceremony or whatever we're going to do. We say we have this many registered bidders from X number of states to let them know that their marketing has worked and this is the time to sell. So I think we should be able to get that pretty easy. I don't know.
Well, and so you're looking at, so, you know, where all our auction companies are, that I take down to each location that each auction company is in, and that auction company has sold outside of this many states, and then putting that number back together.
I really think you could generalize it as a MarkNet. You're saying we have, meaning the alliance has sold assets to out-of-state bidders. You could easily do that. I mean, I know what ours would be close to how many bidders we've sold. We've only sold one to an out-of-country buyer.
Right.
So we know that easy. But
Yeah, and I mean, as far as the group, I mean, we've sold in every state, but we could quantify that number. Go ahead, Robert.
To expand on that point, we do this now not with winning bidders, but with our Google Analytics traffic on incoming website, just incoming visitors. So many people per day from these areas. Before we even start marketing your assets, this is the traffic that comes to our website on a daily basis. And many times sellers perk up when they hear that because the number is impressive to them. I don't share the number in this room because it may not be impressive to you because you maybe work mine, but when they know that there's a certain amount of traffic coming from a certain geographic area that's outside of that local market, even before we start spending $1, that impresses them and it speaks to that point.
Yeah, and that's a good point. And if you don't get into your Google Analytics, if you haven't, you can contact us and we'll help you know how to get into that and take a look at that. There's a lot of information in there that can be really powerful, and you know what may not seem like this huge impressive number always to you because you're working towards certain goals. When you're able to say to somebody, hey, look, we've had traffic from X amount of states or these countries, that's impressive. It doesn't have to be that, hey, we've had 1 million unique visitors to our site this month, as much as, look, our reach is here. And that's just within our own company. And then you can expand it even from there to the alliance. So that's a good point.
You can figure out how many you sold to pretty quickly. Just sort your invoices by state count.
Yeah, you can figure on that level you sure can.
I just while she was talking and so on, I'm going to use this, Katie. So, Lord, that our online only sales, over 20% of our registered bidders was out of state. Over 20% of our buyers were out of state.
20%, over 20% of your registered bidders were out of state, and over 20% of your buyers were out of state. Over 20% of your buyers is pretty impressive. Yeah, I would say that is a real impressive number, because the bidder one I've used a lot, but to come back and say I've got 20% of my buyers have been from out of state, that's a pretty good stat. That's a pretty good stat. Everybody wants to come here. All right, let's talk about a few other terms, because we want to talk about these more in depth. Other things that you would include.
Maybe that buyers and sellers have access to, just everything that we've sold in the past. If you're trying to, encourage a buyer to bid, you can tell them to maybe focus on one auction, watch that auction, and then maybe come, to the next consignment or whatever, and just let them watch it first.
Watch,
and then,
yeah.
So they have free access that they can watch before they participate.
Free access. I think that goes back to some of the transparency. But I like the thought of that, in that sending your potential sellers or buyers to say, hey, just check out the process. You're interested in bidding on this one coming up, or you're interested in selling here. Why don't you watch what we're doing? Not just a demo, but why don't you just watch what we actually do here? Yeah.
What about, as a benefit, our MarkNet staff that we can rely on a daily basis?
Right.
It's not only our local personal staff, but we can call MarkNet and get things done.
That's it. I like that. You have additional staff from, you say, corporate staff. Here's an interesting statistic that I like. Sometimes I like to put it into things, but there are over 900 users of the workspace. So you have over 900 users in workspace. So what I like to say sometimes is, not only do you have our staff, but we gather resources from 900 other professionals that we're associated with throughout our network. So they're all dedicated to the auction method of marketing.
Or one of our last sales, people were like, well, there was 2 people I talked to, and they tried to get online, and they couldn't, they got kicked out or whatever. And Bob replied and said, you know what, if they called us, we can call our headquarters, and they can take care of it right this minute. And it can be done.
Right.
So that was effective.
Yeah. Being able to say that, hey, we've got this team. It's like the old Verizon commercials, right? Where you got the guy and he's got the network behind him. I mean, that's really what we're about. Yeah, Marvin.
Would you use market demand in this?
Market demand?
Yeah, whether it's a market there or not.
Yeah. Market demand. Okay, others. This is a great exercise to go through. I mean, think right now, if you look across the room, look at the people in this room, and the knowledge that you can start to garnish from everybody on different things that they include into their presentation, into their pitch, and then how you can start to build that into what you do. Because what I want you to think about is, we're going to take, as we come through the end of this session, what I want you to do is be thinking, how can I give a quick speech and incorporate a couple of these things in there? How can I weave that in on a broader level then, or on a bigger scale? You can take a lot of these things when you sit down and give your full presentation and put that out to folks. Okay. Yeah.
User-friendly bidding platform. User-friendly bidding.
User-friendly.
It's not as clumsy as some
Okay, here's what I'd like to do. All right, we're gonna just kind of go through some of these, and we don't really have room to necessarily write all this information up here. So let's talk about all the things that are listed on here just a little bit more in depth. What we want to talk about is, why is that important to the person that you're potentially selling for, to your client? Why would this be important? Okay, so why would a 60-day closing, getting their money in 60 days, why is that important?
Gives them closure. A lot of folks we deal with, they just want closure.
They want closure. All right, so it gives closure. I heard something over here.
Stops the holding cost.
Stops the holding cost. Okay, so that's a huge reason for somebody to do it. You know, they don't want to have to keep paying that holding cost.
I think the close time from the auctions method is a bigger deal when the property or asset's been out there 2 years. And all of a sudden now we're saying 30, 45, 60-day close.
Somebody who's had them holding costs for a long time now says, oh man, I can do 30, 45, 60 days. That's a pretty powerful statement there. Okay. So we had our database of all of our, registered bidders and email blasts. So we've got 300,000+ registered bidders, 125,000 people in the email blast, whatever your email blast number is. All these numbers. Why is our database important? What's that do for me? You got those numbers? Why is that important to me? How's that going to help me? More exposure of your items. I think we had exposure on here. So you include into that when we're talking about exposure that there's 1 million+ unique visitors every 30 days throughout all the sites. All right. Talk about your web traffic. Talk about a little bit about what Robert was talking about when he gets into his analytics. He says, hey, look, I have people viewing my site from these areas. Okay, that's good stuff.
I guess we can promote that we can define our database, because certain people in here do farmlands, agricultural farmlands, certain people do all tractors, some do antique specific. So.
Right, and so we can define our database. That really takes us also into expertise, right? So if I come in and I typically sell farmland, but along with this I get a nice piece of farmland and it has a lot of firearms on it. Maybe I'm not a firearms guy, but I've seen where, maybe Robert is a great firearms guy, knows a lot about them, so I can say, look, I have a partner in my business who's an expert in this. And that can benefit you because he knows the buyers, he knows who's going to do it, he can make the right descriptions to where maybe, just everybody else is just going to just broadcast out and not know who to hit. So you've got expertise like that, yeah. Okay, so we had on there online auctions, on-site, simulcast. Really, we're looking at your technology, your ability to use technology. Okay, so why is that important to me?
Because everyone's carrying around a pad or a phone or something where they can use it at all times.
It's the world that we live in. Everybody's on some sort of device pretty constant.
And also, like you were saying, the sellers think if you're reaching out, because that's where the bidders are more online that you do.
Right.
I found that to be
By saying that, hey, because we're going to include this online, because we're going to use this technology, we're increasing your exposure. And when you say 20% of our buyers come from out of state, that's pretty cool. national distribution. So why is national distribution important? Give me how we would use that.
Because it will draw dollars from outside my area.
Draw dollars from outside your area.
It may be more important to an institutional seller where they've got assets spread out over 6 states.
So somebody could have assets in multiple states, and you can say, look, we can handle the assets. I have a national distribution group. So you've got an asset here, that's no problem, we have an office there. That's a large benefit to an institutional seller, to a bank who may call someone in another branch and say, hey, we use this guy, he's got guys in your area. True online multi-parcel. Carl, you brought that one up.
Yep.
Why is that a benefit to me?
It is funny, I was out there returning a phone call, and my phone rings, and it's a company in Cookville. Actually, that we tried to recruit for MarkNet. He was walking into court, and I assumed it was like a lawsuit court deal. He said, I got a quick question for you, I'm walking into court. But then I got to thinking, so I said, it's probably pitching a court deal or a state. He said, is there a way to do online and regroup the lots? I said, we can. I said, but we're the only ones. And he said, is that through the MarkNet thing? I said, it sure is. So he said, okay. So I just texted him, I told him I could help him out if he needs some help.
Right, yeah.
So anyway, that's what sparked that question. It just happened 5 minutes, 10 minutes ago.
Right, gives them the advantage to run the multi-parcel in that online format like nobody else can. And that can be a huge benefit because then you're getting the huge exposure, you're getting the database, you're really getting all those things we've been talking about, and you're using a methodology that at one point was normally reserved for strictly on-site sales. Strictly on-site sales. So more money. We talked about, hey, we're going to benefit you by bringing you more money, more dollars for your items. So if I'm going to tell somebody that, obviously more money I like the thought of that. I'll take some more money for my items. So how am I going to do that? Why am I, as the auctioneer, at MarkNet, going to be able to bring more money to somebody?
Well, ultimately, all of these features are designed to put more money in your pocket, in your client's pocket.
That's right.
So that is the end goal.
The end goal, yep.
Otherwise, there's no point in doing it.
Yeah, and I think that's one of the things that you could really kind of bring this thing together with is we do all these things to bring you more money. To get the most, the highest possible market value for your asset. We've talked about exposure, we've talked about expertise. We touched a little bit on transparency. Let's talk a little bit about transparency. How does that benefit me as the seller? Robert.
Especially in the bankruptcy courts, it's very important to them that there be no impression of impropriety in the transaction, no side deal being done. They love the ability to be able to generate the reports and the information showing how many bidders, where they were from, that none of them are tied to any, it's just, they're under a microscope, and the transparency of the deal is huge to them.
Yeah, that's when you're dealing with somebody like a bankruptcy trustee who's really being just somebody saying, look, you've got to tell us everything that went on, and the court's looking at this, whatever's going on. Say, look, you can see everything, you know what's going on. We're an open book. There's no funny business. They get to be able to check it out. That really means something to them. But
it also helps them when you have real estate. We had a recent occasion where we had real estate. We weren't selling the real estate, we were selling the assets. But there was a negotiation going on for the real estate during the sale of the assets. And the trustee wanted to know what that person who was potentially participating in the sale of the assets may or may not be bidding on, because that could tell them what, and could help them in that negotiation.
Yeah,
So then you have to ask yourself, are you in a position of disclosure where you're allowed to share all that information, or are you obligated to share that information?
That's
That's a good legal question.
That's a pretty good question. So they're doing a transaction. Robert's got the assets. The real estate is in another transaction. They're looking at that going, if we know this person's keeping all these certain assets, there's a good chance that they are going to end up being the buyer.
Shows their level of commitment.
On their level of commitment on the real estate. So that's pretty interesting that they're looking at that and they're asking those questions. I think the real interesting question is where do we fall on something like that? Do we have an obligation to go, yeah, here's what's going on? Or is our obligation to protect the person who's buying there without sharing what's going on?
I think our obligation, not speaking as an attorney, but our obligation is at a minimum to having our terms that we're required to share certain information because of the nature of the transaction. And in Chapter 7 case, I mean, all that information becomes public when it's filed. So what are we required to produce and give to the trustee or a judge? I mean, if the judge says, tell me that right now, what are you going to do?
Right.
So how do you disclose that to your buyer when they're registering that any information that they're giving you could be shared with the trustee or the court?
Some thoughts on this? This is pretty interesting.
I just came on.
That sort of goes back to that reporting that we were talking about yesterday that's going to be talked about more today. But when we're trying to, even for a general seller, when we're trying to give them reporting of different things that have happened throughout their auction, people's names, not just their username, but their real name comes up in a lot of that. And of course, we have to edit all of that because we don't share that.
Yeah.
But if you're ordered to share that, then
or if
that's a
you're
whole different story.
so ordered to share it or asked to share it.
Yeah.
Court order comes in, I'm gonna go, okay, I was ordered by the court to do that. It's pretty easy for me then. But when they go, hey,
we find the request for information more often when we're selling farmland online because they get a little crazy because they don't know who they're bidding against. Which, if you're the person with the bid, that's most of the time that's the way they want it, you know. But the anonymity in selling farmland, especially multi-part, has been a huge benefit to us and also some buyers. I mean, they have specifically walked up and said, I love being able to do this because I can look my neighbor in the eye the next morning and go, I didn't know I was bidding against you.
right. Well, and I will echo something that Robert said there when he said, if you're going to really share anything, you better have something in your terms when they register that they know that there's the possibility that you're going to share a piece of information. Because if you don't state it up front and you've got something to cover your butt, you've got a problem. Okay? Now, we're just going to do a little poll here quickly. If you had we'll just take a similar situation. You're seller of a lot of assets, which were substantial assets. I mean, I'm assuming this is the pretty significant sale that you just recently had. So this is a significant sale that's going on. Real estate is in a different transaction, but the seller of both of these is saying, hey, we need some information on who is purchasing or bidding on some of these items because we're trying to negotiate some of this real estate out as well. How many of you would, because you're working for that seller, share some information with them?
You talking about sharing it with the seller or sharing it with the court?
sharing it with sharing it with the seller.
I don't think so. Keep sharing with the seller.
You don't think you keep sharing it with the seller? I mean, I think that's interesting. I mean, because what do we say? We got a fiduciary responsibility to our seller to be open up front everything that's going on with them in this deal, right? Now, it's affecting a completely different deal. And your buyers are coming in, your buyer may not, that buyer, what they're going to pay on that deal may be affected by somebody knowing this information.
I wouldn't handle real estate, I probably wouldn't give up any information.
If you weren't handling the real estate, you wouldn't give out the information.
I just handle the part.
Right? Okay.
But for, excuse me.
Oh, go ahead, Stephanie.
We always run into that sticky thing too, if it's a family, if it's an estate, and there's been tension, you can't really share with one without sharing with the others that are in charge, and I don't know, I think every case is different.
Yeah. Marvin?
I just sort of look at that like when, if you're doing appraisals, when I can do you an appraisal, and the seller can, if I do it for a bank, and demand a copy of that appraisal. The law says that. I can't give that appraisal to John Doe to anybody wants to. Sure.
Yeah, that's a good point.
So, I mean, that just relieves your liability.
Right, yeah. And the bottom, the bottom line on a lot of this stuff is we have to think of, in the decision I'm about to make, what kind of exposure, what kind of liability am I going to have? I mean, it's a lot of things that you got to think through. And I mean, during these auctions, everything's in there. There's a lot of information in there. You got to think about, what your liability is on that.
Not exactly the scenario, but one thing I've learned is we got several people that's chosen online only just because of this. As soon as they find out that the buyers won't know who's bidding against each other, they say, we want online only. Because they've been to live auctions where they've seen, nearly anybody has been to many live auctions have seen where buyer bidders have got together. I know it's against the law, but it happens all the time. When the buddies across there and they look over and they see their buddy, they quit bidding. They get together, form a partnership, and stop their competitors. And as soon, I've got a lot of them that went real quick online only because I say, hey, we won't tell nobody who's bidding.
Yeah.
That's the process.
Yeah, and that's
nobody but us.
Yeah, that's with the buyers. Online really stops the bidder collusion a whole lot more.
And we've been, I'm going to lunch on the phone with people, they say, who's that bidder?
Oh yeah, by another bidder. Oh yeah, boy, they die for that information. Yeah. Okay. Transparency. One stop, full service. They don't have to go anywhere else. Ooh, we're running out of time fast. All right. So then we've listed on here about marketing, free access, additional staff, corporate staff, market demand, and user friendly. Okay. So we listed out a lot of information here. Now you can't give a real quick speech and get all this information in. Now you can include this in a bigger, broader presentation. All right, we're going to take like 2 minutes. We're staying here, we're not going anywhere. But I want you to think about your 30-second speech. All right? As you think about it, think about your introduction, your message, and your call to action. And we're going to have just a few of you come up. So I need to get you to your break on time for this because I believe that checkout is at 11 if you're checking out today. So I want you to be able to do that. I mean, and just good luck to you if you're going to try to do that. Who knows where you got to check out at and get to get back here. But take just a couple minutes here and think of your speech, and then we're going to have a couple of you do it.
okay? Are we good here? Okay.
Okay, just one more minute. One more minute.
What part of Alabama are you from? That's what you're right in the middle, aren't you? Been to Mobile a few times. Last time I state paid Arkansas for sure. Mobile. We drove over to see them all down the station.
Okay, let's just gather in for just a couple minutes, and I'm going to let you go on a break here. Just a couple minutes. Let's go ahead and gather back in. Please make your way to your seats.
Good.
Okay. Terry Walker, go ahead and come on up. You can give your speech. I'm just kidding. I know. I seen her grab her purse and was walking out, and I thought it'd be fun to tell her.
It's a great school.
Yeah. All right. I want a couple of people to come up and give a new speech. Okay. So we want to hear what you have to say after going through this process of thinking about your speech, thinking about what we have to offer. Look, the crowd thinned out because they knew we were coming back to do this. All right, can I get a couple people to come up here who would give their new speech? We're going to do that, and I'm going to let you take a break. All right, Randy's coming up. I'm not even going to talk.
You can time me.
I'm Randy Moyer, an auctioneer, real estate broker with Moyer Auction and Estate Company, serving the majority of New York State. And we sell real estate and personal property with a focus on estate and senior-owned property. And as part of the MarkNet Alliance of Auction Professionals, we can market and draw purchasers from outside this area due to our extensive member companies across the country. When you have valuable real estate or a collection of items that needs to get sold, our user-friendly online or live services are second to none. We would be excited to look at your property to see how we can help you get more in less time. Call me.
Very good. Thank you very much, John. talked about who he was, who his company was, talked about MarkNet, and he gave them some things, reasons why it would be good to use him, and then he had a call to action at the end. So, great job. All right. Others who would like to go ahead and give theirs. Ross is going to come give his.
Are we still on elevator speakers?
Yeah.
Going up and going down.
Hello, I'm Ross Bandy with Texas Auction and Realty. We offer real estate and personal property auction services. We're part of, our company joined the MarkNet Alliance, which is a group of 60+ auction companies from sea to shining sea. And if we can help you, here's my card.
Very good. Good job. Thank you, Rob.
One question, how many member companies do we have at this present time?
60.
60 even?
Yeah.
Okay, so we're just very.
Hey, don't let the truth get in the way of that.
All right, just making sure. Exaggerate.
Yeah. All right, let's see what's happening. All right, let's do one more here. Anyone? Carl? Stephanie pointed at you. She volunteered you. I figured, hey, after he made you come up and ask me questions for him. They're not sitting in here right now.
Oh, yeah.
They got a long flight. All right, one more volunteer. I'm not gonna read it for you. Ha!
Just do-over. Try again.
All right, go ahead.
Introduction. Let's see. Call that.
It's good to do a do-over.
Practice. All right, one elevator.
Yeah, that's right.
Hey, how you doing?
Good.
Matt?
Yeah.
Dave Snyder. Hey, I'm with Snyder's Auction Service and also MarkNet Alliance, and we sell property all over the United States and actually in Africa also. So if I can help you sell your property, that'd be great. We'd be glad to assist you any day. Problem to do that?
Yeah, great.
Great, thank you.
Good job. That one was good. It was quick. It was personal. It engaged with me, which I like. People are going to want that. The whole time, I'm the one he's speaking to, so he's making eye contact with me. Just kept it brief and gave me a little information about him. All right. I'm going to let you take it. Oh.
You know, I would think in the fairness and transparency of this exercise, since you've had all this training, maybe you should.
I have not had training.
Now, that's not true.
I just took the
Don't let the truth get in the way.
Don't let the truth get in the way. All right. So now mine's a little bit different because I don't work for an auction company. But there we go. Hi, my name is Matt Corso. I'm with a company called MarkNet Alliance. We have member companies throughout the United States who sell everything from real estate to equipment to all kinds of special, unique personal property. If you ever are in the need for somebody to sell any type of asset, please let me know and I'll put you in contact with the right person in your area. We have mailing lists of 125,000 people that we send weekly email blasts out to. We have a bidder list of over 300,000 people that gives you the maximum exposure for whatever your asset is. If you have any kind of need for us to sell any type of property, let me know. You can give me a call. My name is Matt Corso. Here's my card. I'm with MarkNet Alliance. Okay, now you can take a break if you need to check out real quick, run and do that. Need you back in here and ready to go at 11 o'clock. Need you ready to go. Because, hey, when you get back, we're going to do another session, and I'll make you guys late for lunch, and nobody wants that. What are you gonna do?
Says he needs everyone to come and sit down. He's hungry. Wants me to get through my presentation as quickly as possible so he can get to lunch. Because apparently they're on Eastern time and it's time to eat.
I'm missing here. You're the only thing we I'm missing lunch.
The time is gonna fly for sure.
All right, Ross, one brief announcement. I've had 87 people ask.
Excuse me, JJ has an announcement. If we can have your attention, please.
Hello. All right, everybody's asked. Lunch is not on your own. We're providing lunch for you today. Matt will tell you where to go.
Yeah. For lunch.
Give us enough time to get there. Yeah. It's Caddy Day. You got 15 minutes to get there.
When we finish in here, we'll have lunch at the terrace at the Ravello restaurant. That's the Italian restaurant. The terrace there is where they'll be serving our lunch. Okay.
That's in the garden conservatory.
That's the garden conservatory area. You will have 2 minutes to get there. If you're late, they don't serve you. That's stupid.
It's can't get to the bathroom in 2 minutes.
All right, so everybody gather in. We're going to get back going again. Robert Mayo is our next presenter. He's got cold calling, crossed out, prospecting for business. So let's welcome Robert, and we're going to get started.
Thank you. Thank you. Wow, almost everybody came back. I feel honored. So, real quick question, poll the crowd, poll the audience here. How many of you have found the magic bullet, the never fail, but no matter how many times I do it, I can generate business from this one technique? Raise your hand. Okay, so nobody's found it, right? How many of you are expecting that in this next hour to find it? Well, let me just deflate that balloon right now. That's not going to happen. Well, what I want to share with you are some techniques that have worked for me over the last 15 years, and I hope you'll be able to take something from this and apply it to your business. And I know we don't all run the same type of business, and we don't all target the same types of buyers or sellers of our service, to be more specific. But I think some of the things that I've had success with can certainly apply to different asset classifications or different types of auction businesses. So I'm hoping you'll get some good things. So of course, the first thing we want to do is identify who we want to do business with. How many of you have defined your target market? You know who you want to do business with. Succinctly, you have figured it out. Raise your hand. Nobody? Yeah. Raise your hands. Sure. Okay, so a few of you. So my suggestion to you is that this is a very valuable exercise for you. If you haven't done that, you need to sit down. You need to sit down with your team. If you have salespeople, you need to sit down and figure out who you want to be doing business with. How do you do that? Or here, let me give you some things to think about. Years ago, when I was trying to figure out who I wanted to do business with, I went back and looked through some of my past auctions. Where did they come from? How did they get to us? You know, am I polling my sellers properly when they call? Are they referred by somebody? Are they somebody that we've marketed to in a specific way? How are they coming to us? Who are they? And kind of make up a demographic profile of that. And we did that, and that helped us identify who we wanted to target for referral business. And that became the difference maker for us in prospecting for new business, was identifying that. And just go back and look at past auctions. And so these are our categories: bankruptcy trustees, estate attorneys, realtors, community bankers. Those are our top referral sources. So instead of looking for the one-time seller, which in some cases, Kurt has a great niche business. I'm always inspired by whenever I get the opportunity to work with him, just to come out and goof off for a Saturday. He has people come up to him. And maybe many of you have this as well. I certainly have never had this experience, but I enjoy watching it happen in his world, where sellers, or not sellers, but buyers at the auction who just spent some money come up to him and say, I told my wife, and the wife's with him, I told my wife when I die that she just needs to call you. And boy, that's pretty awesome.
A good friend to take them out right there.
Yeah. Right in the kneecaps, right? But I've heard Kurt's response, don't be in a hurry, because he knows it's going to come eventually. But, so, you know, if you don't have that type of referral source in your business, my recommendation is to find those referral sources, because the referral sources are able to give you, you know, instead of that one-time seller, you're looking for someone who can give you 3, 4, 5 auctions a year maybe, or better, you know. That's what our goal is to cultivate those referral sources. How many of you have a plan for how you go after new business, or go after business? Raise your hand high. Raise them up. Commit. Okay, those of you who have a plan, is it written down? Yes? No? I would argue if it's not written down, it's not a plan, it's still just a thought. It may be great. You may execute every once in a while because the thought comes back into your brain, but you can't think about it 24/7, and you can't execute if you don't write it down. So you need to write your plan down. Then you need to schedule it. If you write your plan down, that's great. If you don't put action steps to it and put it on a schedule of some sort, whether you're using a CRM product, whether you're using an old school calendar on the desk, whatever you're doing, you need to execute by scheduling the tasks on your plan. If you don't do that, you're wasting your time even thinking about it. What are you doing? I mean, it's great to have great thoughts, but if you don't write them down and you don't create a plan to execute it, and you don't schedule those steps to do it, you're wasting your time. You need to look at that, sit down and do it. It's worth taking the time to do it. So how are you connecting with referral sources right now? I want to tell you a story about a box of donuts that changed my world. How many of you ever worked in a medical field in some way or another? I worked in a doctor's office. Anybody work in a doctor's office? So you see these drug commercials on TV, all these drug commercials. That's one way that they get you as the consumer to go to your doctor to ask about the drug, right? If you're that type of individual. Well, what many of you may not know is that the drug companies, they go to the doctor's office and they work it from the other side. So when I worked in the medical field, I worked for a cardiology practice. I managed the back office of a cardiology practice. And the drug companies would come in, give out the free samples to the doctors. They'd buy us lunch. They'd bring us, I thought, the first couple of years, I thought the Christmas present I was getting from the doctor was actually something he bought. But it was the drug companies that were buying the employees Christmas presents. That's how deeply rooted this is. And they bring pastries, and I mean, we ate good almost every day from the drug companies soliciting the doctors for their product. So when I was working on a plan and writing my plan down and scheduling and executing, I really wanted to develop the Chapter 7 bankruptcy business, that side of my business. That was important to me, or I thought it was important to me at the time. And I wanted to develop that, and so I thought about that, the drug dealers, legitimate drug dealers that were coming into the doctor's office, and I thought, well, if it worked for them, maybe it'll work for me. I had just, previously I had read an article in Auctioneer magazine where, I don't remember which one it was, but there was a short article someone wrote about what trustees are looking for. And I took that and I created this email and a letter, and I sent it out to all the trustees and their paralegals. I sent it out, and I got one response from one trustee who his paralegal, who basically said, "Thanks, I filed it appropriately." At least she responded. So I followed up. I went down to, anybody ever had a Lamar's donut? And that'll make you give, Lamar's donut will make you give you some auction business, let me tell you, they're pretty darn good. So what I did is I bought some donuts, and I taped my card to the box, and I went down to the trustee's office, and I asked for the paralegal by name. I said, oh, I don't want you to go get her. I just want to leave these for her. Because I'd seen these people from Pfizer do the same exact thing over and over and over. And I said, well, if it worked for them, it worked for me. So I put the donuts on the desk. I said, I just wanted to leave these for her. And don't go get her. I know she's busy. Have a nice day. Got back to the office, my phone rang. She called. Said, thank you, that was really nice. You know, it was a Monday. We were having a really rough day. That made my day. Thank you, I appreciate that. Well, you are welcome. Did I ask for business? No. Did she feel some sort of maybe small obligation to at least call me the next time some asset came up in their pipeline? I think she did, because she did call me. And I sold a boat. I went and picked up a boat that didn't work right. I dragged it to my house, and then I drug it to an estate, put it in an estate, and I lost a couple $100 selling the boat. Raise your hand if you've been there. All right, now I know where the honest people are. So the boat turned into an ATV, and then that turned into a truck, and that turned into a car, and that turned into a small house in Lenexa, Kansas, and that turned into a little bit of a lake lot, and that turned into more cars, and then a business liquidation, and then an introduction to another trustee, and so on, and so on, and so on, until now I'm working with 5 trustees consistently in my market. And it all started with a box of donuts. Now there's more than the donuts, but it did start. That was the cold call. That was the icebreaker, was the box of donuts. So, whatever that's worth, to preface that, it took action. So we have lots of great ideas, but are we taking action? Are we getting in the car, buying a box of donuts, dropping it off at the office, and then following up? Are we working a plan? What's interesting about that is, well, I want 2 more things on this taking action on the box of donuts. What's interesting about that is one of the trustees that I work for now that I've done 2 significant auctions for this year. I went to deliver the check for the last one to the office, and she wasn't in the office, but the paralegals were. And I had met one of the paralegals on the job site several times, but I had not met the other paralegal. I walked through the door to bring the check, and the one paralegal didn't know who I was. You know, hi, can I help you? I said, oh yeah, I'm Robert Mayo, I'm here to deliver the proceeds. She goes, oh, where are our cookies? I said, what kind of cookies do you want? She was serious. The other paralegal came out, she laughed, ha, and, took the check. But later, after the box of donuts, I had gotten into a routine of delivering donuts and cookies for about a 2-year period, not every month, but every so often I would drop off some sort of little treat or something it's the paralegals in the office that are making things happen. And apparently they like sweets. So I told this story to a salesperson that worked, for an auction salesperson that worked with me. And I don't know if you believe me or not, but we had an opportunity. I had been inside of a retirement community, John Knox Village. In our area is an area, a retirement community that I was working with a seller, and I was meeting them to sign the documents on their home for the sale. We had sold their home. And while I was leaving, there was a person in a little office with her door open at the facility. And I walked by and saw her working in there, so I just stopped and started talking to her. What do you do? So and so. And there wasn't a lot of, it was a cold call. There wasn't a lot of response or whatnot. But it was the start. By the time the end of the conversation, she had given me a name of a person in the organization that would be a good person for us to meet to potentially refer business. And I left. Well, I got busy. I said, well, this is a lead though, and I gave it to this person who was working with us at the time as a salesperson. I said, here's a lead, here's the name, you need to go take him a box of donuts. He didn't do it. So another couple weeks go by. I said, did you take her that box of donuts? No, he didn't do it. Another 2 weeks, 3 weeks go by. Did you take? Nothing. I said, look, I said, if you don't take that lady a box of donuts, I'm going to take her a box of donuts, and you're not going to get anything that I generate from it. I was pretty blunt about it. So he literally got up, got in his car, went and got a box of donuts, and took them to her. And do you know what? Within 48 hours, he had 3 to 4 auction leads, and we did an auction for, they were closing out an area of their facility where they were reworking it. They had looms, you know, the looms that you make blankets and stuff with, I guess. They needed to sell all of that to make space for that area to do something else for the residents. And he had, I think it was 4 auction leads, and we sold those assets because he got out. So is it the box of donuts? Is it the getting out? A little both? Yeah. A little both. Okay. So your donut maker is going to be very happy when you get home. How many of you have worked expired listings in your area, do real estate? Have you had any success with that? Anybody want to share? What kind of success?
Yeah, I mean, you do. I mean, just, it's like everything else. You got to kind of get a conveyor belt going and just work it.
It's a numbers game. Okay. So my wife and I have had limited success with sending out letters and things that are not personal. With that, I have had pretty poor success. I mean, not success at all with that. But my wife and I are in the market right now for a new home, or a newer to us home. And so we are out looking in a very specific area because I want to live close to where my office is and in the community that I live in. And so there's not a lot of inventory. So one day, a few weeks ago, about last month sometime, I pulled up expired listings and I found 2 expired listings in these 2 different neighborhoods that I would like to live in. And had them on my phone. I said, yeah, well, what the heck? I drove over, knocked on the first door. And this older gentleman comes to the door and he says, can I help you? And I said, you know, I told him why I was knocking on his door, long story short. And he said, well, I need you to talk to my wife. So I said, great, I left him my card. Wife calls me the next day. She said, well, we're really not wanting to sell anymore. My husband wants too much for the house, and I really don't want to go through this exercise again, so we're just going to stay. I said, that's great. I appreciate you at least calling me and letting me know. She goes, yeah, but I got a rental property in Belton that I want to sell. Really? Tell me more about that. Cash flowing property, has a tenant. There's a lead. Knocking on the door. Second one, same thing. Knocked on the door. Guy comes to the door in his shorts, no shirt on. So you gotta be careful when you do this. You just never know who's gonna open the door or what it's gonna be like. But same thing, and he's kind of reluctant at first for what I'm telling him, and he says, well, come on in, let me show you the house. So I go in and look at the house. And, we're on the back porch looking at the neighbor's houses. Kind of the same deal, you know, I think he wanted maybe a little too much for the house. And he goes, yeah, but I'm from Illinois and I want to move back. My kids don't like me. I'm paraphrasing here. I mean, he didn't say it like that, but it was evident his kids didn't like him anyway. And so he wants to go back to Illinois. He's got this house. He's got 3 other houses he needs to sell. There's a lead from knocking on 2 doors, 4 properties. There's a lead. So now, I'm not suggesting you go out and pretend like you want to buy everybody's expired listing. But there's probably an opportunity there to get the conversation started, and it's by taking action that makes it happen. So I want to get you to think about that. How many of you are giving I know Jason teaches a real estate CE course for our local board for the kids. Are you still teaching that? And I love that. I stopped teaching my real estate CE course, and people think that I still teach it. It is Jason that teaches. It's funny. I'm sure he gets the same thing, thinking I do the same. Anyway, so we still get the benefit of that. But you get leads from that, Jason? You do. It's a great opportunity. I used to teach a real estate CE course that we taught on our own. Jason has done it properly. He has it actually set up with our real estate commission, who gives the CE credits away for free if you're a member. So he has a captive audience that was larger than I could ever generate from the course I was teaching on my own, because I had to charge something, or even if I did it for free, it just wasn't as successful as the Real Estate Commission backing it. So if you have an opportunity to build a real estate CE course, when I was teaching it, we would get leads every time we taught it. It is a lot of work, and you can't promote your business in it, but it's make no mistake, people know what you do, and they're going to talk to you about opportunities. You're going to get an opportunity to build relationships with those realtors and agents that can refer you business. What I have done that I continue to do that works for us on educational presentations is I've created a presentation called the 10 Myths of Real Estate Auctions. And I take that to real estate offices for their sales meeting. I can do it in about 20 to 30 minutes. And I teach the class to real estate agents in their office. And that's been very successful when I can get into those offices. You have to connect with the person who makes the decision to bring you into the office. Sometimes they want us to bring lunch and all these other things with it. Depending on the size of the office, it might be worth it. It's something to look into. And you can create your own presentation. You can use mine if you want. I'm happy to share it with you. In our area, there are some different real estate investment groups. We've taken that same presentation and gone to those groups as well. A couple different groups of these are people who may or may not be licensed in the business, but they deal in real estate, buying and selling real estate for either to flip or cash flow. And you'll find people at those meetings that are looking to learn, and it's also a good opportunity for you to teach them about the process so that you can get them involved as buyers in your real estate auctions as well. We've had some success doing that as well. Any of you do any trade shows? Raise your hand. Anything you want to share in the room with the room that's worked for you? Anybody? Mark?
Trade shows would be for us just some of the same groups you talked about.
Real estate related?
Yeah, bankruptcy trustees, NABT.
NABT, bankruptcy trustees.
State bar.
State bar.
The return has been by being consistent.
By being there consistently, the return.
Year after year
yeah.
after year.
And that's the point. I'm glad you said that, because the one that we get the most from is one that we're there every year. And people aren't walking up to us wanting to book an auction, but they're seeing us and we've done business with them, and it refreshes their memory of who we are and what we're doing, and then we're able to book business from that repeatedly. Sure.
We started going to get school districts. I think there's 501 in Pennsylvania.
School districts.
And so we started setting up a booth at the School Board Officials Association or whatever it is, but it's hard. The people there really don't want to talk an auction. They may once in a while, but what worked for us is my son came up with the idea of having a drawing, and we had a money tree. And with the money tree, everybody wanted to give us their card. And once they gave us a card and they were standing there, I'll bet we got 10 decent leads.
That you could follow up with.
Follow up and get jobs.
So that's, you're hitting right into my segue. So that's the key. If you're going, you're getting leads maybe, but what are you doing with them? You going home as the fishbowl, go back on a shelf, and that's it? Or do you have a process, a plan to follow up? That you're going to hit them every 30 days. You're going to send them an email. You're going to send them a letter. You're going to send them a promotional product. You're going to call them, ask if you can have lunch with them, have coffee, whatever you're going to do. You got to build that plan and consistently work those leads. Otherwise, you're just paying to be seen. That's it, right? This is we're trying something that we haven't tried before. I don't know if it's going to work yet, but I'll share it with you. You maybe look for the similar opportunity in your area. But how many of you have community foundation groups in your area? Okay, so for those who don't maybe understand how that works is that the community sets up a foundation to receive donated property, whether it's real estate or personal property or assets, that they then have the responsibility of turning those assets into cash, so that money can go towards whatever the foundation decides it wants to go towards. It can go towards scholarships, it can go towards building a park, whatever they decide their plan is for that community foundation. Most of the people in those community foundations are bankers, attorneys, they're community leaders. They're people who are actively engaged in their community. So we found a local, well, it's regional actually, organization that brought all of these community foundations together for continuing education. And we were a vendor at that trade show. It gave us a chance to meet some of these people that are running these foundations. And some of the best opportunity came from meeting the vendor that sat across from us at the hall for 2 days, who has a community bank of 26 locations that's responsible for fill in the blank, however many billions of dollars or millions of dollars he's responsible for. So the one-offs on that, you know, there's a lot of value there in those relationships. And that's cold calling in a way. You know, I crossed out the word cold calling because it has such a negative connotation. It's really about prospecting and building relationships and finding people, and there's always an initial step where you didn't know the person and they didn't know you. Social media, let's talk a little bit about, I'm going to dig into that here the next stage because I've done some investing and testing in looking for time-motivated sellers. I'm going to talk about that extensively here in just a minute. Well, what I want to talk about first is how many of you know, I mean, everybody in this room I could ask, are you on social media? Do you have a presence? Every hand, I'm sure, is going to go up in the room that that's something that you're doing. If you're not, you should be doing it. And where we've had great success is separating our personal from our business in our profiles, those of us who are prospecting, and by sharing and connecting with people in a meaningful way. So what I mean by that is, I get a lot of referrals from realtors, and I know that's not normal in many markets that realtors don't work with auctioneers, but I'm going to argue that I've invested over 10 years in building these relationships and teaching CE class and going to their offices and serving on our board of directors for our MLS system and being actively engaged in that community, I believe is what makes the difference. There's no shortcut way to do this. So if you decide you don't want to work with realtors or don't want to generate those relationships, that's a perfectly valid business decision. But if you decide you want to do it, don't expect the results to happen overnight. It takes time, consistency over a long period of time. And what I do is I connect with all those realtors online. I connect as friends with them. I'm not telling them what I'm doing auction-wise on those connections, but I can't tell you how many realtors that I've connected with who have given me leads over the years because of those connections online. Because we're just genuinely engaging in meaningful conversation. I say it's a meaningful conversation online, whether I'm bragging about my kids or telling them I'm going here, doing this or doing that. That's all part of whatever my life is, I'm sharing that on there. And I have meaningful agent connections. So there is value in doing that if you want to be friends with realtors. Some people don't want to be friends with realtors, right? There are groups on Facebook that are real estate centric around that realtors create. How many of you have found those groups? Raise your hand. Okay. This is where, in some cases, you can find these little groups where the top producers in your community are actually getting in these groups and they're sharing their listings and it's kind of funny because I don't know why you share your listings with a bunch of other realtors when you have an MLS system, other than to remind them of those listings, but they're doing it. And if you engage in those groups, you are being seen in an area that you were not normally being seen. It's about that visibility. Some of these groups have figured out how to monetize marketing. This is a complete violation of Facebook policies. But they are, everybody familiar with the cover image on a group? That banner space at the top of a group on Facebook? There are groups out there that are selling ad space on the cover for X number of dollars a month. You can get your marketing message in one of these placements, so there may be 6 ads in these placements, and brand yourself to the people who are in this group. Isn't that crazy? It's a little different, isn't it? Banner advertising on social media, paying the group leader, not Facebook. Kind of rogue. Will it work for you? I don't know. Have I done it? Yes. Am I marketing myself to those groups? Yes. Am I measuring it? Can you measure it? To a certain degree you can. Some of it you can't measure. You're just doing it. One of the things you want to do when you connect with those realtors or those real estate agents, you want to engage them in meaningful conversation. And this applies for, believe it or not, I have 3 trustees that I work with that I'm friends on Facebook with. One of them, their son just graduated from law school. They're both, the trustee and their spouse are attorneys. And the son just graduated from law school. That's a pretty awesome day for them, isn't it? That's a life moment, a celebratory life moment. That's something that we can talk about. We can, am I going to like that post with the picture of them standing with their son in front of the Cornell or Princeton or wherever it was? I can't remember. But one of those schools. Yeah, am I going to say congratulations? Do I mean it? Yes, I mean it. That's awesome. I mean, we all have those moments in our life where we think, these are life memory moments where we celebrate. You have a chance to connect with them on a level that's not business, that's meaningful. Does that transfer into your business? It does, and I'm going to give you an example. This last year, many of you know, my 3rd child was born in the front seat of the car going 80 miles an hour down the road, which was a story that I told and shared that with friends, and it got out to the media and whatnot, and I had a lot of fun with that. The baby's safe and healthy and great. This trustee's spouse, I hadn't seen them. I saw them 4 months ago, 4 or 5 months ago, for the first time since that event happened. Had not seen them, not talked to them, talked to the trustee, but not talked to the spouse, who's also an attorney, works in the same office. When I came through the doors of that place to shake hands, and he was standing there, and he said, what was the first thing he asked me about? About that baby being born in the front seat of the car. We weren't talking about auctions. We weren't talking about the assets we were just getting ready to evaluate. We were having a meaningful conversation about our lives.
Did you do that on purpose as a promotion?
I like the way you think, Kurt. And actually, you'd be surprised how many people told me that I was making a mistake when the news came out that I didn't put a big Mayo hat on. I said, I don't want to be that guy. Everybody knows that guy, the car salesman who ends up on the news. And, yeah, I'm so happy my baby is safe. By the way, if you want to buy a Chevy, we've got some deals. Right? Yeah. But you got to engage. You got to engage them. All right. I want to talk about Facebook marketing for sellers. I've entered into January of this year. I started doing some ads and measuring the ads. And my goal was a very single, focused goal. I wanted to look for sellers who are motivated by time for whatever reason. That they want to sell their property in a timely manner for whatever reason. And looking for the needle in the haystack. Is that a fair assessment? Not for the referral source, but looking for the needle in the haystack. And so I engaged in spending some money to do that. I'm going to go over I'm going to show you the ads I ran, the headlines I used. I'm going to show you all of that data so you can see the mistakes I made and the success we've had from it. And maybe you can adapt something and make it better, and maybe you can share that with all of us, and we can keep building on this, because I invested a couple $1,000 to do it, and I want to show you the return on that. But before I get into the details on that, how many of you are familiar with lookalike audiences on Facebook? Handful. If you haven't listened to the podcast, I don't know if it's a podcast or it's a webinar, it's that the National Auctioneers Association has put out everyone can watch it, and it's floating around on Facebook right now, but John Schultz, who I teach the ATS class with, did a webinar on lookalike audiences. I'm going to share with you in a nutshell what a lookalike audience is on Facebook, how it works really quick. We're not going to get into any how-to-dos, or how-tos, but you'll get an appreciation for it. Well, listen to that podcast or that webinar, whatever it is, and I'm sure it's on auctioneers.org as well. What a lookalike audience is a way for you to upload information to Facebook to find people that you want to target with your ads through the Ads Manager portion on Facebook. For example, we recently downloaded our buyer database and sorted it by, we're looking for people who attend a certain number of auctions and spend a certain amount of money. Call that our VIP buyer list. Does anybody else do that? Identify your VIP buyers. It's kind of fun. Some of the people you might be the crankiest to when they come to pick up, you maybe should smile a little more when you look at those numbers. Just saying. I am guilty. What we wanted to know was how many people attended a certain number of auctions, spent a certain amount of money, and that we're calling that our VIP buyer list. Is that someone that should get a little bit more attention throughout the year in some way or another? You know, it's a good question. What you can do, you need at least 100 names. If you have 200, it's better. You can take a list. You can, let's say it's not your VIP buyer list. Let's say it's people who, well, people you've identified that buy certain types of assets, restaurant equipment, whatever it is. You take that 100 or 200, if you have 200 better, you take that list, you need a name and a phone number or a name and an email, and you upload it to Facebook. Facebook determines, I can't remember how many it is, I want to make up a number because it's fun, 72 points. I think it's somewhere around there. They go out to their world, which is how many billions of users, and they say there are, and they first they go out and find them all. So if you upload 200, they're going to go out and find those 200 people if they have a Facebook profile by connecting their name and phone number or name and email. If they don't have a Facebook profile, they're only going to be able to find those who have a Facebook profile. Once they find them, they then evaluate them. Let's say they found 120. They evaluate the 120 for whatever these 72 points are. What do these 120 have in common on their Facebook profiles? Not just a couple things, but a lot of things. Then they determine a profile from that. Then they go out to their world of how many billions of users and say, there are this many people just like the 100, that are just like the 120 we found for you on Facebook. So now you have an audience you can then target specifically that are just like them. The likelihood of them being the type of buyer or seller is higher because of those matching points. That's called a lookalike audience. Kurt?
How are you targeting them specifically?
Through your ads, whether it's let's say it's a buyer. So for your case, you have people who spend, let's say it's people who spend X number of dollars a year who buy collector tractors. If you have enough of those to upload, it's going to go out and find out what the common ones are, like we talked about. Now you can target to the people on Facebook that are just like them. And so your ad might be specific to what you think they may respond to. So do you have a rare piece that you want to present? Maybe you promote that specific asset, that specific item to that target audience because you think there's a likelihood that they're going to be interested in it because they're like the people who have historically been interested in it. Does that make sense? So you could target the asset, you could target the auction maybe, but I would argue targeting the asset if it was a buyer. Yes?
Can you target the area?
Yeah, so let me zero in on that. You don't want to necessarily send that out to, let's say, Facebook will come back with a number. We found 2 million people that are like this person. It's kind of scary, right? So we found 2 million people. You can say, well, I don't want all 2 million. I just want those who are in this region geographically. And then it'll narrow to give you another number. Yeah, we found 28,000 or 1,500. Could be a small number because maybe those matching points are very specific. Make sense? So that's lookalike audiences. I wanted to touch on that so that you could look into it further. John Schultz's presentation on that is much more thorough than I went into. And John has a lot of data to support a very high success in using that and getting registered buyers and actually winning bidders to his auctions from that. People who did not know he existed previous to his marketing to them. And they become buyers at his auctions. That's powerful. Yes?
So he knows their name, and then when they register?
No. Well, he knows their name after they register. But he doesn't, Facebook doesn't give you access to the data. They just let you pay to get in front of them. So they're not going to give you the data. Yes?
Are you using this to find sellers?
I have not used it to find sellers yet. That's next. Let's talk a little bit about your content. You need to. So I'm going to shift gears here. That's a good question. I would gladly share that with you after I do some testing on that. If anyone else wants to do some testing and share it with me, I'd be happy to listen as well.
What's the cost of what you're talking about?
As much as you want to spend, sure.
I won't spend much.
Well, you won't get much then. It's an ad campaign on Facebook is based on how many people you're targeting.
Say you target 1,500.
It's going to be very small to get your message in front of it. It won't cost you much at all to get your message in front of those 1,500. If it's 30,000, it may cost you a few $100s to get in front of those 30,000, which is still incredible. Still incredible. Yes?
Did you find when you were doing this for buyers that it was better to do smaller campaigns in concentrated areas?
I'm going to show you what I found.
Oh, okay.
For sellers, I'm going to show you what I found. Because I want to make sure we cover it. Let me answer that without, I don't want to skip it. For us, we found that casting a broad net by interest, by not narrowing interest, was better, but we did target geographically. So I look at how far will someone travel to pick up an asset that we're selling, and that's my geographic range. Now, sometimes it's smaller than that because we've had people travel. You know, I got a guy that bought some books from Georgia and came on a weekend and come pick them up. Drove to buy a book. You know, that's an anomaly. Well, maybe not if you're from Georgia. Right. Just seeing if you're paying attention. Right? You need to write a compelling headline. I'm going to get into a book. I share this book with a lot of people because I believe it to be one of the best books you can ever buy if you want to write good copy for your ads. How many of you write your own ads? Raise your hand. You need to read this book. It's called Tested Advertising Methods, and the author is John Caples. And it comes in and out of availability based on how many people are trying to buy it at the time. So sometimes there'll be a lot available, and sometimes it might take you 3 or 4 months to find it because of the way that the publisher is putting it out there. Real quick, the book is written by someone who is considered to be the leading, kind of the father of advertising writing. He wrote the book a long time ago, and it's been rewritten for today's market, for today's world, but the principles are still the same. How many of you how many of you here have someone else in your office write how many of you do Facebook marketing, just first of all? How many of you have someone else in your office write the marketing? Okay, so I'm going to share my embarrassment for a minute. If you do that, make sure they're doing what you need them to do. Don't take anything for granted. I probably spent, I don't know how many thousands of dollars over the course of a period of time where there was no call to action and a link back to my website in my Facebook ads. Because this individual, I wasn't checking their work. I share that with you because we're all guilty of getting caught up in what we do and not checking on somebody, and then don't do that. You need to have a call to action. The call to action needs to be compelling. It needs to generate with a link to where you want them to go. The ads that I'm going to show you are for real estate sellers, and I was sending them to a page with a website form so they could fill out additional information and send to me so I could then capture the lead. I also put a phone number on the page so they could also pick up the phone in case they didn't want to fill out the form and send as well. Here's the first ad I ran. $100 budget. It was, all these ads were just geographically targeted to a certain area, okay? In my metro and outlying areas. And this ad, I used, this is a stock photo. And I said, give me 30 days and this is the headline. Give me 30 days and I'll get your home sold for market value, ... Let me prove it, free evaluation, link to the page. Okay? I adapted a headline that someone else wrote for what I was doing. Okay? So, you know, this isn't, I didn't invent these words. Picture, and here's what the first one generated. $100 budget. It reached 19,816 people. I had 88 likes, 3 shares, 2 comments, 91 clicks on the link. So out of those 91 clicks, let's just assume that there are some people who do what we do in the business and they were curious and they clicked on it too, right? So not all of them were obviously time-motivated sellers. Probably some realtors clicked on it because they wanted to see what was going on, right? So that's a fair assessment. So that was the first one. I'm going to share the results at the end, okay, of the whole campaign. Next one was a $200 budget. Use the same name. Now when I make a change, I try to just change one thing. I want to measure this, okay, to see what might make a difference on the result. A little bit of this is like fishing though. You can have the best lure, be in the best spot, and not catch a darn thing all day, and drop the same lure in the same spot the next day, and you just can't get them, you're reeling them in all day. So this is not completely science. Some of it's just luck. It's just that way. So the next one, do you want your home, so I changed the headline. Same image. Do you want your home sold but can't wait 6 months? I can show you how to sell in 30 days to cash buyers without contingencies for full market value. Learn more now, link to the page. I spent $200 on that one. Reached 25,872 people. Had 212 likes, 8 shares, but that was pretty good, and 120 link clicks. Okay? $150 budget. Now I said, let's get some diverse image change. So this is the same. Do you want your property? I said property sold, but can't wait 6 months. All that's the same as it was the previous one, right? But I changed the image. I wanted to show some diversity. So I used that stock image, another stock image, and then a real estate multi-parcel that we did. Reached 25,704 people, $150 budget, 25,000 people, had 61 likes, 3 shares, and 86 link clicks on that one. This is targeted. If you're not a time-motivated seller or a realtor who's trying to see what I'm doing, you have no reason to click on any of this. So I'm not looking for a disproportionate amount of, I don't know where this seller is. That's why I'm casting the broad net. And then, 25 link clicks might be appropriate if it generates the lead, right?
Where is the link taking them?
It takes them to a page on my website that gives them more information in a form asking them questions about their property. So they can submit that. I get an email about, it's a lead form. So it sends me that. This one I learned a little bit about Facebook marketing, image, and ads. So I changed it. So a little bit I changed, you want your home sold but can't wait 6 months. Give me 30 days and I'll get your home sold for market value cash buyers. Without contingencies, let me prove it. I changed this a little bit. Learn more now, and a link. And I use this image. This is a house that we sold. These are all houses that we sold. And I put in here, sold in 30 days for market value, your home can be next. Now one thing you need to know about that is that you can't put the amount of text you can put on an image and an ad on Facebook is limited. And they have a tool that you can use to upload your image when you create that image to make sure it doesn't have too much text in the image. Okay? So I had to play with this till I got it where they would accept it. Because at first they were bouncing it back. This one brought 163 likes, 9 shares, and 78 link clicks. Those are people that went to the page. $200 budget. I took one of those houses. You can choose. Now I'm just playing with headlines. I'm like, try different headlines. You can choose the day your home will sell for market value. Let me prove it. Free evaluation. A little bit of intrigue in these headlines, right? 26,000 people. You can see the budget and the people that I'm reaching is about the same, right? Just around 25,000 people. Check this out though. 165 likes, 4 shares, 348 link clicks. We went from, right? Kurt's back there, whoa. Yeah, how did we get to 348? What do you think the difference was? I'm actually crowdsourcing right here. I don't know what the difference was. I'm hoping you can tell me.
I think it's repetitiveness and the same people over and over.
Good point. Yeah. So repetitiveness. So some people, when you put this in front of them, because this is awesome. Facebook is the first time in the history of marketing that we can make someone see our marketing message. How powerful is that? We can't make them see our ad in the paper. We can't make them not change the radio station when we're running a radio ad. But we can make them see our ad. We can't make them click on the link, but they're going to see the image. So how important is it to have consistency? Excuse me, to brand ourselves through the image maybe. Or to brand our message.
How much time's in between these ads?
I'm going to show you the summary. I think all this was between January and April. And I was running something consistently through January through, I believe it's April. Okay, here are the results. Ran 7 ads, January through April. $1,250 total budget on those. I received 17 form submissions. Wow. Out of all those link clicks. 17 people filled out the form. Okay? Depending on who you're using for your forms, you can track that without having to keep track, if you know what I mean. There's out there analytics on that. I use JotForms as the tool that I use, which is pretty easy to use. I received 5 phone calls. Got 1 real estate option. The $10,000, $100, 10-1 on the commission for a $1,250 investment. Also sold a mower for $9,900. So $1,485 commission. And I went and picked it up and didn't charge him to pick it up, so I don't know what it cost him. And it was an hour away, so maybe I didn't make a whole lot more, right? But
you didn't have to tell us that.
Yeah. Transparency. Total ad investment of 10.79% of commissions. That's what I invested in that. So 10%, 10.79%. Here's where it gets fun though. Which ad did you respond to? Huh? Which ad did he respond to, do you think? Last one? Anybody else want to guess? This is why it's more of a art than, it's not science necessarily. The first ad generated the result. It was less than a 1% investment. Yeah, that's what I said. Because when I asked you when we started this has anybody found the magic bullet? Raise your hand. Do you expect to find the magic bullet here when you're done? Raise your hand.
We did.
There is no magic bullet. Because how many ads did I read? 7 ads. I played with headlines, did everything. But I was fishing on that one day and he hit. And he didn't fill out a form. He picked up the phone and called me. And the result was, my name is Robert, and my wife and I want to sell our house. I'm going to give you the profile of it because maybe this helps us figure out how to write the ads better. There's some group thought here that we can help each other if we work together on stuff like this, I can assure you. And so when he called, was his motivating reason for selling. Him and his wife were semi-retired. They had a young teenage son, like just out of junior high, getting ready to go into high school, who plays competitive baseball. This property had like a Morton building on it that was built just so that kid could throw the ball year-round inside through a freaking tire at the end of the building. There was nothing else in the building but the tire and a bucket of baseballs and a pitching mound. And he went in there and threw balls through the tire every day. And they wanted to sell so that they could move to Florida and put him in competitive baseball in a more meaningful way. And here's how detailed it got when we sat down with them. They had their baseball schedule for the rest of their Missouri leagues they were playing in. And I said, when do you want to sell? Well, we got a tournament on this day, and I want to. That's how they were planning the sale of their property. It was on his baseball schedule. That is a first for me, folks. And we got it done. And we helped them. And that was the Facebook marketing for sellers. Questions? Kirk?
Any residual on the other 22?
So the quick analysis of that, one had a $750,000 or $800,000 property that he had already had a failed auction with a competitor who used to sit in the room. I'm just kidding, maybe a good job. It was probably more about the seller, to be frank with you. But I mean, unrealistic expectations. I couldn't communicate with him in an effective way. The red flags were high. I just kind of like, you need to go over here. I don't want anything to do with that. A couple of other sellers that did not engage in my process of evaluating them in a meaningful way. So the leads were poor for the other ones that we actually were able to have conversation with. We did not convert any of those off of that. So the buyer who bought the property was a new buyer who didn't know we existed. And I'm sure other buyers, so we brought buyers into the pool from that, potentially. Any other questions?
How many friends on Facebook do you have to do that, and does that matter? The more friends?
It doesn't. None of that has to do with any friends on Facebook number.
Okay.
That's all me. We paid to put that message in front of people that lived in a certain geographic area. Now you can try to target this more, with lookalike. You could try to target it with. There's a lot of things you can potentially do with this to try to target, to find time-motivated sellers or referral sources. Maybe your ad. Maybe you know that for me, certain realtors refer certain types of properties to me. Maybe I can write a headline that speaks to that and target just those realtors in my ad to try to get usually the headline would be, did you know you can get paid the same for not doing anything? But, which is true. That's true. That's a good headline.
Yes, it is. And it's true.
But, so that, there's a lot of things you could do with this. Yeah, yes, sir.
What was the area of the house? Was it in your normal?
It was in a rural community an hour north of me.
Have you ever sold in that area?
Not a darn thing.
Did that help you maybe in that area to have a sale?
What's that?
Did that help you establish?
I haven't done anything since in that area. Yeah.
What was the touch point then you came away? Was it the time to find sale or the 30
Yes.
days you put in there? Or what was the catch that?
Well, that was the first ad. So, a lot of this is speculative, right?
Well, in your meeting with them, was there something where
Oh yeah, he called me up and said, "Hey, we want to sell our property, and I don't really want to talk over the phone about it. Can you just come out and see us?" I said, "Well, how much do you owe? Have you ever had it on the market?" They didn't know. They owed very little. Never been on the market. I said, "Sure, I'll come out and see you." When it was all about this timing, they needed it to sell on that given day, and so
30 days.
But I said, this was the headline that got them. Give me 30 days and I'll get your home sold for market value. Let me prove it. Now, I tried to dig a little bit. She saw this on her phone. So this didn't display exactly like that. It displayed however it displays on your phone. So she was a mobile user. I don't know how that plays into anything, but it is. So that's what they responded to. Does free evaluation help? I don't know. Do people think I'm gonna charge them to come out and look at their property? Does that keep people from calling potentially? You can analyze this till forever and not really learn much more other than just speculate what you think. But you can measure this, you can measure things and know whether or not it's generating leads. For me, I feel really good about being able to invest that and generate an auction. Can I get better at it? Can I duplicate it? What's the right amount of time? Still working on it.
It's producing data that you can analyze.
Yes.
Which is much, much better than newspaper.
Right. Yeah, you feel a lot better about being able to measure something you're spending money on than not being able to measure for sure. Yes, ma'am.
So when you were running that ad and it was going every day, right? During your
Yep.
time span, did you run other ads at the same time, or is that the only thing you had?
I just ran that ad.
Okay.
And that's a good point too, because Facebook doesn't give you, well, they can give you some opportunity now to display your ads at certain times.
Right.
So now you're trying to figure out when you think people might.
Like we've been told like Thursday night through the weekend is the best time to
But you can't ultimately control when that ad will show up in that person's feed.
Okay.
It's because Facebook controls that.
Right.
Ultimately. Hope you got, Chip? Question?
When we're promoting our business before Facebook and all this, we tried to put ads in the paper to promote your company, and we all came to the conclusion that the best way to get business is to advertise the business you got. So it's a lot better to put an ad in the paper, promote the big auction, than it is putting an ad in the paper, call Pearson Associates for your next, you need to sell your assets. And Facebook works that same way for me. I've tried both, and what I found is now I budget some for every auction that I do. I budget an amount to do Facebook ads. And it's easier to grab the attention of everybody if I don't have it's all about the headline that doesn't sound like a gimmick, that's attention getting, a photo that's also attention getting, and a call to action, which to me is learn more. So when I put an ad together promoting the current auction, especially if it's a bankruptcy auction, then doing online auctions, I've got more of my buyers that turn around and become sellers. So if I'm driving people to my website, that's how I'm picking up more of my sellers. That's what works.
Yeah, and those people you're networking with online are seeing the ads too. It's not uncommon for us if we have a $1,500 marketing budget to spend 60 to 70% of that on social media marketing, and then the rest on whatever else we're doing. Yeah, good. It's a good point.
Well, can I share an experience?
Matt's coming up here to shut me down, but I'm sure he'll let you talk.
I showed this to Mr. Wallace last night, and I sat through ATS at convention and show. Yep. I'm a pretty slow learner.
That's not true.
But I read this. I had a specialty niche market, 2 hours away from me in Abilene, Texas. A little lady had a sewing shop, a singer repair shop. Been in business forever. She's now in assisted living. I'm working for the court-appointed guardian. So I take the things I learned that Robert's teaching us today, and I went to John's website and I copied some of his copy, and I said, here's my ad. Over 500 items, including sewing machines, fabric, and quilting supplies, must sell to you October 6th, regardless of price. In Abilene, Texas. Don't miss this chance to bid and buy at your price. Website link directly to that auction. 11,494 reach. 5,100 organic, meaning people liked it and shared it. 60 likes, 44 comments. 2,000 post clicks. You know how much I spent?
$50.
Jerry knows.
$20. $20.
I'm sold.
Yeah. Did you have one last question?
Well, I was just looking at your ad you did. Now, have you kept repeating that?
I just did that January through April, and then got so busy with everything else that was coming
See,
out
that's what we're
that I
finding.
stopped. And I would argue, and to your point though, that once you get something going that you think will generate a certain number of leads, that there is going to be much better value over the long haul of just doing that all the time. And that saturation will generate business as a byproduct of that.
We've had the same success with running a little local newspaper, just putting some verbiage in there and people responding, and scored a couple sales off of it, and then it kind of went dry. So I guess I need to just keep reinventing that ad.
Well, and I'd encourage you to really think about what you're putting, because words are powerful. And if you are spending all of your time generating the content of the ad and very little generating the headline, you're making a mistake. You should be spending 80% of your time on the headline, because ultimately, if you don't write a good headline, they'll never read the rest of the ad. Think about that. So that book that I shared with you, if you digest that book and apply the principles you'll learn in that book, I will guarantee that you'll write better ads. You'll certainly write better headlines and better ads that are more effective. I know I have, since I've been implementing that. Thank you. Hope you learned something.
Thank you, Robert. That was a great presentation. Appreciate Robert being willing to come up and share with us. So that was really good. A lot of good information that everybody can take back and start to use. So it's now lunchtime. Yay! It's the terrace area, the Rebello Italian restaurant, which is, that's out there.
They're gonna leave that.
They're gonna leave. Hey, follow the people who work here. They're gonna lead you to there.
Can we leave our stuff here?
I'm going with 6.
You are losing your book?
Great. I got the woman for it. You cannot download Google Chrome onto the service because Internet Explorer keeps blocking it. I think that might be fixed. Dickens. So I'm sure he wants an icon for Google Chrome, and he wants probably an icon for Streamline. I'll put fetch on there. Yeah, if you want to fetch, and he needs an icon to get access to email. On the main screen? Yeah. So it's already 8 or 10. 8 now? Just get it done by time we finish today. Don't let's go have lunch. Here, I'll go ahead and I don't think
I'm leaving the stream.
All right.
Can't really stop the stream.
Okay. Okay, cool. Then
at least I'd rather not.
Yeah.
So yeah, your the Verizon may be a little ridiculous, just so you know.
Yeah, hey, that's what it's there for.
Exactly right.
Great suit day. It is. He got the we're supposed to go out there.
ice cream break in the exhibitor? Yeah, the Hana Colada in the Ryman. Did you push up the cooler to the pantry?
No, Rudra
Rudra pushed it upstairs. What's Rudra?
No, Rudra put the
A popcorn machine.
I don't put that.
You didn't? It was Atef, I think.
No, no one can make a popcorn in that place.
We never got we never got the consumption sheet. And then they charged the whole amount. And then the contact is complaining. Because the day before they charged 129, and then the next day she felt there was less people going through, and we charged her 150. So I'm trying to find out who pulled up the.
I remember Rudra.
Yeah, I know Rudra was taking care of the popcorn. I don't know if that is working today. Because I think it was. Oh, you know when you guys went to help Magnolia that day, because that was the day that there were missing people in Magnolia. You remember for the setup?
Yeah.
So it was you, Atef, and Rudra who came to help out here.
Yeah.
Right?
I thank God, I'm not sure.
Huh?
I thank God, but I'm not sure. Thank God.
Are you done?
Almost.
خد يا مجدي طلع الله يخليك. انت في حد السي ده ايه القناعة اللي انت فيها دي؟ تعمل ايه النيسانة اللي انت فيها دي؟ هم اصلا عارفينين الدنيا.
ده ممكن اخلي هنا.
ايه ده؟ عايزين سيبه لهم. عايزين نعمل ريفرش للديكاف والكافي معايا؟ اوكي.
دي مكتوبة معاك.
لا مكتوبة معك برضه. مكتوبة معك.
بص يا بابا نص البتاع زي كده جوانا اتصل زي ما هي صح؟
ايوه هو كان اللي يكون قال لكم تروحوا دول بس دول لا
هو ده اللي طبعا عايز بص
هذه الكراسه وكان معاك اعمال دكتوراه. طب هو امال مين اللي راح تبع جيب؟ البيانات مين راح له؟
تبع جبت اخواني
تبع جيب وشغالين
هو قال لك ايه الراجل اللي بيتصل بيك؟
ايضا بيقول لي انتوا فين؟ قلت له تاخذ من رايكم وعلى حسب الشيء who's working in big fish
جيب
شو؟
يعني هو موزع ناس معه هو مودي مجموعة المجموعة مودي ناس البيضاء مودي ناس كده ومودي ناس كده
عندنا مشوارات ومواصلات ولسه
هو ده الكلام والرجال لا ده تفضل محدش مش حاجة في نوتة لا عشان مش دخل اهو جسم دخل وخلاص
يلا عشان كده غير
في تاني يا عم يلا بينا تمام كده طب ده هنسوي ايه ولا ايه مش هنكفينا الوقت هما ده مش الوقت نلعب غير كرسي يلا بينا يلا زين عليك لسه عملناش الكراسي عملناش الكراسي
عملنا شيء؟
ما سويناش الكراسي
أكيد سوا
طيب لما كل شيء فاضي بدل ما احنا واقفين نتفرج على بعض
لا هو اللي اعتذر الراجل
طبعا احنا سايبين الصف ده ليه طيب؟ ما بص ده مش معمول This no good. This no good. نسيت الشير؟ رايحين فين يا عم؟ Where you go? Not finish.
You know, like, I mean, you know,
Are you staying tonight?
Yeah, but my flight's like I gotta be at the airport like at 4:30.
Oh, you trust me, Josh. We can go out and have a good time.
Oh, I'll go.
I'll get you. Oh, okay.
I mean,
I thought you were gonna.
But I'm just saying, hell, I might not go to sleep. I might just go back and shower and go to the airport and hell, sleep on that plane, buddy.
Yeah, that's right.
Might be easier to do that.
All right. Well, if we figure out anything we're doing.
Yeah, well, hit me up.
All right.
I gotta plug his phone in.
Howdy.
Hi. I have questions.
Do ya?
You didn't think I'd actually let you leave without asking me
Well,
questions.
now, I was getting ready to jet out and call Lori about this deal that she's doing.
What does she do? What does she want you to do? Our customs might be.
They might be the same.
Yeah, they
maybe.
might be possible.
Well, there's 3 projects.
Okay.
Right?
Yes.
I forget the guy's name.
JJ Detweiler.
There you go.
Mm-hmm.
And day 2 is what I think is giving her fits, how they're going to do the land.
Okay, that's what okay.
And I think I might have led her astray because she was talking about combinations and everything, so I was saying, you know, things would be need to go into a multi-parcel catalog. But from what I'm gathering,
we're not doing multi-parts.
You're gonna sell each item individually, bid call each item individually,
Yes.
then offer these items as a whole, and whichever is more.
Yeah.
So that's what's gonna call it right
Okay,
now there.
okay.
So.
Now, but our next question is, can we, if we're not doing multi-part, is there any way we can use a mapping, something that would highlight the
No.
parcels that are being sold? Say, that, you know, we have the high bidder picks parcels
I don't-
2 and 3, and then those parcels get highlighted on the map.
We would have to come up with something. We might.
You have 2 whole days.
We might be able, from what I say, yeah. We might, I don't know, maybe, we might be able to come up with something for that.
Okay.
So, okay.
Okay, that was my main question.
Yeah.
Are we going to be able to do that?
Maybe.
As far as like, we'll just create a catalog that has all the parcels and then the parcel combinations.
Exactly.
That's what we've done.
Yeah, it's straightforward. So she was gonna do that originally, I think, and then she's talking to me about parcels, and so I was sending her down the ultimate choice
Yeah.
deal, so I need to get her. Yeah. So, yep. Yeah, so I'm gonna call her about that right now, and then I'll talk to our brain trust about the map idea.
Okay.
So.
And then, yes.
Alright, cool.
Okay.
Alright.
Sweet.
Jonathan, could you please make sure that you and Bernard get with Austin before you leave today to look at that bid board? That'd be great.
Maybe we get some residuals. What's session notes supposed to be?
Make something, maybe more.
Okay.
So then
Yeah.
that consider them.
Yep.
Then costs.
I'll text him and let him know at 3:45, or at, well, whenever we're done.
Yeah, we can get some.
Yeah, okay. Cool.
We'll have one of those little thing beers.
I'll post that to the album.
Will you call this morning? Maybe push that conversation. Yeah, that'll probably get cold again. Sure it will. Close the doors.
Streamline updates.
All that too.
Did you tell them we decided to start on the phone that we talked about?
Well, I'm-
Yeah,
Alabaster school systems stuff tomorrow or Wednesday, and Friday I have stuff being brought in from the doctor that I'm talking to. Has our state furniture. Also, I had another guy call me earlier this morning while we were in the room. Doesn't sound like he's gonna bring it. He was hoping I was gonna go pick it up in Hoover. So what? Oh yeah.
Is it good?
Ham and soap and ice cream.
Well, I went by there too, and somebody said that they were talking about no dessert for lunch, and then, so I'm holding out for that cookie. It left me break, but no cookie, I'm going there.
Hey, I don't know if you like brownies or anything
Yeah.
or Oreos.
Chocolate, anything is in my house, I'm big time for it.
This is what I saw, and I didn't taste it, but I got this, and then I looked over and I saw it was like an Oreo brownie. I was like,
It's
what
like
is
that
it?
big. It looked
And
incredible.
then there was like onion in the middle and Oreos on top. I mean, it was excellent.
Yeah, a lot of folks are either, they like chocolate or they don't. I'm one of those that do. Ice cream, candy, chocolate covered almonds, peanuts, all kinds of fruits. Chocolate cake, chocolate pie. I may not make it to that break. I'm like, go get some.
Hurry up and go get one now.
Yeah.
This is a couple of phones that were nice and small. Took their pictures of it on Facebook. Like, congratulations. I wanted to do more like this stuff.
We did, not as bad anymore. We actually just put in our terms that we only accept up to $1,000 a day. We kind of limit a little bit.
Really? So you won't take anything over 1,000?
Not on credit card.
What do you take?
Cash check, just letting somebody else use credit card over $1,000.
Really?
We just did that probably the last 2 to 3 weeks. We just implemented that. So, yeah.
Wow. So they just take it.
Yeah, but that's something.
They don't pick it. They don't pick it up. Just take their card.
Well, really, we whatever their invoice is, 5,000, we're still sending in. And then depending on what the seller wants to do, try to make it or resell it or find some other way out. Yeah, we have one guy, probably, we have 2 years ago, stolen credit cards. We got like 2 vehicles, like $9,000. Credit card went to registry, everything was fine, we made everybody aware of it. Police, everybody, got everything figured out. 6 months later, they took the money back.
They just took it out. So you didn't have the vehicles for the Did the seller help the seller?
Well, what happened, we ended up, right, so we ended up reselling it. There was a pretty big deal.
Less money.
So we were out there.
Hey, Jonathan. What's up?
What are you taking pictures with an iPhone?
Oh, yes.
That's amazing. Clarity on it.
There you go. What did you do? You put it on
When
there?
you download
Yeah.
pictures, how you download it?
We don't waste any time. That's what you're wasting time. Oh, no. Never. Well, some That's what you want to see.
Yeah, we don't do a whole lot online. We do Are you charging fee and everything?
Everything except for bankruptcy, it's still because they yeah, we charge.
So most of them, you're going in, you're just getting a set fee up front, and you're covering the expenses for you.
Well, we're covering all the expenses, but they're not going to give them our fee.
Are you charging the seller a percentage and expenses, or just a percentage? Just a percentage, and you're taking all the expenses, advertising.
Because everything we do is just rarely personal property, we don't want to put that and that's because $25,000, $50,000
big item.
Big dollar items. So, yeah, I could straighten it out, but everybody does it on my phone.
When you do a lot of
we did both on that side. We bring you on to make sure. I pull it up on my phone. I highlight whatever I want. I just import it. This is the file that it needs. And I can drag it to those places. I'll take all the pictures and show you off my phone. Chevrolet. Which, I mean, if you're in that market, you make a lot of money.
This stuff's an extra. A couple, 3 years ago, maybe one day on the phone. I've got Tommy Hunt for the Hunt Group, and I talked to you guys about the big equipment center in Glasgow.
Yeah.
And so I think I called your dad, and somebody directed me to you because he wasn't into that kind of thing.
Yeah.
And let me ask you something else. Your mom said you were involved with all this stuff.
Yeah.
All right. How do you handle a sale? Like I've got a it's an ice maker.
Okay.
Equipment's still in there. It's a lot of big ice makers. That's not the problem. You know, they're all kind of interconnected. And then from the ice maker, you go to this and some of them are, you know, with yeah. So where do you know, for safety's sake, I want to have like Christian Killer become the machine. Then you're leaving quite a bit of money hanging on the wall. Right. How do you do it? Because I've got, this is not the plan.
Okay. Okay.
But they had a certain amount of time to get stuff out, and we had some stuff left, and they were selling the building and the equipment.
Okay, you got a couple options. How many when it's hard connected, does each machine have its own connection box, or is multiple machines in one connection box?
No, each machine has its own disconnect. However, because those machines turn on off, you still have some now this is just really control. It's more than control voltage, but it's not. That's not heavy copper to me.
Well, we haven't necessarily done that. We've done several big generators that are hardwired in.
Yep.
And what we did on those instances, we took the generator and all the hardwire, whatever's on the wall, that all goes with it. That's what we've done in the
Everybody
past.
can make their way back to your seats. We're going to get going for the
hardwiring,
afternoon.
Yeah, I need to get out of here.
Hey, I'll just take the rest of the afternoon off.
Well, I'll get him up.
Go ahead, come on back in, folks, and let's get going. All right, we're going to start again. We are going to be talking about credit card loss or credit card fraud and loss prevention. So we have with us this afternoon Chris Shanahan. He is with TSYS. So he's going to be presenting to you now. So I'm going to have Chris come up and he's going to get started.
Thanks, man. Thank you for having me out here today. I know this has been a big topic among not just auctioneers, but anybody in the e-commerce field or anybody that accepts credit cards. And I know I've got a lot of questions from quite a few of you, and that's one thing that we at TSYS have been having to be very knowledgeable about, with the new chip cards coming out and the technology to replace equipment to read those chip cards. And then with the online auctions, since the chip cards are going to be eliminating fraud there on card present transactions, the bad guys have gone more towards the online route to try to make their money in a bad activity way. So if you want to ask questions while I'm going, go ahead. We'll have a lot of questions at the end, and I think that we've had some people who have had issues with this already, recently, and and I think we can learn a lot from each other as well as from what we're doing here. Sorry, man. It's fine. Okay, so the big part of this is for you guys to be aware. I think that if people know that there's a possibility for fraud and that there is an issue that could possibly happen, it makes it a lot easier for them to look for the signs. As with any part of life, there are certain things that you see that might raise your suspicions and say, hey, there's something not quite right here, and we need to be aware of it. And how do we stop this, or how do we protect ourselves? And there's a card present, some issues, how do we handle that, some ways, things to look for, and also with the online as well. As I spoke earlier, fraud is on the rise. This summer, especially over the last, or in July, August, and September, we had a large rash of fraudulent activity at TSYS and especially among auctioneers. And it has cost people a lot of money. And I think that's one thing, when you learn after the fact how to prevent it, it kind of makes you aware and say, hey, there's some things we can do to prevent this. But it helps you to know the right planning structure down the road for your business, and can shore up some things that you might need to get a little more detailed on. And the issue with fraud is, as with anything, costs go up because if you have a big sale with a couple of fraudulent charges and costs of money, somebody's got to make up for that. And so if you can have some preventative measures in place, and it could help deter that. One item is the way you're doing business now might have to change the way you look at everything as far as taking payments. You might have to just take a look at it again and see, do we need to make some adjustments? As you can see, there's different ways for fraud to occur. One thing is inside your company, you have everybody there you think you can trust, and I think that's a good thing. We want to be able to trust everybody who are employed and is working the terminals and has access to that information. But also there's former employees or people who have access to the inside of your business. It's something you just need to be aware of and have checks on. And all over the country, I know we have a lot of people, like I said, you deal with 80 foreign countries as far as taking credit cards and taking transactions there. That is on the rise as well in certain areas. And there are hotspots in the United States and in foreign countries to be aware of, that if a transaction comes from there or is being delivered there, that might raise a flag. Stolen card numbers. Everybody sees the breaches that have gone on with just virtually all businesses, stores, banks, insurance companies, that kind of thing. So they get stolen card numbers there, and also the phishing and farming. That has to do with email and your website attack, hacking your website. They really go after anywhere they can. They will. There are a lot. They could be from the United States. They could be from another country. But as you know, these bad guys spend a lot of time researching and trying to find easy targets. And the telecom, the IP relay system, where it's for deaf and hearing impaired and people with have speech impediment, they use that system, and they've gone to that to try to get money as well. And so everybody has to be on their toes, and that's the unfortunate thing. And with that due diligence, it takes a little more time, and nobody's safe. Card generators. there's technology out there where they generate card numbers and they have sites where they can test the cards and find out if those cards will work. And then they can, once they find out these cards can actually work, they will take them to different sites to actually do their stuff. So there's a lot of things to be aware of. I will say this: if you take a few different measures and make sure that those measures are in place, we can eliminate a lot of it. And then we just have to worry about keep on our toes for the other, make sure we don't lose too many big items, and limit the loss of any loss that you might possibly have. So the tools for the fraudsters, handheld skimmers, and one thing people, yes sir.
What kind of measures are you talking about taking?
We'll get to that, and it'll there's card present transactions that you want to kind of be aware of and how to handle those, and then also online. I think I know everybody here probably does online auctions for sure. I think I don't know, and not as many do card present auctions, but a lot of it is similar as far as different steps. Online has a few more steps you gotta go through, and that's where a lot of the issues are with this group here, with auctioneers. So when people use skimmers, they read the card off off the magnetic stripe, they download it to a computer, and then that's where they can put the magnetic stripe with numbers on the invalid card, and it can work. So that's one way they do it. The other way is they have card number generators, and they can generate numbers that'll work for. And they have a site that targets for testing, and then they can go on to other sites and actually make transactions and make their money. We at TSYS all the time, especially during the summer. It was bad in the summer as far as this kind of activity, not only chargebacks, but customers, they're always calling in, trying to set up fake merchant accounts so they can run these fake cards, so when somebody calls in, it used to be, the spelling was terrible, the names were not spelled correctly, and the business names were very vague. And when you called them, they wanted to get started up right away, no questions asked. And so that right there, anybody who knew what they were looking for, hey, this guy's not good, and it made it easy to pick them out. Now they're getting a little bit more educated on it and knowing how to spell names better to make it look more authentic in everything that they do. And same thing with, as you can see, if they call in, anybody that's doing this now for a living or are doing it more often, they learn from their mistakes. And so we, like everybody, we got to keep one step ahead of them. And I think you guys do a good job. Unfortunately, 99.5% of the time, everything goes fine. That 0.5% that gets through is what makes all the noise and causes all the headaches. So the cost of merchants for you guys to help prevent that is, anybody here ever had a chargeback? That's one question that we always ask is, what's your familiarity with chargebacks? If you've never had a chargeback, then it's pretty nice. Things are smooth sailing. It might not happen to me. That's kind of what everybody's thought is when they first get into this, and until they start talking and they realize, hey, they have to protect themselves. So when the fraudulent card is ran, there are transaction fees that are incurred, and then once the transaction fees, any cardholder has up to 6 months to file a chargeback. So that puts you guys in a tough situation because everything's good and you pay your seller, and weeks or months down the road, you can find out that the card is fraudulent.
How do you prevent that?
We'll get to prevent that. So fraudulent cards, we're going to show you the steps, and the only way that we can do that, there's certain steps. But the big thing, the thing we put in place, the items we put in place as the transaction is run, and then they pick up their item or ship, you know, if we have those in place, those security checks in place, that will help, you know, keep the chances of it being low. But it is, if they're really wanting to put a lot of time and effort and really want to go after somebody, if they do it well, then they can get away with a lot of stuff. Yes, sir.
Just like to see, like a show of hands, how many people in this room have had chargebacks? Wow, okay. You know, we haven't had one, so I don't have that fear yet, so. We get it, right?
Hang on.
And the big thing is you might have one, and it could be easy. It could be a $50 chargeback and it's a piece of cake, you know. But the ones where it really hurts is when it's more than, you know, you really feel is necessary. You know, $200, $300, or it could be $2,000 or $3,000. It just kind of depends on what happens and how much it is. And the big thing here is the reputation risk, as well as the time and energy it takes to fight a chargeback. Those of you that have chargebacks know what the process is to fight a chargeback, and it just takes away from other things you could be doing because there's a limited time to react. So for card present fraud, to help prevent that, you know, again, make sure you know your employees, make sure you just kind of keep track of that. Just have a system of checks and balances, and just it's easy to. I've heard what happens in a lot of auction companies and in a lot of businesses, family-owned businesses as well, is the auctioneer will do the auctions, and then he delegates the authority to keep track of other things. And it's kind of easy to, whoever's in charge needs to have somebody that they know can keep track of this and make sure that everything is updated and balances, because we've seen it can have one auction and down the road, 2 weeks later, a transaction from that auction can come back to, you know, to bite you if you don't have everything your ducks in a row. Another thing is if you see people giving returns, refunds, as far as with credits, as you know, if they're going to give a refund, you want to make sure that there's a reason why they're giving a refund. Is it legitimate? Have you said, hey, we say no, as is where it's all sales final, we shouldn't be giving refunds. But if one of your workers does give a refund, doesn't understand why and what the process is, then that could be undue. There's no reason why you might have to give a refund. Just talk to them and get it figured out. But what happens a lot of times is it's as is where is all sales final, and you bought it, it's yours, and you can even have on there's no chargebacks. You know the responsibility that you're bearing, and when you purchase it, it's yours, and no chargebacks. But Visa, MasterCard, Discover, and American Express, they have their rules, and if the cardholder decides to charge it back, they have 6 months to do so. And there's going to be some repeating here because there's a few items that are very important. But fortunately for cardholders and unfortunately for merchants, the card brands, Visa, MasterCard, Discover, American Express, they side with the cardholder unless you can prove otherwise that they shouldn't. And that's kind of our goal here is to help you do that. So when it comes to card present fraud, if you have a terminal, you make sure, hey, is there just one person that handles the credit cards, or is there going to be, can anybody who works under their team that you can handle the credit cards? And the terminal is not, or anywhere where you swipe the card, it's not rocket science, but it is technology, and there are things that need to be in place to make sure everything goes through smoothly and what to look for. And so you want to make sure they're trained properly on how to do that. And you can password protect the terminal so that the one person who can get people who get on there is people have the correct password or username. And if you have if your equipment is out of sight, you want to be able to run that transaction where everybody can see it. So you know everybody is there's no funny business taking place. So the big thing is just train everybody in your business take transactions. You know, if they are aware again of what issues could occur, it'll help them be more vigilant. I don't know if you've ever worked retail or anything like that, but you know, most people at the register, hey, I just work here, you know, so, oh, he made a mistake, or I made a mistake, or that happened. It's not my money, you know, so they don't always are as attentive as the people who actually own the business. So card present fraud, 6 warning signs or more. And this has a lot to do with regular stores and online stores, just stores purchases. And so it doesn't, we just kind of have to change a little bit for auctioneers as far as purchase large amount with regard to size, style, color, or price. You know, if you see an 80-year-old, or let's say a 14-year-old or 15 or a young kid wants to buy something that is, you know, for $12,000, and he looks suspicious, you might want to kind of question it a little bit. So that's one way. You know, if they asking questions on a major purchase, if there's, you know, if they have a high dollar item, they might want to, if there's something you think, hey, they need to be aware of this. If they don't care, don't, you know, just give me I'll take it, here's the card. Just give me my item, I'll get it out of here, don't worry, don't ask me any more questions. Then that's kind of a sign as well. So all these up here, you know, leaving the store and then returning, you know, I don't know if you ever had that happen where they, you know, they buy a couple high ticket items and then leave and then come back and buy some more, put on some more. And again, it's hard to keep track of people going in and out. And so that's why, unfortunately, the auctioneer industry is something where you kind of have to adapt it to your industry. And I know there are some people out there who have, and usually it's the ones who have been burned or have heard of the people who have had issues, who really nip it in the bud, so that way it doesn't happen to them. Either they've had it happen and they don't like it, or they don't want it to happen. And as far as like anytime somebody's going to spend way too much for something that you feel, you know, they don't need to spend that much for, that's kind of a flag as well. So as far as like your business is concerned, phishing has to do with if somebody sends an email and if you click on it and open up a link, it could spread a virus or it could be something. Also, people, how many of you have had companies email you items and they look pretty real, but they ask you to click on a link or go to a site and then you find out that it's not real. That's just regular business practice, but it also occurs in the auction industry. And the farming is just where the website is going to be directed to a different site, a fraudulent site, and when you pay there, the money's going to go to the wrong business. So, card prevention. Now, I spoke a lot on what could happen as far as fraud and what to look for. To help prevent it, there's a few things you can do, and with these few things, it should eliminate, like I said, about 99% of this happening. So with the card present transactions, the chip. Is there anybody here that's not familiar with the chip card technology? Anybody that has a credit card should be getting those chip cards in the mail and possibly using them in the stores. Is there anybody that's not aware of that? Okay. So that's a great way to prevent credit card fraud is by having a chip-enabled terminal, and if they have a chip card, that right there is a good chance that it's a good card and you're pretty safe. Now, if you don't have let's say you're taking you have a device that is not able to take chip cards, and somebody hands you a chip card. You can still swipe the card and the transaction will go through, everything will be good. And if it happens to be a counterfeit card or a stolen card, then the liability shifts to you and not the issuing bank. So that's the big deal about this chip card deal and this technology is that it'll shift to you. if it's small transactions, you know, you're not as big of a deal, but obviously with auctioneers, you guys deal with such high dollar volume at sometimes that, if the guy has a chip card, it would help you to have a chip card reader. AVS, CVM, and others. AVS is address verification service. CVM is the little 3-digit card, a number on the back of the card, and then there's some other ways as well. Now, to obtain an authorization, when a bidder registers with MarkNet, their card is given a 0 auth right off the bat, and so that is the check to make sure that the card is good. Now, I know some people outside of the in other industries, or other auctioneers, they do $100. They authorize it for $100, especially if it's going to be a large auction and there's high ticket items. And if they have $100 on their card, what happens is when an authorization is done, and if a customer looks at their credit card online, so if I have a Chase card and I go online and look at my statement, they'll see a pending transaction up there. So they see $100 through Smith Auctioneering, and they'll say, "What's this? I have no idea what this is about," and that can alert them. So that's one good thing about authorization if you do it for more than a 0 auth. Not many people do that, but again, if it's something you feel you want to do, that might be a change that you have to decide to take. And again, so with the card not present, signs of the fraud. First-time shoppers, I discussed earlier with a couple of people here. Now that if you haven't done online auctions for a while, you're just starting, you realize that you're opening yourself up to a lot more people. But if you, on card present transactions, if you have somebody that you've never seen before, that's one big sign. Larger than normal orders. If you know a guy, one thing I've seen is, and to be aware of, is you may know your clientele. We may have friends who buy from you, but you can't really rule out anything as far as taking care of your business, because I have seen a handful of times where they will buy something, a merchant will buy something, or a customer will buy an item online, come and pick the item up, and shake the guy's hand, and how you doing, and then leave, and then file a chargeback, say, "Nope, that wasn't me, I didn't pick that item up." So that's why, but if you can put these measures in place that we're going to talk about, then it will keep you safe, and you don't have to, you say, "Hey, if I do this for everybody, if you know the guy or not, we still have to do it." Rush shipping. How many of you guys do your own shipping? Or how many of you guys, raise your hands, have the waiting customer pay for their own shipping? Does anybody do that? Set up their own shipping? So, that's one way. If somebody's going to set up all their shipping, and then you get a copy of the receipt when it gets delivered, that's one way of help to know the guy is legitimate as well. Transactions placed on multiple credit cards for the same order. So if you have somebody who says, "Hey, my item is $10,000, here I have a credit card for $2,000, and oops, that limits up, here's another one for $3,000, and it has more," that's something to be aware of as well.
I'd like to comment on shipping.
Yes.
I learned a lesson on shipping. We were kind enough to provide shipping on an item at the buyer's expense. We took the item to the shipping company, used his credit card to pay for the shipping, shipped it to him, and he did I almost said a bad word. He charged back the shipping on us, and we lost.
And so
He actually charged back. He thought the shipping cost was too high, so he did a charge back, and we ate it. And I lost the case.
He paid for the item?
He paid for the item, and then we took the item to a UPS drop-off store. And he thought the shipping was too charged, so he charged it back, and we had to eat that. In essence, we're screwed. You just can't win.
Who ran the card? The shipping company or the auction?
Who ran the card? The shipping card company ran the card?
we ran the card to pay us back for the shipping. We paid for the shipping when we dropped the item off. So what we're doing now with shipping is if they want it shipped, then I'm gonna make them call the shipping company and pay them directly.
We don't do a lot of shipping, but we started doing more and more. And what happens is Eric takes it they pay for it. Eric then takes it to the UPS store, gives them the invoice that it's paid. They, meaning UPS, contacts the seller or the buyer. They get their credit information. Eric walks out the door, they can.
Well, we've tried that before, but sometimes they make us call while we're sitting in the store they don't belong. And a lot of times they don't answer the phone while we call, and then we're making 3 to 4 trips back to UPS.
But if somebody walks into a live auction and they picked up a credit card that doesn't belong to them, and they buy $1,000 worth of items at your auction and give that credit card to them, then that's our responsibility? Is that what I heard you say? If it's a stolen card or a fake card or whatever, we accept it. We don't know this person, but we take their credit card and payment for goods purchased at the auction. They leave with the goods, and the thing comes back to us on a chargeback because it was stolen. They're going to charge us.
Yes.
That's it. I can answer that. Yes, I lost $3,000.
Yep.
No, you're kidding.
Then they took the money out 4 months after I paid myself.
The only way to prevent that is to ask for a driver's license when we accept their card. Make sure the identity of the person is verified at the point you take it.
Yep.
So, one thing about the driver's license, I think the driver's license, so we talk about setting up tools and features, to help prevent chargebacks. Visa, if you submit a driver's license with the chargeback, they don't, it's against their rules actually. You're not allowed to submit a driver's license when you're doing a chargeback. So a driver's license is more along the lines of, at that point in time, to know, hey, this should be good. If it's a driver's license, you seal the driver's license, then that should tell you, give you more confidence that it's good. It doesn't guarantee that
But if it's a Bill Smith on the credit card, you get his driver's license, it's Bill Smith at an address, and they approve it. That should give us some level of comfort that it's the same one.
So, the one thing I'll say that'll be, the one guarantee as far as chargebacks, or as far as fraud and winning chargebacks, is if you have an imprinted card with a signature. And so, that is one thing that I know that will help you win a lot of these items. Because there's a lot of different ways that they can, that if you don't have proof that it's the actual cardholder that has made the transaction, there's different things that Visa, MasterCard, and Discover look for, and if you don't have those proof of that, then you could lose. But the one thing they always say, if you have an imprint of the card and it's signed, then that is the best proof. And if you have a ticket, a signed receipt, sales receipt. And it's tough, on card present transactions, you shouldn't be able to get that. And as I was discussing earlier, so a credit card receipt with a signature is good, but if you even have a knuckle buster or manual imprinter that you can get that imprint with a sign, that's actually even better. They like that better.
But does anybody in the real world actually use an antiquated credit card machine? We did that when my dad had a gas station 30 years ago.
And I agree. I haven't sold a manual imprinter for 5 years, 6 years.
Can we just take a picture?
Pardon me?
Can we just take a picture of it?
A picture of the, getting a picture of the credit card. That's one way to do it. However, it's not a signature, and so if you get get the signed card with the or get the imprintation and sign, and then you look at the back of the card. If it looks like the signature on the back of the card, the driver's license, put all that together, it'll help. But
I have a question about that, because with all the PCI compliance, and we're supposed to be PCI compliant, we're not supposed to keep credit card information, and you're not supposed to have pictures, and you're not supposed to have lists with all the credit card information on it. How does that come into play there? Because if you're keeping copies for this card, to be PCI compliant, you're not supposed to be keeping the credit card
that's a good point. The thing I would say is if we can, if you keep it in a secure area, that is the only thing that you can do as far as once you have that credit card information on the carbon copy. So the thing is unfortunately, we don't have a foolproof way to prevent fraud. That except for that manual imprinted card when it comes to finding a chargeback. So there are some more tools that you can do to prevent that. If you have a transaction with similar credit card numbers, so you might have one bidder who uses different credit cards, and they are several bidders that have similar credit card numbers that bid. That's one way to kind of see that this might be fraudulent. If there's multiple transactions on one card over a period of time, you just want to kind of know your customers, and if this customer is one that frequents you often, then you'll be able to keep track of, hey, this guy only buys one thing, or if he buys several things, then it might be suspicious if it's a new guy. And then if somebody uses from one email address, one IP address, website they're from, they use a lot of different cards or paying for a transaction. So on the address verification service, that will check the billing address, the zip code and the number on the address. If that matches, then it'll let it go through. And you can set up filters that where if either it's a partial mismatch or a full mismatch, it doesn't match, then you'll be able to stop that transaction from happening. Again, 99% of your transactions that this happens, something easy is, something basic is wrong. The system goes down, or they're moving, the guy's moving, and it doesn't, the address doesn't match up. But if you have an ABS system in place, it does help eliminate a lot of that fraud. And one thing is sophisticated, like we've seen this summer. There are people that target criminal organizations that target certain industries. They do it. They're pretty much more sophisticated, and they do things. Their attention to detail is a lot more, and they have a plan in place. So it doesn't. That's why address verification doesn't always work. And then again, if you're going to a foreign country, taking a transaction, ABS doesn't work over there. So the 3-digit card, 3-digit number on the back of the card, that's the Visa, this is the CVV2 for MasterCard, it's the CVC2. That's a great way to ask you for that, and getting that from the customers is a great way to prevent fraudulent activity. When they generate card numbers, or they steal credit card information, they don't have that 3-digit number. So that is one of the top ways to help know that, hey, this card has a better chance of being legitimate because you see the 2 card matches. Yes, sir.
I'm just curious, and you may or may not know the answer to this, but look at Visa, MasterCard, and American Express. Do you find that any one of those cards is more lenient on pursuing chargebacks, or are they all pretty well equal? I'm just trying to position myself, wondering if there's one or more of those that I just need to quit taking, and one is going to be a little more likely to err to side with the vendor instead of the consumer.
And that's a great question. And you have been a victim of this. So that's why your diligence has been raised quite a bit. And so these kind of questions it's important to know the answer to. And the one thing I'll say is the American Express, we suggest that you don't take American Express just simply because they are going to side on the cardholder's favor 99.9%, if not 100% of the time. And I hate to say that, but pardon me? They do cost more. They do have a tendency to buy higher ticket items as well. So we advise you to do that, to not take American Express. Now, Visa, Discover, and MasterCard. They have different rules, a little bit different rules, but as a general rule, they're pretty strict on, or they have the same type of rules. They might vary here or there. I know it's Visa as far as with a driver's license. If you present that with a chargeback, they don't like that. It's against their rules. MasterCard can, but it's not something that they weigh heavily into the decision, I guess.
If I could ask one other question, if you don't mind.
Sure.
One of the cases that we lost, actually, in that last round of, we had tried to defend ourselves, that one of the credit card companies actually came back and said that our policy and our terms and conditions weren't clear enough as far as an in-house policy on chargebacks and allowing chargebacks and returns. So I came up with just a ridiculous 2 or 3 paragraphs that basically said, as a buyer, I hereby, by registering, I'm agreed that I will not charge back under any circumstance, and that I'm buying as is where is, and we still lost another case after that. So my question is it even worth even going into the terms and conditions? And if so, do you have any suggestions on how we might phrase that to give us any level of additional protection as far as having a policy? And is that something, as a group that did $1 billion in business last year, we should have some level of leverage with the kind of dollars that we're paying credit card companies and fees? Is there something that we can do as a group as far as a policy that we could all use?
Well, in MarkNet, when they bid, when a bidder registers, there are terms and conditions there when they register, and I've looked at those and they're pretty good. I think that it would be a good idea. The people who, like I said before, either who've been in online auctions for a long time, or ones who are aware of the risk of online auctions, they do that in advance. They know what chargebacks, how you can lose a chargeback, and they put it in their terms and conditions as much as possible. So your basic person that says, hey, I don't like what I purchased. It was brown instead of blue. I saw it and I wanted a blue one and it's brown. I'm not going to pay for this. You could win those by presenting all the evidence in your terms and conditions. Hey, this is, we had a chance to look at it. They, we sent it out. You sign the item, or you sign the receipt, or you clicked off on the terms and conditions saying that, hey, this is as is, where is, all sales final, and you should win that one. If there's certain things that can come up, like you said, that make it harder for you to win, because again, they have 6 months to file a chargeback, and what they can do is they can claim it's not as described, maybe. So you send it to them, and it's perfectly clean. You send it to them, then you get it to them, and they use it. And a jackhammer, let's say it's a perfectly clean jackhammer, they use it and say, hey, this came to me in this condition. You got to prove that, hey, it didn't come to them in that condition. So each situation could be a little different, and that's why whatever way you set up, as far as if you ship a lot of items, you need to make sure you have, and work with us. Call us at TSYS, and we will work with you on what to do with your terms and conditions. As far as right now, exactly what terms can you put in there for each and every one of your auctions, it varies a little bit because you sell different things at each and every one of your auctions. And so there's certain things you have to make. With guns, you have to have something there. For real estate, or for certain things, you have to have things in there. So ask me questions afterwards. You should. I work with Jason Butts and Ray Basili as well. We work with the auctioneers, and we deal with this stuff a lot. We don't have all the answers, but we have our team, our risk team, our investigations team are very aware, and we do whatever we can to help. So if you have probably one of the best ways to prevent this is if you have an issue with the card, give us a call, and we will look at it, and we'll do our best to try to find out if that is stolen, call the issuing bank, and perform our checks to make sure the card is good. So if you can't do that right away, you need us to do it, we can help with that. Yes, sir.
Does our online registration now require the CVC code?
I'm not sure on that.
still get a lot of inbound cards. It'll be that person that didn't show up to pick up their stuff, and you try to charge them, and invariably, that's not a good card.
So, and again, people are learning this. It is something that is 99% of transactions go through fine, and the more noise that we hear, the more situations that we uncover, the more we can protect against it and get situations in place.
You know of a consumer that has ever won the chargeback, and if they have, what language did they use to, the vendor won a chargeback to, and if they did, what language did they use, or what was the case that could help us?
Well, when it comes to, as far as when they click off online auctions, when they click off on the terms and conditions, you want to make sure that all the terms and conditions are on the same page that you click off on. That is something that has come up before. And as far as the specific language, again, as is where is all sales final, you know, the customer assumes responsibility of this item. You understand what you get, and that's going to be, once you accept it, you know, then there's no returns. The thing with that is if somebody wants to return an item, we suggest they call the merchant, and then once they call, you want to work it out between yourselves. And then if you don't, give them the return or it doesn't satisfy them, then it's Visa MasterCard's rules as far as issuing chargeback. So as far as shipping, make sure you ship it in the proper time. If you say it's going to be there in a week or less, make sure you get there in a week or less. And describe it as best you can. That is kind of another issue. Is if I know somebody bought a painting for a lot of money, $10,000 or $15,000, and they describe it. They say, we do not know if this is an original painting. We have no proof of that. So if you purchase it, you know that. And the guy bought it and sent it back, and then filed a chargeback saying this is not a real painting. This is not official. And the auctioneer won that chargeback because he had it properly described what the item was. So if you don't want to make any more promises than you have, and you can actually prove. But you do want to make sure that you describe it the best you can. That's what the 300 number is. I think if everybody knows that, that's. If they ask, if a customer say, what number are you talking about? You've got to describe it. Now, as with everything, technology catches up sometimes with what's going on. There aren't any decoders popping up yet, but it might become more prevalent. So hopefully that works out good there. So like I said before, the preventing of fraud chargebacks, what always comes when we fight this, the one thing they ask, do you have an imprint of the card? And so that's why I always bring that back up.
So how do we keep that if we're not allowed to keep it? For 6 months?
Well, to keep it, you just have to keep it locked up and tell them where to keep it.
It's supposed to be in a very secure, safe, or secure place. You can't store anything in insecure electronically. If you're going to store card numbers electronically, that kind of thing, that's where PCI compliance comes in even more, because you get hacked into. If you're going to store it physically, because there are some people who do call on telephone to get the authorization and make the transaction, and then they use swipe. So it doesn't happen very often, but you got to keep it in a secure place that is going to be that nobody can get into. That only one person has the lock, or it's in a secure area. You're just going to have to be able to prove, hey, this is in a secure area, and nobody can get in there.
Okay, you say getting a copy of the card, but most of us in here are doing online auctions, and I'm going to guess that the vast majority of us are taking payment You never see the card. When the customer comes to pick his items up, it's already paid for. So how are we gonna get a swipe of the card?
And that's kind of where you kind of have to be creative as far as with the winners. Like, so if you call, you're gonna have to do your due diligence beforehand. You call and you talk to the guy, and you verify, hey, is this your phone number? Is this your address? Is you purchase this, and ask them questions. What is the issuing bank on your card? You don't have to do all this, but those are steps that you can take to do that to help prevent this kind of a situation, because it doesn't happen all the time. And I really don't want this to scare you and say, oh, we can't take credit cards anymore. But I think if you have if you set those features to where, hey, you have to get your the ABS has to match, the address and the zip code has to match. If it doesn't match, then the card's not going to go through. You can do that because that is a flag of fraud, but that most of them are not fraud. And so then you have to kind of weed out, hey, this person wasn't able to purchase the item because the ABS didn't match. You want that to happen in all the transactions that it doesn't match, because there's a lot of reasons why it wouldn't. And that's why it is not always easy to know what is fraud and what's not. There's flags, there's certain things that make it seem like it, but we can't really guarantee that all this is. We just try to put all the information and knowledge out there that we can, and then it usually can win them most of the time.
Excuse me, you didn't answer the question. Will you be held responsible?
Well, so no, we won't. It is when the
TSYS is kind of right.
Part is not through TSYS. TSYS is a merchant account. PCI compliance part that we have is through PayTrace.
Yes.
So all the information, when it comes into our system, it goes directly out. So it goes through Streamline directly into PayTrace. PayTrace is actually a piece of software that charges the card. That then the funds get sent from PayTrace to TSYS holds the funds and then distributes them back to you guys. They're the merchant account. So that's where the PCI compliance part on our end for us is handled through the other company, PayTrace.
But we're not asking for the 3-digit credit when they're registered?
It's not a required field that we have right now.
Is that going to happen?
Yeah, I'm not sure that it's going to put.
It won't solve the problem that is presented with us. So am I correct in thinking that if the card is swiped, physically swiped, it eliminates the fraud?
No. He's saying you have to have an imprint.
Well, what is it, swipe or imprint, or swipe and imprint, or imprint?
If the card is fraudulent, if it's a stolen card or a fake card, then you're not going to win, because it is once the card's been stolen, and when we do the authorization, we will know if the card has been stolen or if it's a legitimate card. It'll either say it's a legitimate card and everything looks good, or it's not a legitimate card. Or
how long does it take you to find out?
Right.
That it's a stolen card?
Well, that's good. As a general rule, if it's an actual stolen card, people have a tendency to find out pretty quickly if their card is stolen. There's no set guideline, but the good thing is the issuing bank card, or the issuing bank does keep track of that. If there's issues and they start charging items that you're not used to, that you don't usually charge, the bank will call the cardholder and say, hey, there's somebody making these charges. Is this you? Where I work, it's happened. How many of you had your card stolen and you got phone calls from the issuing bank saying, hey, did you authorize these transactions? Is this you? I'm sure I haven't had it, but I know many people who have. So the banks are usually pretty much on top of that when it comes to that. So you hope a couple days, maybe a week or so, But as far as stolen cards, I mean, with all the breaches that are going on, there's stolen card information out there, and social security numbers and that, you know, from months ago that they might be trying to sell, and then they don't sell them, and then they start using. Once they start using them, then the card holder knows that it's starting to go bad, and then hopefully, if people can track, it'll be very limited.
They've got sale on Tuesday, do pickup on Thursday or Friday instead of the next Friday. Would that give a little more time to find out that the car is stolen, so we know we still got the merchandise?
You know, I think if you could hold it, and that's one thing that the auctioneer industry has kind of voted against them, is I hear a lot, hey, we're on site here, we do an online auction, we say they have to get this property off, you know, the items off in the next day or two, so they gotta come in and get it out of here, you know, that's the rules. And so when you do that, you know, everybody's in a hurry, kind of. So, but if you do say that, if you say, hey, you can't pick up the items for a certain period of time due to checks made for verification and that, you know, if somebody calls up and says, hey, I need my item right now, you know, that's a sign.
It still doesn't work. I don't know why they'll hold it doesn't work. We suspected a credit card had been stolen. We called the credit card company. They said the credit card was good and not been reported stolen. We went ahead and called the police department. The police department said, we can't do anything about it. Nothing's been reported stolen. We ran it for $3,000. 3 months later, they jerked the $3,000 out of my account and said it was a stolen card, and we lost the case.
You still ain't got over that, I can tell you.
I got mad and said, we ain't taking no more credit cards. Well, you can't do that on an online auction company. My only way of giving us any level of protection is our policy now is we'll take a credit card up to $1,000, and that's it. Anything over $1,000 got to be paid with cash or certified funds. So now I at least know that my risk is $1,000. There's no magic bullet outside of that.
Did you swipe?
No,
you
no,
didn't.
this was an out-of-state buyer.
Gotcha.
That bought it, and we ran it, and it went through, but we just knew something wasn't right about it.
If you physically swipe the card, does that give you any extra protection?
Yeah, that is what they want to. They manually imprinted, you know, is what we want. But if you swipe the card and you get their signed receipt, that is a great way as well. Now, when it comes to the chip card, you know, whoever, if you have a chip reading technology terminal, and there's a chip card, then everything is good. You should win your case. It should not be fraud there or anything. You should not have a chargeback there. It should be good.
Is that the same? Will you have the same results if you physically swipe it?
Now, if he has a chip card.
No. He doesn't have a chip card.
Okay. So if it's if you swipe it, then it will help. Yes, it will. Again, there are a lot of different situations, and I do not want to say 100 as everybody here. We've got a lot of auction experience here, and I know some people have had issues with this, but either they won them or they figured out and they haven't had a whole lot of them. Because we do get calls when this stuff happens, and once you get worse, it's difficult. But you're still mostly safe. You are still mostly safe, but with the issues that happen, we don't want this to happen to you. So that's why we're out here and just kind of making sure that you're aware. The biggest thing is being aware of what's going on and what to do, and that's what we're trying to do.
According to our bank and our accountant, any bank check, certified fund, cashier's check can be canceled.
Sure can.
And so the only thing that I understand is one way, is a wire transfer. So what we tried to do, and I'm sure we're not as strict with it as I'd like to be, but just like his limit was 1,000, anything over 1,000 would be wire transfer. The only problem with that is there's a wire transfer fee. And so what you do is you push that off onto a buyer or a seller, either one, in the process. But that's probably your only legitimate solution to where once that wire transfer hits your account, it's not going back out. But other than that, everything else is canceled. And then the worst part is what I found, and we've got one right now where a buyer had some other lady, they know one another, used her card, he came and picked it up, she calls and fusses about it being on her card, and as everybody else here says, you lose every time. The credit card company runs you right over every time. So we actually are going through the court system to see how it works, which may be a waste of time, but to see if there's some way of getting our money back there. It's only $1,500, but it still hurts and it's a problem. But I went so far as to talk to our state legislators and representatives, senators, whatever, on trying to get something done. And to me, any input you folks can have would be great, but the reason that it hurts me is I tell them as a small business, for somebody to be able to do a chargeback 6 months down the road, when I pay within 30 days, puts me under an undue hardship and things. And I've even changed the wording because it has to damage, defective, and something else that the credit card company have in there. I put in there that by the very nature of the items being used, they're damaged, defective, whatever. But the credit card company makes no difference to them. They're always going to take the consumer side, which is horrible.
And like I said, this is something that the auction industry, it's not unique to you. You know, every online company and every company goes through this. It's just that you have more situations to go through, more hoops to go through. Yes, sir.
Even with the new chip card, is it effective now, I think, if you swipe a chip card as opposed to dip it, the liability falls back onto you.
If it's stolen or counterfeit card.
Right.
But there again, just like it's been brought up, okay, we're using a chip card, but we're doing it online. We got nothing.
Well, your only alternative is to set your pain tolerance level at $500 or $1,000, and unless the person physically brings their card at pickup, so you can swipe it, dip it, throw it, eat it, then you're at risk. And so, you know, it's which is a way to do it, you know, which, you know, you can tell them they have to swipe, they have to bring the physical card, or you don't let them have the merchandise, and if they don't want to bring the physical card, then they have to wire transfer. But that really is your only protection, and that's not, I don't think really that's exclusive to the auction industry. That's just the way it is. Just the way it is.
So we as an auctioneer, can we pass that liability on to our sellers?
Well, if you get that to work, you get the next presentation.
That would become a negotiating tool on a lot of auctions.
Myra works with Remax, and they just had a situation on wire transfer that the wire instructions got hacked, and the money just went poof. And $94,000, it's just totally gone.
A wire transfer is not concrete. It can be pulled back too.
Well, what's the point with that? If they're asking you to send them wiring information, email is the least effective way to send it. You need to fax your wiring information
Or call it.
Don't
They
email it.
don't email wiring instructions.
They look for that. They look for the numbers set up like that.
They got money on the trust account.
So one thing, how many of you guys sell do auctions and ship things overseas or internationally? Is that a big business? You know, so one thing there that we learned is that we have to, there's where a driver's license, you know, send your driver's license via fax, you know, in a picture of the credit card, and that, you know, that's another way to make sure it's legitimate, because the stolen credit card numbers, they're just numbers, they don't have the actual card, the actual name, they just have the numbers. However, again, depending on how sophisticated it is, they can have a lot more information. So, again, as we've all discussed here, it's something that each situation could be different depending on who you're up against. But if we can monitor it and be aware, we keep it a lot safe, more safe. So again, make sure your staff is trained, just kind of go over everything, make sure everything, you know, the more that emphasis that you put on it to your staff, the more that they will be aware of it, and if you have implications and consequences for it happening, you make them aware of what can happen if we don't take these precautions. You know, and then use the tools to identify, you know, like we discussed, there's nothing foolproof, but being aware and being on your toes is one way. And if it looks suspicious, if it seems like there's an issue with it, it doesn't seem right, don't take it, or give us a call. If there's ever doubt, give us a call. I don't know if any of you have talked to Ray or Jason on the phone, but we say call us. And our investigations team, they say that they will help us out. And again, set your height, ticket limit to whatever you think is best for your company and what you can afford.
I've got a question about the chargeback.
Yes.
Okay, somebody disputes a charge, let's say $5,000, and you've mentioned that the card company will just go back to their account and get that money.
Yeah.
What happens if there's not $5,000 in the account?
Well, and that's so.
They'll get it the next time.
That brings up something. So once you do get a chargeback, and the chargebacks itself is a kind of another category. Fraud chargebacks is one thing. But so on any chargeback, you know, once the chargeback has been filed, we take the money out, and if it's not there, then we call you up and you know, discuss and say, hey, you know, there's a chargeback going on. We discuss the situation, and you're going to fight it and all that, and see what happens. Now, but what could happen is that we could possibly work it out and say this is a one-time deal. You know, we're going to have money in the bank and talk to our investigations and work something out and keep everything going. But we're going to want our money. You know, our bank is going to want the money, but so we're going to try to get that if possible. If not, well, we may hold funds. So if you have another auction, then we will possibly hold funds until we have money for the chargeback.
Yeah, I said that from experience. They get it when you put it in there the next time.
Right. The key is there won't be a next time. Whoops, sorry guys, no credit cards on this account, on this auction, cash over.
Well, and so one thing is that a few years ago, we at TSYS got burned for over the course of 2 or 3 years from 3 different coin dealers online. We got caught for $750,000 worth of chargebacks for businesses growing online very, very quickly. They start out small. They, for various reasons that go on, it could be they try to play the silver market, or they grow too fast. They can't ship the merchandise out. They don't have a plan in place. They go out of business and they have these huge auctions, and then that's where we are responsible. So that's one reason why we go out of business if we have a large enough hit as well. So that's why there are these precautions that we put in place as well. Because nobody's safe, but that's why you got to have your steps in. All right. Yes.
On the chip cards and the like the Apple Pay that's out now, is that new equipment that we have to get from you? Is that how do you get the ones that you slot the cards in? What happens with that? And the Apple Pay?
Okay, so now there's obviously the thing about auctioneers is you can go online, go on site, you have your own auction house. So if you're on site, there's different things you can use. You can use a wireless terminal, or if you have a hotspot, you can use a virtual terminal. If you have your auction house and you have electricity, a phone line, or an IP connection, you can use another wire type of terminal. So our wire terminals and our wireless terminals can take Apple Pay, and they are equipped to take the chip. So if you have a wireless terminal, a wireless Ingenico terminal from us, you would have to download some programming in order to make it to accept the chip card if you haven't already had the programming downloaded. and we'll be able to take a chip card. And so with the virtual terminal, which means so you connect it to the internet and through a laptop or computer, then as of right now, the technology is not right there to have to accept chip with those right now. And hopefully they'll be coming by the end of the year or the first quarter. So there's our contact information. Please call us anytime, right up here. Call us anytime or email us. And I know some of you guys have, you know us, but that's what we're here for. We're here to help. We solve everything.
That's your cell number?
My cell number's on my email. Trust me, we get calls all the time. I mean different times of the day. Yes, ma'am.
Now, there is something to where if somebody wants to have an account verified, that your company can help verify the account. Is that right? Somebody calls in?
So, yes. So, on a card present transaction, there's something called a code 10. So if you have you swipe a card and and the ABS doesn't match or something, you know, it brings up a signal. There are certain things you can do. One of them is if it says code 10, call this number, and it'll guide you walk you through the part because the card might be stolen and it's something that they're concerned about, and they're not gonna let that card go through because that is a stolen card, you know, it's stolen, and we're gonna take steps to handle that. If it's any transaction, call us, and we will, again, we'll check, we'll call the issuing bank, or we'll take steps that we can, like talking to the card issuing bank, and make sure the card, as far as the database that we have, is a legitimate card. And that's the thing, if it hasn't been reported stolen, that's the issue that we have.
So what happens then? I mean, does it come back just the same way on the merchant if the card comes back stolen even after it's been verified at that point? So call in, it's verified, had been reported stolen, but a few months later it's stolen. Is the process still the same as if they hadn't called it in?
Yes, yes, the process is the same. Because it could have been stolen or Yep. Yes.
I'm just wondering, was it an accident that page and number that's left out as duplicate?
Was it an accident what?
That all those names and phone numbers not on the book.
No, they should put it on there? And one other thing, so after the presentation, the items, another some useful information is that we're not all covered. They were not all covered in the presentation. Is if you go through here, there's a couple things that make sense. A lot of the illegal transactions that occurred between 12 a.m. and 2 a.m. in the morning. So if those online transactions, I don't know how you check and say who's bidding on your auctions at 12 or 2 a.m. in the morning. You know, that's something to kind of be aware of too.
Is that because of the time difference in Eastern Europe?
Correct. Yeah.
It is, isn't it?
That has a lot to do with it. That has a lot to do with it. Plus, you got, you know, some people just don't. The people who don't think these things through, that's when they're, you know, they sleep during the day and they're up at night doing this stuff. So if you review the information on the back of this as well, it helps out a lot. And there are more things as well that we have. We have different items that I can send you links to that has information on it as well. I just don't want to overload you with a whole bunch of handouts. If you want it, I have several links and several other items that go over this. A lot of it is repetitive. However, if you can get something out of it, any little thing you can get will help. And then the last thing is, many of you are on the NAA possibly, or you know, state association. You know, we talked about going to the representatives about, hey, this is the auction industry. We're different from everybody else. We have a set of rules that kind of applies to us. And really, who makes the decision as far as if the chargeback is legitimate or not? It's Visa, MasterCard, Discover, American Express, they're the banks. And there's certain industry codes called MCC codes that certain industries are in. And if we had an auctioneering industry code, so when a transaction comes from your particular industry, there's a certain set of rules that might apply, and they would look at it, and have those rules apply to that. Now, I don't know what it would take to do that. It would take a lot, but if there's enough powerful people that want it, a lot of things can get done. Again,
who do we talk to?
Who do you talk to? It would be, well, who does the ruling? Visa, MasterCard, Discover, and American Express. They're the ones that make the decisions on all this. So they have to make the decision to change the rules or put it in the industry. But also the government can mandate that they make these rules. And say, you have to change, this industry has to have their own rules or amendments of the rules because of this. And like, you get enough powerful people behind it, things change. But again, it only happens 0.5% of the time. And are they going to deem it worthy to go after it and go through all the headaches just for that small amount? It has to be shown that this is definitely a detriment to their whole system. It's gonna. Where does it affect everybody? In the pocketbooks. If you could say, hey, before all this fraudulent activity happened, the auction industry was doing $5 billion a year in transactions on credit cards. And since this has happened, we're doing $1 billion or less. That might be something to get some. But you guys are. I mean, we'll work with you. But you guys know your business, and when this stuff happens, you let us know. I'll be here for another couple hours. I got a plane to catch after this, but again, always feel free to call. And I know some of you guys, we can't help everybody, but honestly, we're the only ones out there that will put this much effort to doing this. We've been working with these auctioneers for 10 years, and we know what happens, and we will help as much as we can.
All right, we're going to take a break. There's some dessert in the back. So if you guys can take a break, enjoy some dessert. There's a little chocolate back there to make you feel better about things. This is a tough topic. We're still on a tough topic. So take a break. We're going to go in 15 minutes or so.
You better run and get you something that's going to go fast. Three different things. What's a pecan bar? Some chocolate thing and some looks like apple chocolate. Ice water.
Not quite as sweet as ice cream.
She doesn't want one.
There's chocolate ones. And apple chocolate. Chocolate something we're putting in the cup. You want the chocolate? Or the apple? I get it. Want me to get it? I'll get it. It's really good.
Pete Myra are leaving.
I just found out, but I'm going to leave my
Nice.
So you guys having any success limiting your exposure yet, or has it been focused?
Credit card deals, yeah. It's more of like what
Well, sure.
I wouldn't say success limited. We just implemented in the last 2 or 3 auctions the $1,000 max charge on transfer. So we're only allowing anybody to do up to 1,000, so we don't get discounted. We did so many items, so many auctions, small items, but those couple of hitbacks that we had for 3,000, 1,000, 9,000, that adds up fast.
So then you want cash payment, anything for credit card.
Yeah, well, we still accept credit cards up to $1,000.
Right.
But yeah, we
But I'm saying
accept anything. We accept cash, credit card, checks, money wire, cash. We allow them.
That's what I'm saying. You got a guy in Pennsylvania that's buying a piece and he wants to put his credit card for $1,000.
I think everybody watching on
Thank you.
Oh.
That's okay. We're not talking about anything serious. Hello, everybody. Right. So far. Most of the time, we're not
First choice,
I know what this group is like. I like that idea. Yeah, that way it's, if something happens, they gotta call us. Yeah.
Mine's finished, I'm nibbling.
No, you want to go grab me one? I really have to pee. You want to go grab me one?
Probably. How's yours going?
Good.
No crashing?
No. Only dropped 8 frames.
The entire time?
Yeah.
Is this YouTube right there?
No, that's OBS platform network.
That who uses?
That I use to. That's the encoding software that sends it to YouTube.
Holy shit, these are good.
dogs in for them, walk around. I just took a bunch of stuff.
Ordered the sale.
I've got the blankets they give you with the towels on top. The whole head and legs cracking up to watch the brother. They put my buddy up. I told her, I would, I'll go up in there.
All right, everybody, if you want to make your way back in, we're going to get things going again. Okay, we're going to get started now. Kurt's going to come up. He has something to talk to you about in regard to some stuff with CAI Next. So I'm going to turn it over to him and let him tell you what he's got going on.
It is the 40th anniversary of CAI, and they've got the format that they're going to do for CAI Next this year is based off of TED Talks. Anybody in here know what TED Talks are? They're like the 15-minute, really intense talks that they have on the internet on just a variety of categories. So what they've decided to do is gather up 20 speakers from the auction industry to each give an in-depth 15-minute talk, which I think is perfect for auctioneers because we all got ADD, and after 15 minutes we're done listening anyhow. So they're trying to get as big a pool of speakers together as they can, and then they'll choose 20 speakers out of that to present at CAI Next. And I am here looking for volunteers for TEDx talks. And you can speak on any topic that you'd like to speak on.
So if you're going to CAI next, it's a guaranteed way to get a room because the rooms are limited. And if you'd like to give a talk, we're looking for volunteers. Robert? All right. Got one.
Brian Becker.
You look interested, Mickey. Okay, Mickey. All right, got two. Sure.
Brian Becker.
Brian Becker.
Yeah, this is Brian Becker. It's not here. How to stay calm in the auction business.
Now let me tell you something. What's going on?
All right, Robert, Mickey, and Sherm.
Kurt?
Yes.
Some guys asked me to talk about the history of CAI.
The history of CAI.
I think I'm gonna set that thing.
All right, we'll do that. Is there anybody? Yes, Scott.
You have to have somebody that cuts them off.
You'll need an air horn.
Oh, we'll need an air horn in 15 minutes. Okay, it's all right. We'll have it. We'll have it. Anybody else?
Kurt, do you have to have a proposal sent in by a certain?
Here's how it works. I will either I or Aaron Imzinger will email you an application, and so you just fill it out and think of the topic. You know, just maybe think of a topic that you'd like to speak on, and put the topic down. And I think there's a spot on there for just a little synopsis or something, and then it'll go in the pool, and then they'll pick out of that pool. All right, thank you. All right, Art, good deal. All right, thanks. Oh, and Chris has got applications for AARE with him.
I went over and printed off the application. I've had 5, fill it out. Again, I'll get us right in that, right when they open the gate on the 30th after South Carolinians fill in. I can tell you, you'll have 2. We got a guarantee of 2 seats anyway, because I'm gonna sign up. Christopher and I are gonna sign up, and then we're gonna give them to you. But I think it's not gonna be any problem. But if anybody that wants to go, we'll have that around. And I've got the blank fact.
Chris, you mean it's 3 days? Is it a 3-day deal, man?
Yes, it is. 3 days. 3 days and you're done, and then you do your. Yeah,
No, that's been a case. In Vegas, it was too long.
No. Maybe it was 3 days, it just seemed like 5. Okay, we are going to get into talking about Streamline. And, excuse me. We're going to talk about some changes that are currently going on. We're going to show you what some things are starting to look like. What's going to happen is, as they're doing this, they have everything set up, and they've been making these changes in some test environments. We're going to explain a little bit of why they're changing things the way that they're changing it. And then we're going to talk kind of overarching what's happening. I'm going to show you some stuff that you're actually going to be able to utilize here next week. But one of the things that we've had with Streamline is this software. We started building this software about 10 years ago or so. And so as we built it, we built it on the technology, the things we had at the time. We've added to it, we've added to it, we've added to it, and we've added to it as we go along, right? And so what that has caused us to do as we start to rework it, redesign it, make the changes, make this work in a way that we think is going to be more user-friendly, more beneficial to you, is that we are basically tearing the house down. Right? You guys ever done a remodel project of your home, done an addition to your home, and you start doing it, and you go, you know what, I wish I would have started from scratch. That's kind of where we are right now. Now, we're not just scrapping everything. There's stuff in there that we're using, But as these guys program it, they look at it and go, okay, really we've got to take all these specific things, we've got to get rid of them, and we have to build them new again. Even though the functionality may be somewhat the same in those spaces, in order for this to work in a way that we think is the best way for it to work, and for us to move forward well and be able to add in the right things to this, we're tearing down, we're starting again. So they've started that process. They've started to tear down, they've started putting new things in, they started to make things look different. And we're going to give you some of those new looks, some of those new changes here as they work through to make sure everything's stable and not going to cause you any issues and things like that. But we just kind of wanted to show you a little bit of where that was headed, what that's looking like. So I'm logging in here. And so this is the start of the redesign of the new workspace. Now, some of this stuff you're going to go, I don't care, Matt. It doesn't matter to me, right? But one of the issues that we face is this was all lots of images, right? Just there's an image there to where you can't just go in and you can just go, hey, I'm going to reprogram this. So they have to tear that out, and then they have to build in the software for this to work right. So that's what they've started to do. Now, you'll notice when I come in here that I no longer can't really reach up all the way. There used to be all these things up at the top that you would click through and go through, and it took you to different sections of workspace. They've now moved everything over to the side. Those are like accordion sections. And so that's all coming in to where it's just going to be easier to use. We're going to make it more module specific to you as a person as you go through there. But what we're doing is we're just kind of tearing this down. We're putting this back together. And so you can see here that I've got my workspace section. I'm actually going to come into my project section here. See, I've got over here my add a project, my stats dashboard. Again, we're doing all the navigation on the side. This really is just a nicer, cleaner look. You notice here that things they're not cut off anymore. They used to be cut off, hard to read, hard to sort through. That's all been changed. One thing to understand as we go through this too is this wasn't a process to where, hey, they just got in there and they started just building on this, right? So they didn't just go in and start going, oh, hey, let's do this. Let's make it like this. This has been laid out and designed separately, and then as we go, okay, this is the design that we want. These are the things that we want. Then they start to program that information into there. Okay, and so it's all the design. When I talked earlier about hearing about the fonts within our office, I know that they were working on some of this the other day, and I heard Claire go to Austin. She's like, "You gonna use that font?" It's like, "Well, what font am I supposed to use?" She's like, "Well, you're gonna use that one." Just tell me what font to use. He said, "I just want to know which one to use." It's kind of like, you know, getting dressed to go out for the night. You and your wife are gonna go out. You walk out. She goes, "You gonna wear that?" No. I was just checking with you. What do you want me to wear? And then he went in and changed the fonts because, you know, he had to get the right fonts in there. So, Jenny's calling somebody. I don't know whose phone this is. Oh,
it's Jenny.
How fitting that it was Mr. Pratt's phone.
Let me clarify, I was the godmother of my child. His face is as red as Austin's shirt. Everybody gets their turn.
that was your phone, I wouldn't have made the, I wouldn't have made the announcement. Go back here. Now, like I said, a lot of this that's happening right now is us cleaning this up, us changing this. Now, one of the things that was asked to me was about our stats, like the stats dashboard and things like that. That's why when I say that, you know, we're tearing this apart, because as we put this back together again, what's changing is the ability from where that's just a lot of images, a lot of different things in there that you can't really take and do specific things with, make it do things. What we're doing is we're going to make it to where with the stats you can put out a like a summary report, as opposed to just doing the what Carl does is cuts it out, puts it in Photoshop page, cuts the next piece out. Does a really nice report, but we're going to take these things and make this all easier. Now, what I don't want you to look at and go, oh, yeah, I mean, you changed it, it looks nicer. We're doing this in this fashion because we can build you a much better system this way. And what we're going to do is, as we start to do this, we've implemented these changes, these guys are doing this, we're going to go ahead and put some of these new looks and the way this has changed, stripped out all these images and things into your systems, okay? We're going to do it kind of bit by bit at a time. So there might be a period of time where something you go, hey, I like the new accordion stuff on the side, I like the new navigation, I like the new look of how this is going, and then you click on something and it's still the old page after that. Okay, that's going to happen until we get this all built out and done. But just know that that's doing this so you don't have to wait on everything, right? Because you guys, as patient as you are for new things, we thought it would be nice to just give you a few things along the way, right? And so what we're going to be doing is we're going to be showing you those, or sending those out to you as they come along. One of the first things that we're going to put in, got to get my right link up here. Is a new consignment form. This new consignment form can now be used, what I talked to Austin about. So he said you can make this active next week for all of you guys. This consignment form can be to where you're going to go into your workspace. You're going to be where you add a project on your very first screen there, and you can say allow consignments. What that will do is in the area like on your details page where it says view lot, underneath that it can be add a consignment or consign a lot. What's it say? What is it? Add a consignment. Okay? And so the person clicks on that, they come in, first name, last name, they select their country, they put in their address, cell phone number, they can put in a home phone number, email address. It's going to have the project that they're consigning to. Title, that's the title of their item. A description of their item. A reserve if they have reserve on the item. And then it's got a section below that that is for photos. So they can add in photos of their item directly below that. So it's really simple. I'm going to go ahead and fill this out. put my cell phone number up there. Most of y'all have it anyway. No reserve on my items. Got lots of photos of that. See what I have to sell. Lots of pictures of my kids. If I want to sell them, I think I get in trouble for that.
And you just randomly click.
Does that bother you? My wife says if I do stuff like this, it makes her dizzy. What I have, I decided some stuff earlier, and they cleared it out. Look there. Toy tractors. Just gonna add that one. Submit. Thank you for submission. Fill out the form again to add another consignment. So I can do this over and over again. I can consign items to there. Now, what that does is there's notification sent to the project leader. Project leader can then knows that there's been a new item consigned. Now, what's happened is this has been put in the database, but it hasn't went to your website yet because you have yet to see it. Okay? So since you haven't seen it yet, you're going to want to approve it. So I come over here, jump to section, consignments. Now, here's what I get. I can come in, I've been notified, and I can look and say, hey, here's my item. The last one I did, it's like Austin's been in here consigning items. He probably didn't want me to come up here and not have stuff in there. There's my item. I just got my notification on that. So I'm going to click on it. There it is. Gives the information about the item, contact info, and now I can accept or decline the item. Okay? I'll just go back. Now here's the cool part. If I accept this item, this is now automatically added into a catalog, an online bidding catalog in your bidding platform. This is hooked directly up to our bidding system. So somebody adds this, you hit the accept, boom, it's in your catalog. Catalog is done for you, the signer can do it. So if you're doing farm machinery, heavy equipment, vehicles, whatever, anything you want to do a consignment sell on, you can accept it and do that. It's quick, it's an easy way to do it. We, years ago, did a really hard process of this at Kurt's company. It was much more difficult for us to do this. It did not load anything into the bidding platform. We had to go through and do that and recatalog everything later after we did it. We put it in our listing page and that was it. And it just wasn't a great process. This way, this is going straight in there, it's ready to go. Kurt?
You could essentially let a banker or a farmer or a dealer or something consign their own items online. The only caveat that you've got with this is you need to check the descriptions and you need to check photographs, make sure the photographs are good, and make sure the descriptions are
consistent with the grammatical standards that you have, because sometimes people will consign and they don't use good grammar, or they don't capitalize things, but it's pretty cool because they're basically consigning the items and doing all the work for you.
Yeah, and this wouldn't necessarily have to be just a large group of consigners. I mean, this, like Kurt said, this could be one seller who's putting their information in, feeding it directly in there as they go along. I guess one of the things, Kurt, maybe you could talk about what the response had been in the past, even with the old system that you used. That, I mean, I know it didn't go directly into your bidding platform or anything.
Half of our consignments came through this way.
So half of them, and you would have how many tractors? 200, 250 tractors, plus you would also allow for parts to be consigned, which was different. So you had, what, a couple hundred pallets of parts maybe? So I mean, that's a lot of items, and if you're getting half of those put in there for you with the photos and the descriptions taken care of, that's pretty significant.
Is it automatically assigning an item block number to it?
Yeah.
We've never done this before, but Carl and I are both sitting here thinking of a million things.
I can't imagine the two of you doing that.
And my question is, because we've never used it, how do you give that consigner that link into Workspace? How do you guys handle that? And then is there a whole separate auction that's just that consignment sale and you're doing it quarterly, or?
Well, the consigner, if it was just one consigner and you weren't taking consignments, like from multiple folks, so like Kurt, for instance, like he would put up now accepting consignments and hope that people came to the website.
And it was a link on the website.
It was a link on the website. So what we would do is just not have the link up on the website and let you email that to them, give them access to it, but not put it up to where if you're just doing one consigner, you don't want other people to do
You
it.
make a project and not make it live, and just send them the link to that. And then
Are there items at their location, or are they bringing them to you?
My instance, they were bringing them to me, but you could do it if it's in their location.
You just pick it up at someplace else.
Is this active now?
We can have it on your deal ready by, they said they'd put it in there by the beginning of the week if y'all want to start using it.
And how large is the field for the pictures, or how many pictures? Is it unlimited, or?
No, we've got a limit. We just have it where they put 4 pictures in right now. Yeah.
You like with it, but it is expandable.
Say what?
It is expandable.
I mean, it's right now. We have it set to 4. Sure, we could do something
with cars, especially plastic cars. Some types of equipment. They want pictures.
Yeah, Austin just told me, yeah, sure, we could make that larger. If he says thumbs up on it, then I'm good with it.
It's expandable all the way to 4.
Yeah. He brought up some code the other day on his computer. Said, "Hey, come take a look at this." Like, can you believe this? Like, nope. Sure can. And then I just went back to my office. Had no idea what he was talking about. He did, so I wanted to support him. Got another question, Carl?
No, we're just thinking how, I mean, I can see this with cars.
Well, absolutely with cars.
I mean, we can't sell, technically in Tennessee, we're not supposed to sell cars because unless you're dead, we're in a nursing home. But this would be awesome to set up for just John Doe. We just advertise, put your car on my website.
Because we're not really auctioning it, we're just providing the marketing platform.
She's making her legal case.
How big of a gray area?
Well, I stayed at the Holiday Inn Express last night, but I am not an attorney. I would say that whatever you feel comfortable with, and whatever your attorney says, I'm all for it.
All our information is the title description.
Yeah, this is a neat tool. Really the big thing about this, I mean, we can make all kinds of forms. People can easily go in and get something like a job form or whatever. The problem with that is that doesn't connect to anything. That's going to send you something. We've kind of patched together some forms at different times for folks. But what this does is this creates the bidding catalog for you. All right, so they're doing the work. They're putting it in there. They're putting it, right on your site. They can go to your site. You can promote this as a new cool feature that you're taking back and that you're using.
You gotta have a contract to sell though before you can let it do that. In Kentucky.
What's that?
You gotta have a contract that you're, an auction contract with them before you can advertise anything to sell.
Yeah, what did you do with your contract? You sent contracts after they sent the consignment in, right? Or before you approved it?
No, they agreed to terms. They agreed to terms of sale, which we think that's a contract.
And we noticed you play kind of loose up there.
Oh, from the man from Kentucky.
Yeah, take that, Matt Ford. Yeah, what I would say is, when you see somebody gets it consigned in, send them a contract out, and then approve their consignment once you have the contract.
Could you have a contract on there that could download items?
Yeah, I mean, you can have it right on your website there. Trying to think of how we could do. Let's see here. We probably could have just a downloadable contract from this form. Well, they downloaded like a PDF contract. Sure, Austin says sure.
So for each, if someone wants to add like 5 items, do they have to fill it out?
Fill that out each time.
Their information will be saved.
Okay.
Their information's saved at the top.
Okay, good.
Yeah. Sorry. That's why I see. I have good people that work with me. They let me know exactly what's what. So yeah, they just have to fill in the lot information. So there are some different things that we can do with this. Austin said, we could probably put a downloadable contract right onto there. Obviously, you can have your contract right on your listing page as well. Say download this before consigning items or whatever the case may be. So several ways that we could do that. Yeah, Cindy?
But is that whole section like passworded so that if you let somebody get to there, they can't get to the rest of your Streamline stuff?
Yeah, you can't.
But you may have somebody get on there and do random whatever, but that's why you've got the whole approval.
I don't see why you couldn't.
Right, yeah, I'm sure you're gonna get something weird sent in there and signed in. I'm certain of that. People just with nothing better to do. Yeah, Jason.
When you accept or deny, does it send them an email or a note back that it was accepted or denied?
Austin?
We don't like your crap or.
Well, yeah, we'll probably tone down, Yes. Yeah. Now we may have to look at like verbiage for each specific company, so you can say, I don't like your crap. Make that standard all the way across. Yeah, sure. entrance fee put on it.
So you're gonna do cars, you want the $50 list.
I mean, we had made up another form specifically for someone, and the issue with that is how you're going to accept the fee, right? But through what system? Because we'd have to write a full API to some major systems to allow somebody to enter that directly in to do that. You could set up something with PayPal, but I would probably do that completely aside from this form.
This isn't the same as registering?
No, this is completely different. Yeah. I mean, I would do that where before you approve them, you're saying, hey, we want to approve your item, but there's an entry fee, and we're going to take that down.
We're going to launch a electric car consignment auction along with a big car show in the spring. And I'm just trying to figure out the best way to promote that on our website and start taking consignments early. That's going to be great too.
Yeah, it's really good.
Works perfect for that.
We excuse me. We did. We had this working, but we didn't have it ready at the time. And Bo Benton was doing a collector car consignment, and so we made a separate little form for him to do it. And I mean, that was one of the things that his seller wanted was for them to be able to consign, online. And he was faced with that's what the other guys did too, right? And so he did that, but what we did then had a lot of limitations, and it was really just sending Bo an email, some information. We were trying to make it look good to where this is putting the catalog together for you, and you can go in and tweak it. Obviously, I mean, you guys know how to do that already. But it really, I mean, it's really a cool feature. It's clean, it's easy. I mean, you see, I uploaded a picture here. It was dang near instant that it says it's in there, and then I go through and I approve my item, and I'm good to go.
Well, I guess once you approve it, it's uploaded into the catalog that's already posted.
Correct.
So once they submit the form, then we got their information to email them back the contract and ask for credit card payment for the consignment fee. And then once you got it approved, you turn it on, it starts showing up.
Right, it's right there.
Right.
Yeah, so what you're gonna see then when you're
live, and then approve them as you get them back, and it'll automatically happen.
Yeah, and so then you're on your website, it's gonna say view bids, and then it's gonna say, add a consignment. Yeah.
Will that work for real estate consignment auction?
Sure. I mean, I would, yeah. I mean, it worked because all they're doing is really just they're cataloging an item for you and giving you all their information.
Is it, this just puts it in SAM, or does it put it in one of multi-part? It's just SAM.
Just on the SAM one. The multi-part one would be a little more interesting to try to do. Yeah. Other questions on this? Yeah, sale order, once they're in there, you can change that after it's been approved. Because I mean, then you may get, well, let me just say, I know from a personal experience, when with like Kurt's Thanksgiving sale, we would go through and things would be cataloged, things would be up, and we'd have all these consignments. Basically, we were doing a bunch of double work on that. I mean, we were making it better for the consigners. We're making it harder somewhat on ourselves at the time. And we would go in, and then we would basically, once all the tractors had arrived, had had this list of everything, knew the consignor were, then we would have to drive through, or, you know, we'd get out on a gator or something, drive through all these tractors, catalog them, check out the pictures again, upload all that, and then we'd go back and the third time mess with them and get our order and things right. So it's just, this takes just a whole lot of work out of doing that. And if you went through that process and done that, this really eliminates that, makes it a whole lot easier.
Oh, hey man.
Yep.
And it's mobile friendly.
It is mobile friendly, that's right.
You can do it on your phone.
Yeah, you can do it.
You can shrink it.
It's responsive.
Mm-hmm.
This is really hard for me to do on a second screen.
So like snap in the yard and upload the car on the fly.
Oh yeah.
And we can do that from the job site.
You can do that from the job site, yeah. Yeah. It is a neat tool. And it's really, I mean, it's things like this that the way that we are working on redesigning, you know, it's just the workspace really looks different. And that's what you see right now is you're going to see, you know, aesthetic changes. But what's happening is the way that we're going to rebuild this, and we are rebuilding this, is allowing us to do more things like this consignment form. Allowing us to add features that, you know, work great on your phone, right? And you can use them there, and you can do all this cool stuff, or, you know, better reporting section, better stats section. But it's taken this kind of overhaul of the system, and just kind of a rebuild. Yeah, Carl.
Are there terms that the consignor agrees to, like we do with the buyer when they register?
Hey, no problem. Stephanie seemed to be able to handle your question well. A couple of things I want to mention. In just talking about Streamline, I'm going to show you something else here, but I think when I show you that, it's going to lead to a lot of discussion. So, one thing that I want everybody to be aware of is there have been a lot more tutorials added to your help and support section. I really want to be encouraging you as you use Streamline to use the help and support section, go in there, use the tutorials. It's a much more robust section than what it ever used to be. They're constantly adding new information to that. When I got with the team and said, hey, let me know updates that are going on in there, I said, make sure that you point out that the help and support section has a lot more tutorials in it. And spend a lot of time in there working on that. So just make note of that. Share that with your staff so they're aware of that. That's a great place to go in and look and utilize the resources that are in there. Okay, now, something that we are going to be launching here within the next couple of weeks has to do with the online multi-parcel. We've been working on it. We've showed it to some folks. We've tested it. We're still making some changes to it on how it operates. We want to give you a glimpse of this as we go through it. And one of the first things that we're changing. Oops. It's not necessarily that we're changing But that we're adding to, because we're still going to have all of the bid boards and stuff that are in the multi-parcel system that we currently have. We're not taking any of that stuff away. We're adding some new options. And so one of the things we came up with is a new board system that shows you several things all the time. Okay, we have our individual track prices. It's got the tracks, got what they originally brought, or what price they're at as an individual track, and if the individuals are not in play anymore, what it takes to get back in on those. Okay, if you're going to break up the combinations. Over here, what we're showing right here, we may move some of this around aesthetically. But this is the current round. This is the leaderboard, okay? And then we have the previous rounds, always displaying as well. So similar like we say board A, B, and C. You have it here where somebody could refer to back to this, and that's going to show on the board as well as the entire property price. Now, and that may or may not seem like much to you, but one of the things that this is the beginning of us reworking and restructuring that whole system. That system has been a fantastic system for us to use, for you guys to use, but we need to make some changes and some modifications to it, to update it and make it work in some different ways. So we've started with these boards, and we're moving now we're finishing up these boards. We're going to get those released. That's going to be an option in your combo bid miscellaneous section. It's where you can choose these out of there. Then what we're doing next is we're taking and where you have your stripped down implementer screen, for those of you who implement on it, some of you may not, we're putting a whole lot more information onto one screen. So you don't have to jump through multiple tabs or through multiple sections to work and implement information in your auction. Okay? From there, we're also making it where it's going to be easier for your implementer to recognize the online bidders. So when an online bid comes in, there's going to be more information given, and it's going to give you a better indication that, hey, that new bid has been placed, here's their bid number, here's their price, here's their information, where right now you got to pay a little bit of attention and kind of know what's going on. So we're going to do that. One of the other things that we're working into this system is a better way to implement the first round. So it's much more interactive for the online bidders. Okay, to where it's less about them getting price and more about it being like a simulcast sale, to where they're interacting with the auctioneer at that point in the first round. Where now it's much more in the combination rounds as opposed to during that first round of bidding. Or at least you don't have to be on your game near as much when you're putting the bids in to know what's going on. So I really just show you this to show you the first steps. This is in process right now. This is going on. This will be released as soon as we go along. This is an interesting and fun and big project that we're working on. But we really think that this is going to come out and go, wow, here's the next big tool with multi-parcel auctions. So there's some cool changes coming in that. I just wanted to flash up these boards. Those of you who run multi-parcel auctions a lot, I would love to have just some feedback, some thoughts of things that you've seen over the past few years that you'd like to see into that. What it is that would make your life easier on it, or what you're hearing from your bidders. This is a cool system. This system does neat things right now. We're trying to make it that much better. We want it to be to where everybody looks at it and go, man, how did they do that? Because when we first released it, there was a lot of questions on how'd you make that happen? How'd that work online? We didn't really think that could happen. And so we're reworking it now to where we get that again, and where everybody's going, man, that's pretty slick. Yeah, you.
Are you going to work on a way that individual bidders don't have to make up the whole difference to bid? In other words, now if they...
Yeah, and they can do that now. We can do that now. Yeah, but what we're going to do, Cube, is because we're going to make it easier for the folks to understand that, especially your team running the sale. So it's not quite as complicated. You know, I've really fallen into a trap personally of, you know, watching this thing get built along the way, using it at every step that it's ever done it. I just kind of intuitively go, oh yeah, this is how it works, this is what happens, this is what happens. You know, I can click through all these things and not really think about it. But we want to make it intuitive for you as the members to go, okay, this is easy to implement now, and to do the things like that. Yeah, Marvin.
Well, and maybe it's built into your program now, but can you make a combination right on the first without having the original bid?
You can, yes, sir. Yeah, you don't have to do just individual track bids. You can set it to where you can do combinations right from the get-go.
You don't have any basis to drop back for individual track bid.
Right, you don't. Yep.
You're giving up the opportunity to drop back to single tracks if you do a combination.
Well, not if you come back and you offer them separate. I know how to get a price.
Can't do that without a base bid to start with.
You could.
Yeah, that's not right. You can.
Yes, you can.
We do it all the time, Charles.
Let's go back.
The one thing.
They play it loose in Tennessee.
The implementer can put it back in on the back side. You couldn't do it in an online.
But you could offer them, and I mean you could come back to another number, or not have a number in there. Somebody's carrying the weight, but you can come back and certainly offer it again, and your implementer can put those prices in. So yeah. Well, one thing that I learned a long time ago, because I learned how to do this one way, and I thought that was the one way. And I've learned now there's about 60 different ways that this gets done at every company that I go to. So it can keep things interesting, Jerry.
We're not going to have to display all those previous round boards, are we?
No, you don't have to display all those. We've got other displays where you just have, you can just have your leaderboard, and you could have a leaderboard and a board that shows get back in or something like that. But yeah, you don't have to.
Simple as possible.
Yeah. No, you can still just display the leaderboard or the map or whatever, and you can split your screens up, do all kinds of different stuff.
So in this board, is it showing that you can get back in on one individual lot?
Yep.
Okay. I just never did run.
You can get back. You can get in on anything.
Okay. I always ran it after the first round. You were the winner of that lot. The only thing you could do is protect it.
Yeah. That's kind of the thing. Auctioneer controls the rules of the game.
So there's
it's whatever rules you set, the rules everybody's going to play by.
3, 2, 1 in the rounds.
Yeah.
That's just the order. It's saying previous round 1, previous round 2, 3, 2, 1. I mean, it's just we just got a name on there to order them. We do round A, B, C, D.
But I'm saying it looks like it should be 1, 2, 3 because they're going higher.
Yeah, this is it's just we just labeled them. That's all. Yeah.
Matt, how long do you think it'll be before we can do the individual increases, not to get in the winning position, but just to add to, so we can have individuals competing again without having to go through the bat? I know we can do it, but that is a lot of pressure to. I know you know how to do it and it's like super simple to you, but it is so not super simple when you're not used to doing it all the time. So how long will it be before we have it?
Yeah, what we want is to put that all on one screen.
Okay.
And so, with using the base of our stripped down implementer screen. So what, you know, to say, hey, you're gonna have it tomorrow, you know, is not gonna be the case, but within the next, 60 days, we're really hoping to have that, a lot of stuff in one spot.
Because that would definitely make a difference on how we sell, because we don't do that anymore right now.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, and see that, I mean, and that's been part of it, because for me, I just go in and say, hey, I know where the backup bid section is. I just put it in, type it, save it, go on.
I know.
That used to make me nervous. I know how to unwind time on everything, so I just move along. I figure if something's not right, we'll just back it up and then I can get her to the right spot for you. I just back up time. So, the multi-parcel cells is the only time that I know how to unwind time, but I know how to unwind time there. Other questions on this? Really, email me feedback, thoughts on what you want to see in this as we're working on this. Now's the time where I really need your feedback. 6 months from now, say, hey, you know what I'd like for you to have changed? May not be the time. Okay. So those are updates that I wanted to give you on things that we are working on, things that you're going to have available. What we're going to do, let's take a 5-minute break. And we're going to come back in and we're going to talk about real estate closing laws.
No, I did not ever have brain. Go get your Ajax. I have no idea. I emailed. I could be very wrong.
Don't say that.
Pickens.
Pickens is the best.
Pickens is the best. You're welcome.
Styrofoam case someday. We have a snow.
Looking forward to it.
This depends on how bad, what the outcome of the Ohio State Michigan State was. Oh, yeah.
It's our favorite. Actually, did you watch
Unbelievable. 2 different games. First half, second half.
You're right.
I don't know, 2 different teams.
There was. There sure was.
I had a feeling. I was like,
Yeah, good coach. He's pretty stout.
Yep.
Well, good trip home. All right, be careful.
First of all, I don't have to do it. And so this still ain't done. Airplane, motorcycles. So here I am 3 years somebody else spent all that I won't.
ain't gonna happen. The script's gonna get up on
I mean, it'll add something to his life, really, for this. All right, folks, go ahead and make your way back to your seats. And we're going to get started with our very last session of the day. All right, make your way back in. Grab a seat.
I brought a 45-minute video. Yeah, it's,
All right, here we go. It's got a little light. Got a little light in here. Now, who would have guessed when I put these two boys up here that the crowd was going to thin out?
that's right. They knew what they were getting.
Really, I just thought I was saving the best for last.
Mm-hmm.
What we're going to talk about, have a little discussion on. This is really, I talked to both of these guys, talked to several people. We've talked about the new real estate closing laws that have taken effect this month, or some earlier than this. But along the way, these closing laws have taken effect, and the most recent ones at the beginning of October. You've probably been hearing about them, seeing about them. And so we want to discuss that. Part of what we want to see is we want to hear from you all what maybe you're hearing when you talk to your attorneys, or you talk to your bankers, how this is affecting them, how it could possibly affect when and how you're closing your deals. You want to make sure it's great to sell it, but you got to get it closed. And so there's some interesting stuff going on through there. So really, I'm going to give this mic to Matt, and JJ's got a mic. But really, what I want to is I know that JJ, you've met with your banker, Matt. You've called a couple of bankers, and maybe you can start with just getting the conversations that you guys have with them and what they gave back to you.
Well, I'll go first then. Okay, so I've actually talked to 3 different bankers, because you're seeing stuff from the realtors have been sending out about closing under the new consumer lending practices. So I talked to 2 or 3 that are regulars at our auction sales and solicit that type of business. So the big changes are, if you're selling a residential house, as long as it is an investor buyer, not the end consumer, then you're still going to be able to close your deal out in 30 days. Where you're going to have some challenges on that home is if the consumer goes to the bank to get a loan and he says, yeah, I'm buying the house on Smith Avenue and we're going to move into it. Well, then it falls under the consumer lending practices, which means after the appraisal is complete, they just have a bunch more disclosures to do under the consumer lending. So after the appraisal is complete, that consumer has 3 days to either accept or reject this loan. So before the banker will go to the next step of ordering title, per se, after the appraisal, he has to wait that 3 days for the guy to say, yes, I want to go ahead and do this. So you really need to have some language in your contract where you can extend your contract. Maybe that's on your seller side, because some of those deals are not going to close in 30 days. The big change that I see for us is lot sales and small acreage tract sales used to fall just under the investor category, and you could get those done in 30 days. But if I buy the tract of land beside my house, or I go in and tell them I'm going to build a home on this tract of land, then it falls under the land becomes under the consumer lending. And so once again, you've got all the disclosure periods that are going to slow the process down. But the banks that I've met with have all said the same thing. They feel like they'll still be able to do 30 days as long as on the local level, because they're going to send their appraiser out right away. If you're in a situation where the bank waits 2 weeks for the appraiser to come out and look at the house, and then you got to wait till the appraisal report comes back, and then 3 days after that before they start their title, probably not going to happen. But as long as your lender has it together and they have your buyer pre-approved, ready to move through the process, 30 days is probably not going to be a challenge. Has anybody else heard anything different other than that? Well, there you go, Matt.
So what's the appraisal part of it? Does the bank still have to call an appraisal pool that
They do. They still have to use the pool, so
that's what's the delay.
that's the delay. And so now just think about, they have to wait till the appraisal comes back in their hand, physically give a copy to the borrower. The borrower has 3 days after he receives the copy to say, yeah, I want to go ahead and do this. Sherman.
Our contract says that it's not subject to financing.
And that's the reality. I think everybody's contract says that, but
Is that true or not?
it would be true. I mean, because your contract probably says cash at closing, but the reality of it is that the guy's going to have to borrow the money to pay you. He ain't got the cash, he can't pay you. You're going to have a problem.
Right, but we can keep the deposit.
You can keep his deposit, but you got a house that you didn't get sold.
This doesn't mean that there's 3 days. It's for bank.
That's only for internal bank purposes. Really, from our auction standpoint, all contracts, probably, if you're an auctioneer, you're not going to make it subject to financing anyway. But just recognize that you may not close in 30 days. Yeah.
I'm good with that as long as the government isn't telling us.
No.
If you go with Bank of America or Wells Fargo, you might not close in 6 months.
That's right. Exactly.
So you suggest
Well, so yeah, we've had that discussion internally. So should we make our closing 60 days? Well, no, because if a guy's got cash, he'll probably wait you out 30 days to save his cash. I don't want him waiting me out 60 days when he could have paid in 2.
Sure.
So I would probably just have the ability to extend the contract.
Our listing contract, we've changed it to say that they'll agree to a reasonable extension. That's with the seller, not with the buyer. So we're still trying to push that buyer and close in 30 days. But
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, the big fear I see, and when Matt told me that he had that in his contract, I thought that was good, because what if you go down the road and you've got a really nice couple trying to buy a home? They need 5 extra days, but Joe Seller in the meantime found somebody else, and he wants you to hold their 10% deposit, and not because they couldn't close in 30 days, and then that buyer's going to sue you for the deposit back. You're going to end up. Sure.
Is that extension that you have, is that in your listing agreement or sales agreement or both?
in the listing agreement, if it's not in the sales agreement, because that's between the buyer and seller, but I don't know that would hold up, but we put that in.
Well,
couldn't hurt.
Yes?
So for an extension, if there is, I mean, yeah, obviously you've always got an argument what's reasonable, but do you charge for an extension?
We're not currently.
I bought HUD, the reason I ask is I bought HUD foreclosures, and if you know that, they offer that there. Where you buy a HUD and you get a 10-day for $250, you get another 10-day for $250, and then it's $500, it takes another, you know.
Not a bad thought. Mark?
One thing that I see this may affect, just like you say, we got a cash contract, but that thing, the way we had a loan company come down and explain it to the realtors and the bankers, to us, there's a lot of controls in there when they can give that person that application and how soon it has to be signed back. And what I see is happening, if they don't get those I's dotted, banker's gonna say, don't go out there and buy the property because I can't guarantee you anything.
That's right. I think that's our big challenge, is they may scare people off from coming and playing in our arena.
And what this loan representative was saying is it's gonna take a lot more on the realtors and auctioneers too to chase those forms down to see if they get them back, because if they don't get them back in a certain time, and you got 2 or 3 sellers and one holds it 3 days, another holds it 3 days, you got a problem.
A couple of our agents are putting on the back of their business cards what they need to take to the lender for closing. And so basically what you need for pre-qualifications, here, bring all this stuff with you when you go and see your lender, so that way you're ready to go. Really helped a whole lot, and actually in options, go ahead and give them, hey, here's the 6 things you need to take to your lender. Then your lender has 3 days to give you that lender estimate of closing costs.
And then, so another example may be on your auction sales, maybe you want to start adding the lenders that are friendly to the auction method to your website, saying, call Scott Malone at First National Bank, here's his phone number, if you know that this is a guy who's going to help you speed the process up.
What are these laws, these new laws, what are they through? I mean, are they through the lending people, or through HUD, or?
It's through, it's not just another federal government program, Jerry. I know how crazy you are about the federal government, so that's what they do.
But is it for the secondary market, or?
It's consumer lending practices. It's kind of like when you had to start doing disclosures of closing costs, and it's just another form of disclosure.
What about in, like, farm credit?
Well, so farm credit, if it's an ag loan for an investor, farmer, doesn't fall under consumer lending. But if I would,
If you're gonna live in the house, probably does. Right?
If you live in a house, or if you're gonna build your house on the farm, and it's a tract of less than 25 acres, which in your part of the country, it's 40s, 80s, 160s, but in my part of the country, 25 acres is a pretty good sized piece of property.
Yeah.
So they would be a consumer loan.
Okay. Thank you.
If it's an investment property,
It's the same deal it's always been on investment. So, as long as they're not moving in the home, you're okay. Or building a house on the land, you're okay.
Well, what if you change your mind? Okay, I'll buy it, I'm not gonna build a house, get closed. Okay, call your.
I think that's exactly what you might want to do. But, so I think I thought about that too, is telling my guys, tell them it's an investment deal. But you go into see Joe at the bank, you may get a better rate for a consumer loan than you would for an investor loan. So what are they going to choose?
Other part of the delay involved in the closing part, from what I understand, is the consumer has 3 days to review all their closing documents. Once the lender does all his due diligence and everything.
Well, it's not just their closing documents. It's their prepaid, their cost, their estimated cost, they have 3 days. Their appraisal, they have 3 days. The closing documents, so just do the math.
Exactly.
30 days is a pretty tight window.
Weekends don't count.
Saturday does, but not Sunday, from what I've heard.
I didn't know that, that's good to know.
Business days, it's a business day.
Mhm.
So they're talking business days?
Business days, but Saturday can be considered a business day, but Sunday is not.
As long as the lane's open on Saturday, it counts.
So if we're saying closing in 30 days, we're saying.
We're gonna start saying 45 days.
Yeah, that's probably a better word, on or before 45
That's
days.
preclude anybody from closing quickly, then, like.
Yeah. All right, Danny, any other questions? That's all I know.
I didn't take long.
You knew that before I got up here. So with Matt, this panel was supposed to be like 5 or 6 people, and they kept dropping out like flies. And so Matt told me, he said, "Are you preparing your notes?" I said, "Yeah, it's my slideshow."
Perfect end of day presentation.
Are we cut off? Because I got an announcement that needs to not be there. Okay.